Okay, we are live. I gotta try that Spider-Man game. Like, I really gotta try this. But let's continue with the reviews.
In the world, which makes it a shame that the only place he's really not turning any numbers right now is in the comics. But as far as those rumors of Sony...
I think I've already seen this one. We're just gonna go back to the playlist real quick. I will show that one just in case. To prevent copyright violation. This is a creative space. Now, I saw Spider-Man Brand New Day again. I saw it like 5.5 times. And I say 5.5 because it's still being played. It's still playing right now. The last one in Dolby Cinema, but I didn't watch it all the way. I watched it like mostly half. It's actually probably done by now. I watched like halfway. And well, not halfway. I watched it like until the point where Jean Grey has been caught is caught by damage control. I'd also like to thank my audience, my members, Tom Holland and Zendaya. Oh, and Ned in the back. They're here in spirit. Oh, I'm just messing around. They're not here. I'm by myself. As always, I'm by myself. So, Ice Cream Man. That was a silly movie. I've heard about the Ghost Rider with Ryan Gosling or whatever. Oh, this one seems pretty good. I'm just gonna read that.
So,
Oh my god, the buffering. Reloading. Further. Wow. Tomatoes. Playlist. Second one. Show this while it's loading.
we're good, right? I think we're good, but like we're good. Like everything's good. I mean, I don't want to be hasty, but it kind of feels like, yeah, like I've been planning out the next phase of Avengers movies. I've been working so hard. We gave Ant-Man a third movie. Oh, yeah. We did a Captain America / Red Hulk movie. I know. A Red Hulk movie. Why are we killing ourselves when a normal Spider-Man movie just made $1 billion on opening weekend? So what do we do? I'm going to stop making Disney Plus shows. I'm just going to kill off all the other heroes in Doomsday. Might as well. Spider-Man's just the lone survivor. Uh-oh. God, it feels like it's 2002 again. I think the next Spider-Man, we just got to make him suffer even more. Yes. So depressed he can't even leave his room. Maybe he gets bed bugs, has to wash his clothes 1,000,000 times. That sucks, right? Think smart, not hard. We're going to save so much on VFX. I can't wait to try even less. He stubs his toe but gets an infection. No health insurance.
This video is sponsored by NordVPN.
Not lactoses. It's kind of good.
We are so back. You see, I'm a simple man. If there's a Spider-Man in the theater, I go to the theater, I clap, I smile, and I think to myself, boy, Spider-Man is such a great character. I'm so lucky I get to enjoy stories about Spider-Man. And then I get home and I see that people are upset because the Spider-Man movie wasn't like the one they watched when they were a child. Doesn't matter, Uncle Ben. At the end of the day, Spider-Verse is still better than all of them. But this new Spider-Man movie's pretty damn good too. It's so good that it kinda mogs all of Tom Holland's previous Spidey flicks. And I like those movies. I got started on YouTube by defending those movies. There was a time when if you said you think Tom Holland is the best on-screen version of Peter Parker, people would kill you. And yeah, those movies have their own problems, but they do feel like they fit in with the eras of the MCU that they take place in. Homecoming feels a lot like Civil War, Far From Home feels like Infinity War, but now we have Spider-Man Brand New Day, which is coming at a time when the MCU's in a very uncomfortable position. Most of the movies post-Endgame have either been okay or god-awful. And on the horizon, we have a very polarizing project, a movie that everybody's gonna go see, but for a lot of people, that's because they want to watch it fail. But while the MCU can fumble a lot of things, I think they're incapable of fumbling Spider-Man. Because Spider-Man hits different in a theater. I've always said he is the world's most popular superhero, and that's because it's easy to get people to relate to him. And this is by far the most relatable and grounded Spider-Man movie since probably Spider-Man 2. I can definitely say Brand New Day is a top-tier Spider-Man movie. But before we get into that, we have to have a quick word from our sponsor.
Guys, I'm mad. My Discord got hacked in January, and I've been salty about it for 6 months now. This isn't a bit either. I'm not playing this up. This actually happened to me. I didn't even do anything either, but these internet scumbags are getting way too advanced with their techniques. And what makes me more mad is that I could have prevented it with NordVPN. Because NordVPN isn't just great for accessing region-locked content, it also has excellent antivirus features. Anti-phishing, anti-malware, anti-Discord hackers. Most traditional antiviruses won't act until the dirty little file's already in your computer. But NordVPN intercepts it at the source. So you might ask me, Marcus, if you have NordVPN, how could this happen to you? Well, I'm a dummy, and I didn't take advantage of the fact that Nord lets you connect up to 10 devices at once. So if you don't want to be like me, you can get an exclusive NordVPN deal plus 4 additional months thrown in for free at nordvpn.com/cosmonaut. Also, it's worth noting it's risk-free with Nord's 30-day money-back guarantee. Again, in case you missed it, that's nordvpn.com/cosmonaut. Brand New Day shows us a Peter Parker who needs to get his mojo back. He's depressed, he's got no friends, and he doom scrolls on TikTok all day. This is the only movie where we can really see this version of Peter alone. And I think that's a critical aspect for the character of Spider-Man. A lot of the suffering that Spider-Man goes through just hasn't happened to Tom Holland. Since this Peter was introduced, he's always had somebody. There's always someone in his life very close by to keep him from getting too sad. He went like 3 movies without anything bad happening to him. So yeah, it's about time this Peter gets a dose of the Parker luck. It really does feel like this movie's doing everything.
And it's still kind of mid, like, it's not exactly terrible. Like, the reason why the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man's hit home so well is because, with the exception of the very first one, and even some people can even say that one had its own little, thing. It's essentially he goes through something very fundamental in the second movie and also in the third movie that everybody can relate to, and so he's losing his powers because he's not really balancing Spider-Man and Peter Parker, which he's not doing in this one, but in the new one he's getting new power. He's getting more. His powers are getting stronger instead of the opposite. And pardon me while I eat my grilled cheese, but the reason why it's so fun. The reason why it is so fundamental for Spider-Man 2, 2004 movie, 2004, 2005, is simply because that he cannot balance Peter Parker and Spider-Man. He can't quite. He's been doing it for years, but he can't balance it. He just doesn't have that balance between the two. How does he balance both personas? Because with Peter Parker, he's not getting everything he wants. You know, he wants Mary Jane, he wants to have a normal life, he wants school, he wants a normal job, a normal life. But as Spider-Man, he has to save the day. So where do you draw the line, so to speak? That's why this... It really is because Sam Raimi, his 3 movies were more realistic. It took the comic book hero and made him not only took a likable hero and made him more down to earth, more realistic. That's why the Sony Spider-Man looks so good, because he looks more realistic. The second one, a little bit less realistic and more fantastic, more amazing. And then by the time we got to Tom Holland, I don't know, it's just kind of out of the way. You know, kind of like out of nowhere, brand new, different. Doesn't quite seem to have. He's not alone. We don't see him get his powers. All of a sudden, May finds out by the end of it. It's just weird. Gone different.
To feel different from the Home trilogy. And in just about every way, it does that while surpassing it. The humor is still present, but it feels much more appropriately placed. I can easily say that Homecoming and Far From Home are classified as full-on action comedies, but this is not that. Humor is placed when it's needed, and it doesn't get in the way of emotional moments. Brand New Day also looks so much better than any of the previous Tom Holland movies. Personally, I was really excited when I saw that Destin Daniel Cretton was helming this movie, because from the beginning it was very apparent that there would be a heavy focus on practical effects and presentation. Spider-Man actually feels so real in this movie. And that may sound weird, but you have to hear me out. A lot of the time in the Home trilogy, when you're looking at Spider-Man, he's fully CGI, or at least mostly CGI. But when it's at its worst, he feels very intangible. In this movie, that's really not the case. He is there as a guy in a suit 90% of the time. And I think that does make a difference. Because this story focuses on Spidey actually being in New York and interacting with the city and its people. He's not in outer space, he's not on vacation, he is home in New York doing New York type Spider-Man stuff. It finally feels like Tom Holland's Peter Parker is the main character of his own story. And to actually see him be there in the flesh, it really makes a difference. Also, it's no question that the action is a massive step up. Tom Holland's Spidey has never kicked this much ass. Not every action scene is practical, but enough of them are that it helps the movie stand apart. We get a Spider-Man movie with legitimate wire work. I feel like that's something I shouldn't have to ask for, but I guess it is. Spider-Man is pulling some Insomniac finishing moves in this movie, and it's so much fun. But in a lot of ways, this movie can feel a little bit too long, because a lot of it has Peter just talking to people. And while some of those conversations kind of drag, I personally don't mind sitting in a Spider-Man world for a little bit longer. And a lot of the conversations do serve as therapy for this character, where he gets to grow and move on from the problems he's had and forge new relationships in a world that's completely forgotten him. There are some genuinely great emotional beats here, and on one occasion, I did get a little misty-eyed. And that's how Spider-Man's supposed to make you feel. However, that's really all I can get into without talking about spoilers. And while I normally keep these reviews spoiler-free, I found that while writing this one, there was a lot of stuff I wanted to talk about. So here's your warning, we're actually going to go into spoilers for the rest of the video. There are actually a lot of things that can get spoiled here, so you better get out of here. I ain't going to tell you twice, but I will wait a second so you can pull your phone out of your pocket and close the video or skip ahead, I don't care. Alright, let's go. So yeah, it's no secret that Spider-Man at one point was my favorite Marvel property, but it has been replaced in my heart by the X-Men. So it's safe to say this was a very interesting movie for me. If you had told me a year ago that Jean Grey was going to be the main villain in a Spider-Man movie, my reaction would be,
how's that gonna work?
But after seeing it, I think it works. There are a few fleeting moments where I feel like she's kind of steering the story away from Spider-Man and driving a little too close to an X-Men origin story, but I do think it's appropriate to have the antagonist be another young adult who's alone in the world and developing new scary abilities. I think making Jean more of a troubled youth is a very good take on the character for this universe, because normally, Jean Grey is boring. I've read enough X-Men at this point. I've done my service in the X-Men military. I'm allowed to say this. She's one of the most inconsistently written characters in X-Men history, and Chris Claremont only gave her the Phoenix because he was sick of her being the boring token girl on the team. So like I say with so many superhero movies, it's okay if you take a character and change them to service the story. Making her younger and edgier is perfectly fine with me. And honestly, it's shocking that she doesn't overload the movie with too much new content. It still gets to be a very serviceable Spider-Man story, even with X-Men in it. And another aspect that's present in the story without overpowering it are Peter's powers. Peter's pretty supercharged in this movie due to his emotional distress. To me, I think this is very clearly the symbiote that Eddie left behind in No Way Home. I think it's handled in a very subtle manner, so subtle that many people don't even think it is the symbiote. I think either way it works, because if we just made this the symbiote Spider-Man story, it turns into something very different. This needs to be a movie where Spider-Man just gets to be Spider-Man. It's already a lot to throw the X-Men into it. Having the symbiote be revealed would be way too much. Do that in Secret Wars, where a million ridiculous things are already happening. Here, the symbiote just serves as an assisting metaphor for the changes in Peter's life. He gets to be a little edgy and a little angry and frustrated, but it doesn't overpower the narrative. And his weird new powers are kind of pushed away for half of the story anyway. On paper, this should be a movie that's juggling a lot at once. If you told me that the new Spider-Man movie would have Scorpion, Hulk, Punisher, Black Widow, the symbiote, and Jean Grey, I would assume that movie is god-awful. But somehow it actually works. I think having other characters can really make it feel like a fleshed out world if you don't overuse them. And honestly, the best implementation of this is with Punisher. Frank brings so much energy into the movie. He legitimately steals every scene he's in. I love his bickering dynamic with Peter. I love that he feels like the same psycho edgelord from the Netflix universe, while still fitting into this very sweet and heartfelt story. Punisher gets multiple touching scenes. I honestly could have watched 2 hours of Spider-Man and Frank hanging out, but I do think he's in the film for an appropriate amount of time. Honestly, everything just feels appropriate. That's the best word I can use. This is an appropriate Spider-Man story for Tom Holland. Down to the fact that Aunt May is somehow the thing that saves the day at the end. That's the moment that got my ass. Spider-Man Brand New Day is a movie with a ton of heart, great action, and lovable characters. I feel like I could say that about any Spider-Man movie, but I mean, that's kind of what I'm asking for, and I got it. Yeah, it's a little long, but fuck you, I don't want to go back to the real world. I want to hang out with Spider-Man for a little bit longer. And I can definitively say this is Tom Holland's best Spider-Man movie. Honestly, this might be the best MCU movie to come out post-Endgame. So I'm going to give Spider-Man Brand New Day a 9 out of 10.
Spider-Man Brand New Day. It's out, which means we get to talk about some spoilers from the movie. We'll even talk about Spider-Man's brand new fit, his new suit, which I hope he does have a place to store a durable wallet with RFID blocking technology like the sponsor of this video. This video is brought to you by Ridge. Ridge is the leveled up everyday wallet that I've used for years now. Cards go right in the middle, place for cash on the back, convenience and practicality. They didn't stop there. Not only does Ridge have more, like 45-watt power adapter kits, you know, cell phone chargers. It's a generously long cord, too. Taller than me, and I'm 6 foot. Not only do they sell portable power banks that hold up to 3 cell phone charges per charge, and much more, but right now, Ridge is doing a big sweepstakes where 2 people can get a Lamborghini Huracan Storado, a Hennessy Velociraptor, a Ford Bronco, or $100,000 cash now through September 8th. Click the link below, you can enter for free, and while life being the playable open world MMO it is offers you many paths to entry, the more Ridge gear you buy, the more entries you earn. So click the link below to enter for free, enjoy the new Ridge gear, and good luck. But yes, this is my Spider-Man Brand New Day spoiler talk. If you haven't seen Spider-Man Brand New Day and you don't want to know about spoilers, stay off the internet because they're all out there. Probably shouldn't watch this video yet. That is a spoiler warning. If you have seen Spider-Man Brand New Day and or all the spoilers you can definitely find online, or you just don't care about spoilers, here, enjoy the video. What is that though? Seriously, let's stay on that for a second. I just woke up in the timeline where I guess cell phone footage bootlegging clips of movies and then putting clips online of the movies it's kind of normal now. Back in my day, we were afraid of a $250,000 fine for doing that. Now it's just, hey, it's on someone's TikTok. They don't care. I don't know, maybe it's just Tom Holland and Zendaya movies that they're in together. Don't know. Anyhow, it's stupid. On with the spoiler talk. I mean, this being a comic book movie, there's so much to deconstruct in these things. This isn't going to be a play-by-play. It's not going to be everything. Just some things that caught my eye I wanted to talk about that I couldn't talk about in a spoiler-free review. Spider-Man Brand New Day starts out showing us, hey, all those things you deconstructed in the trailer, a lot of them anyway, we're just going to show them in a montage at the beginning of this movie. Fooled you! I was there with you, internet. We learned. We knew the truth. Spider-Man No Way Home trailer. Really odd to where it was framed up with all that empty space. Like they took out a couple of Spider-Mans. Then we see shots like this in this trailer where like Daredevil's in it. Confirmed. Not only is Daredevil not in it, the Hand is kind of in it for a fight, really. I feel trolled, but yeah, a lot of those shots are just in the montage at the beginning going, hey, Spider-Man, he's been on a roll for the past couple years. Heard Tombstone was in the movie. He's just one of the random webbed up villains in the montage at the beginning. You remember in Raimi's Spider-Man 1, we hear the voiceover Uncle Ben, with great power comes great responsibility. Remember that, Pete, remember that. It goes into the Spider-Man symbol. It's a montage of him webbing up random criminals. Imagine one of those criminals was Tombstone. That's how long Tombstone's in this movie. Keith David's voice is narrating the trailer. Who is he in the movie? No one! He's a YouTuber, I guess, which would make his character a douche. Those YouTubers, all of them. Keith David in this. Who is he in the movie? How long Tombstone's in this movie? Keith David's voice is narrating the trailer. Who is he in the movie? No one! He's a YouTuber, I guess, which would make his character a douche. Those YouTubers, all of them. Keith David in this movie is a voice of a YouTube video Peter Parker's watching about spiders. That's it. I guess if you pay to have Keith David's voice in the movie, you use that in the trailer. Why would you not? Spider-Man's new suit in the movie, I am going to talk about it, by the way. It wasn't just a segue. It does look good. At the end of No Way Home, it looked classic, but too shiny. He looked like Spider-Man, but possibly the Spider-Man you would see in Times Square. We try to get you to change your long-distance plan. This Spider-Man outfit...
Yeah, it kind of still looks like a cosplayer, though. I'm not going to lie. It looks like one of those guys. Maybe a little bit better than those guys that are dressed up. It's just that these eyes, why do you... Like these eyes, I think this is a hit.
The colors are more dulled, but the pattern is very much Spider-Man. The big eyes, skinny look of Amazing Spider-Man 2 is one of my favorite on-screen Spider-Man outfits. This one was really good. I also liked how you could see through his eyepieces and you could see his eyes. That was a detail that was new for this movie, and I liked it. It also played into a scene where the Hulk sees his eyes, but before that, I was like, oh, whoa, you see... Oh, that's neat. So the thing in this movie is there is a villain out there. No, it's nuanced, it's complex. I'll get there in a second. There is an antagonist who can possess people. So this person will possess someone and then possess another person and taunt Spider-Man, possess another person, taunt Spider-Man. So Spider-Man is chasing the string of possession. Reminding me of the movie Fallen. Like Spider-Man's taking on Azazel from Fallen. You seen Fallen? It's great. So underrated. And I've seen the rumors, same as you. Sadie Sink's in this movie. Is she Jean Grey? Is she Mary Jane? I was like, well, I don't think she's fallen Mary Jane, so I think that's out. And she's kind of mean, so I don't think she's Jean Grey. Guess what? She's Jean Grey. Not that Jean Grey's always been squeaky clean. It's just, oh, she's an X-Men character in a Spider-Man movie. I didn't think she was actually Jean Grey. There does come a point, though, where I was like, all right, this is looking more X-Men-ish. I mean, Spider-Man's powers are mutating. He talks to Bruce Banner about that inhibitor that Bruce Banner has on his arm that keeps him from being the Hulk. He had the Hulk under control through years of meditation. And then he said his secret was that he's always angry, and that's how he keeps the Hulk under the surface. Then he reconciled with the Hulk, and he became Professor Hulk, and... well, I guess they had a falling out of some sort. I guess that didn't work. He's back to repressing the Hulk. I imagine the university he's teaching at was like, look... all the meditation, all the I'm always angry caps, all the Professor Hulk. We need an inhibitor on your arm, just legally speaking for us, in order for you to work here. So could you get on that, please? But when Peter Parker's talking to Bruce Banner And he's talking about, hey, could you make an inhibitor that could just repress all mutant powers, all mutations? And the Banner pushback is, that's a very dangerous road you're going down there. I was like, okay, this definitely does sound very X-Men-ish. Spider-Man powers mutating, that's a Spider-Man story. Moral dilemma on repressing it, X-Men story. You even have X-Men villain William Metzger being like, hey, Spider-Man, we need to scan your body and know your mutant powers, and I'm very villain. Like, if you didn't know who he was, you would still be like, feel like that's the bad guy. There's a scene where Jean's talking to Spider-Man and she was like, you know, this guy actually has a contingency for you just in case you snap, which is such an asshole thing to do if you're not Batman. That is kind of wild, right? Like, guys with no powers who wear suits in the X-Men universe who think like that. Villains. Batman who thinks like that about the Justice League and has contingency for them, that's just thinking ahead because he's Batman. He's also a guy in a suit with no powers, but you know, he's awesome. Hopefully as fans, our hypocrisy only goes so far. So that's the thing. The movie's supposed to get you to think Jean's the villain, but in reality, she's on her own quest to find her sister. Extreme, yes she is, but there's a flip going on here. I will say there were moments in here before you know she's Jean. One of the things where I was like, okay, that can't be Jean. That's just cruel. When Spider-Man tells MJ, hey, you're in trouble, I gotta get you out of here, and they go swinging, and then they kiss, and then MJ remembers him, and she's like, Peter, and it's like this really heartfelt moment where they hug, and he's crying, and then she starts talking shit, and you're like, oh, that's just mean. You made this dude believe the love of his life remembered him after a mind wipe just to taunt him, and then make her jump off a roof. That's when I was like, this cannot be Jean. Don't I look the fool? She does that though. She's possessed MJ and she's pretty much like, catch. Let me jump off this building that has a big neon sign that says silver on it. Is it a Silver Sable reference? Probably. Better than a Pepsi reference in neon, I'll tell you that. So that's how Spider-Man has to fight the Hulk. She mentally unleashes the Hulk, you know, through mind control. She probably took over Bruce Banner's mind, just ripped the thing off, and well, then there you go. Granted, I'm glad Angry Hulk is back. I hope he's here to stay. Professor Hulk works for one bit, one movie, but the fact that they've kept him around for 10 years now, he lost that Jekyll and Hyde man and monster dynamic that makes the Hulk interesting. So yeah, I hope this is the norm now. I hope Hulk is back to being Angry Hulk. I mean, I'm pretty sure Banner lost his job though. I don't think University's gonna hire him back. The whole Spider-Man's powers evolving thing, it was cool in the movie, but it does feel it more or less exists for two real reasons, neither of which are a real character arc, though you could argue it's in here, but it feels like the point is so Peter can make this mutation inhibitor chip that this other company can use for their own nefarious purposes against mutants, in this case, Jean Grey. But two, the other reason it feels like an absolute video game upgrade, which there are moments in this movie that do feel, and so it's funny because I saw it and I was like, that feels like the Insomniac game. I know games should be plural, but it reminded me of the first one. Then internet chatter says, yes, this movie has moments that were very much inspired by the Insomniac games, but it did feel very video game, right down to this dude has this, I don't know, plasma shock rifle thing that just melts Spider-Man's webbing. And then, you know, he finds his animality, he gets into Super Saiyan mode, then he shoots his super duper webbing, and it goes right through that same shockwave. And I was like, okay, now you upgraded. Now you didn't have the correct ability, tech, or weapon, and now you do, and now you can get to that other stage of the game. It's very video game-ish, and it does feel more or less that's why this problem existed in the movie. Made for some cool shit. I mean, I liked how it looked in the Insomniac games. I liked how it looked here. It's really stylish stuff. Spider-Man lends himself to stylish stuff, and that's what this movie has. Even some camera work I really liked, where Spider-Man's fighting, and then he jumps onto the ceiling, but the camera rotates with him, so he always looks like he's right side up, just everything else flips upside down. I know, that's cool. Not the first time I've seen something like that, but really cool for Spider-Man. The whole thing in this movie is Jean Grey's looking for her sister. The last message she got from her sister was VMAX. What is VMAX? Hey, yeah. Metzger gets Jean Grey into this room, and she has the chip. Yeah. Metzger gets Jean Grey into this room, and she has the chip on her neck, so she can't use her powers, but they're blasting her with a thing that activates her powers so they can, you know, weaponize it. Basic human shit, that's what we do. You know, it's like, hey, that's an interesting thing in the world. Let's weaponize it. I don't know, it's kind of driven to. And when Jean is on what looks like the brink of death, she's looking up, she's all sweaty, she's wiped out because this thing is really taking it out of her. And she looks up and there's this really eroded label on the vent on the ceiling that said something, but to her it looks like VMAX. Yeah, her sister was killed by that guy. Dark. Then Jean just freaks out, sends out this psychic shockwave that just freezes everyone in a mile or so. Like Xavier style from Logan, everyone's just frozen, though seems less lethal here. Here's the thing that kind of takes me out of the movie, though. I mean, I liked the moment. I liked everything that I explain and talk about. I liked it on screen. However, there's some stuff that doesn't make sense to me in terms of the moral dilemma. She brings Metzger to her. She brings up these shards of glass that are going to go into his face. She's going full pissed off Ma at this point. Spider-Man's like, you can't do this. You're not a killer. Counter example. She is. She possessed MJ and tossed herself off a roof only to dip out mentally so MJ could see herself falling to her death. You could say she had faith Spider-Man would catch her, but she didn't. You can't know that that would happen. I mean, granted, the comic books don't exist in her universe. How would she know that a Spider-Man love interest falling from that height might very well mean a death sentence? If she went splat or Spider-Man webbed MJ's ankle and the momentum snapped her neck, she'd be like, oops, it was just a prank, bro. But she tried to kill MJ. She unleashed the Hulk, which could have killed a multitude of people. She definitely possessed a guy when she's doing, the thing from the movie Fallen. She possesses a guy and then while possessing him, walks back into traffic and he gets hit by a car. Moments like that take away from the emotional and moral dilemma of, you can't do this, you're not a killer, even though I've seen you be one. The scene's playing out like, oh, she hasn't killed anyone yet, and this is going to be the moment she might cross that line. But we've seen her try to kill a few times up to this point and possibly succeed once. That was a car hitting the human body, and we're pretty squishy. Not only that, but why is she hesitating now to kill this guy? This is the first guy she's run into that she has a reason to kill, and she's hesitating now? Walk a guy into oncoming traffic with impunity, but this guy, I don't know. This is what it's all been for. I guess I'll hesitate now. So to talk Jean down, Peter Parker's like, go ahead. Enter my mind. I got Aunt May motivational speeches in here for days. You'd be powerless against them. Anyhow, Punisher comes in clutch. And as much as Spider-Man was like, don't kill her, Punisher's like, horse shit. Let me tell you something, kid. You got your way of doing it. I got mine. Sure enough, he shoots at Jean. Spider-Man dips in front of the bullet. He takes the bullet himself. Not gonna lie. I actually thought he was dead. I try to stay out of the rumor mill as much as possible, so, it might be, Tom Holland signed on for 10 more of these movies. I don't know that, though, and Tom Holland's been talking about when he becomes a father, that's when he's gonna retire. Man, he took that round like a champ, but I was like, this Spider-Man might be dead. It's kind of ridiculous now talking about it out loud. Like, why would you think Spider-Man would die in this movie? Because I relinquish myself to the fantasy the film is building for me. Except for when there's a moral conflict of, Jean, you can't kill anyone again. So I like that the Punisher did take the shot and he went for it. That's what the Punisher would do. And I liked how the Punisher brought Spider-Man to the hospital. Then there's this really touching moment with Frank Castle and Peter Parker in the hospital. It shows that Frank Castle, like this kid, dude, something about Spider-Man. Spider-Man's just, he touches the lives of the people. As long as they get a mind wipe forgetting that they did hate him a couple years ago. It's like Peter Parker's the son that Tony Stark and Frank Castle never had. That is another thing, though. When there's a bullet wound, someone has a bullet wound and they're brought to the hospital, to my understanding, the cops are notified. Frank Castle's just sitting there in Peter Parker's hospital room being like, glad you pulled out of it, kid. I've been sitting here the whole time and the cops just never questioned me about anything. You know what this movie does do, though? Because it's kind of a weird pull. Jean Grey in a Spider-Man movie. Kind of feels like Spider-Man's also in an X-Men movie simultaneously here. But it does show what Xavier does for these kids. I see this as Jean Grey who never found Xavier. And in that, it shows the path that Xavier gives these kids. Without Xavier, they might go down a very dark path. Now that I said that, I imagine she's going to find Xavier and whatever Doomsday does to reboot this whole thing. It is kind of funny that the X-Men are being incorporated into these MCU movies in different ways. We have X-Men in Deadpool and Wolverine. We have them in another universe from the Marvels. And now we have a new Jean here that's not linked to any of them. Maybe they're throwing it at the wall, seeing what sticks. I have my tinfoil hat moment, though, because Jean's also a main support character in the Wolverine game that's coming out later this year. And I've always felt that movie studios like to have cross-promotion when it comes to characters in games. Like the game Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite focused heavily on the Marvel Cinematic Universe as opposed to the greater Marvel universe from the comics that the previous Marvel vs. Capcom games concentrated on. You look at the Injustice games, like Injustice 2, not all of them, but more than a few of the characters in Injustice 2 had a movie recently, or we're having a movie come out in the next few years. So Jean's in the new 2026 Wolverine game, Jean's in the new Spider-Man movie that came out in 2026, and I think that's why. And I also think that's why Injustice 3 just has never happened. They were probably going to have it happen movie recently, or we're having a movie. Look at the Injustice games, like Injustice 2, not games. Like the game Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite focused heavily on the Marvel Cinematic Universe, as opposed to the greater Marvel universe from the comics that the previous Marvel vs. Capcom games concentrated on. You look at the Injustice games, like Injustice 2, not all of them, but more than a few of the characters in Injustice 2 had a movie recently, or we're having a movie come out in the next few years. So Jean's in the new 2026 Wolverine game, Jean's in the new Spider-Man movie that came out in 2026, and I think that's why. And I also think that's why Injustice 3 just has never happened. They were probably going to have it happen, and then the Snyderverse went away, and then we got the Gunn universe, or whatever script they were doing that would cross-promote with the DC universe is, well, that's now toast. Watch, now that I said all that, Injustice 3 is going to be announced next week. You know what? Good. I'll never be more happy to be wrong in that case. Again, I don't know for sure, that's just my theory, but I've always seen this kind of collaborative effort with a cinematic universe and a video game universe and how they kind of touch. Maybe that's why Jean's in this movie. Maybe not. But it is a weird pull to have Jean in a Spider-Man story. Oh, post-credit scene. We gotta talk about the post-credit scene, which you can also find online. Video of it online is just rolling around Instagram like that. But yeah, there's that Spider-Man tracker that Ned Leeds made the app to, and then you see, oh, Spider-Man, and then it goes, new Spider-Man detected, and it goes out into space, which that app has some range. At first I was like, oh, it's Secret Wars, but people have brought in, well, that would mean Doomsday happened first, and that would probably affect Earth, so it's probably Doomsday. Maybe it's Doomsday, maybe it's Secret Wars, maybe it's Bully Maguire. But I can definitely see why people were like, we waited until the end of the credits for that? I mean, it's just a graphic. That's all it is a graphic of the app. It's not even someone holding the app. It's not like it's Nick Fury on his subspace device sending a text of, hey, please help to Captain Marvel or something. It's just a graphic of the app. Probably made it in 15 minutes, to be honest with you. Question, though. Real concern for Spider-Man. The person, not the franchise or the movie, but Spider-Man the man. Frank Castle uses that Spider-Man Tracker app. It seems to be out there for people to use. Could criminals use the Spider-Man Tracker app to track Spider-Man's movements and where he is and then just get the jump on him? Spidey sense can only help so much. Seems pretty dangerous to have that tech in the world, but I guess that's how technology is. Dangerous? Yes. Exists? Yes. Stopping it? No, there is none. But in the end, I enjoyed Spider-Man Brand New Day. It does indeed feel like a brand new day. Spider-Man's been to space and otherworldly this and that, and I'm glad we're back on the ground here. There's a scene where MJ finds the note that Peter wrote. It's actually a rough scene. It's emotional. She's like, I don't remember you, though. Like, this person that loved you, I'm not actually her. It's pretty much like, you gotta get over it, dude. I imagine they're going to bring Black Cat into this universe, so you'll be fine. But, you know, it's going to be a little rough for a bit. But Peter sees Ned sitting there, and he's like, you know what? And he gives him the whole secret handshake thing that they do. Pretty sure I butchered it, but that's the gist. And Ned remembers. And that's as real as it gets. Your ex may forget you, but your bros...
I don't think he remembers. I think what happens is he realizes, okay, the individual that came to his apartment during the party, he didn't know his name because he said his name was Anode, but it's kind of like Anode. But then, you know, then his meeting or Spider-Man's visit, MJ accidentally says Peter. And then when he says his name is Peter at the end of it, I think Ned kind of figures out, Peter, you must be Spider-Man, because obviously MJ says Peter. You know, she meant Spider-Man, but but that doesn't necessarily mean that he just remembers, because that would mean that the spell is broken. But the spell is not broken. He just put two and two together that Peter is in fact Spider-Man, that the one that he made an app about, and the one that visited the apartment. You know, that MJ said, be careful, Peter. And as I'm thinking this during my fifth viewing, I'm like, this is basically a restart, a start over for Spider-Man. This entire thing, if there is going to be a relationship between him and MJ and him and Ned for that matter, he gets to start it again. He gets to start that friendship over again, and it should be just as easy as it initially was, because Doctor Strange didn't really change their personalities. He just wiped their memory of Peter Parker from them, essentially making it to where he reset their memory of him, so they'd have to relearn who Peter Parker is, you know. So it's not like he adjusted their personalities. They're still the same people. So them learning about Peter and him adapting to them and becoming friends should be just as easy as it was the first time. It'll be exactly the same. So it's really, nothing's really changed too much.
Was there forever. All right, so Spider-Man Brand New Day. Have you seen it? What did you think about it? I've already asked you that. Who do you want Spider-Man to collaborate with next? Daredevil. I mean, that's the obvious choice, right? Daredevil. It's like Spider-Man's the bridge between Daredevil and the TV universe and the greater cinematic universe. He can dabble in both, and that's kind of cool about him. Whoever it is, whatever you think, comment below, let me know. And as always, if you like what you've seen here and you want to see more, click right here to see more.
So I saw that new feature film, Spider-Man the Movie. But wait a minute, Shafe. I thought you mentally checked out of the MCU after Guardians 3, and you haven't liked anything you've seen from it since. I liked Wonder Man. That was really good. But more importantly, I cannot overstate that I am a ride or die when it comes to Spider-Man. He's my favorite super guy ever, and I will be here for any movie with him in it, I'm afraid. And what do you know? This movie was actually really good. I very much enjoyed this installment in the wider Spider-Man saga. This is the first MCU Spidey installment that truly feels like traditional Spider-Man, where he's working on somewhat smaller scale New York crimes, and he's got a gaggle of his own villains to deal with. Literally, in the first 10 minutes, we see Nacho from Better Call Saul as Scorpion, finally returning from that post-credits tease 9 years ago, as well as Tombstone. Tombstone is just here now. He's not even in the movie after the first 10 minutes. He just exists, and he's one of Spider-Man's bad guys now. I like that. It implies a fair deal of time has passed since we last saw Spider-Man. And I also love how things could not be going worse for him. People have said this movie has shades of the Raimi trilogy, because we finally get to see Spider-Man miserable again, and dealing with an internal conflict that affects his powers. And yeah, all that stuff is pretty compelling. I actually think there's a solid theme in this movie, with Peter denying his human side, and more or less being Spider-Man full-time, since he wants to protect Ned and MJ. His conscious choice to refuse to let anyone into his life again makes him a great foil with two characters who don't have anyone anymore. The main villain, as well as Punisher. Yeah, Punisher is in this a lot more than I expected going in. I really thought he would just be a cameo character in the first third, but he's like one of the major players in this. And he's great. He obviously serves as a great reflection of Peter as someone who lost his own family. So they play off of each other really well dramatically, but also comedically. It's kind of funny, because I saw these guys 2 weeks ago in the Odyssey, and I didn't think their performances were quite as good as everyone else there, but it's pretty clear that Tom Holland and Jon Bernthal are absolutely pitch perfect as Spider-Man and Punisher. I'm kind of shocked it took this long to bring them together. I mean, I'm pretty sure these characters have a lot of history in the comics, but I guess it took a while to fully integrate the Daredevil characters into the wider MCU. We even get other Daredevil elements like the Hand in this, and they fit in pretty well. Honestly, I thought every wider MCU cameo fit pretty well here. You got Russian Florence Pugh as Peter's informant. I don't know when they met, but that makes sense. The Hulk is back in a way I think is going to be very satisfying to people who are not a fan of this fucker. The main thing I've heard divided opinions on, though, is know when they met, but that makes sense. The Hulk is back in a way I think is going to be very satisfying to people who are not a fan of this fucker. The main thing I've heard divided opinions on, though, is a new character introduced in the MCU that serves as the main villain of this movie. And yeah, I can understand why. It is a random ass pull. Like, sometimes the characters in this movie feel like they were names pulled out of a hat in pre-production. But I'm gonna be honest, I think it introduced in the MCU that serves as the main villain of this movie. And yeah, I can understand why. It is a random ass pull. Like, sometimes the characters in this movie feel like they were names pulled out of a hat in pre-production. But I'm gonna be honest, I think it really worked. The villain is tremendously threatening in terms of their abilities. It's a real how the hell is Peter gonna stop them sort of character. And the performance is great. Some people have complained that it feels too much like a blatant attempt to set up future plot lines and characters for the MCU, when this is supposed to be a Spider-Man movie. I kinda get that to some extent. Like, when we're really going into the villain's backstory, at some point during that sequence, I forgot I was watching a Spider-Man movie, but everything still feels self-contained to this movie. And they don't tease other characters. It's just this one, who isn't traditionally a Spider-Man villain. But it works for this particular story. When people described the egregious future MCU setup, I was anticipating something like the Sinister Six cameos from Amazing Spider-Man 2. There's nothing like that, don't worry. It honestly feels pretty contained to just this story. Most importantly, much like Punisher, the villain serves as a good dramatic foil to Peter. I really like the way he attempts to stop them, and I love how Punisher tries his own method. It's a real, what the hell is this guy gonna do against this threat moment. But yeah, it's pretty fun. I think at its core, this movie works so well not only because the story feels worth telling and like it advances Peter Parker's character, but also because the direction is really damn good. I like No Way Home and all, and I know it was filmed during COVID, but damn, that movie is turbo ass looking. You don't get any of those muddy, dark environments or distractingly weak CGI. This movie honestly looks really vibrant and alive, especially by MCU standards. The action is really fluid and well done in this, and a couple of fights in the second half are really phenomenal. I think all of this can be credited to the change in director, Dustin Daniel Cretton. He was behind Shang-Chi, which I didn't love, but it did have really cool action. And he's one of the creative forces behind that Wonder Man show I really liked. This guy really seems to have a thing for Ben Kingsley's Trevor Slattery. Like, it's weird that he showed up in 2 of his 3 Marvel projects. Anyway, the direction in this movie is so strong, it kind of makes you wonder what the hell John Watts was doing in the previous 3 MCU Spider-Man. Those movies are all pretty decent, but they do not have the sauce visually or direction-wise, aside from a couple select scenes where he randomly chooses to lock the f*** in. Here, this is a movie that feels locked in the entire time. For the most part, I honestly think it's a little bit long in the tooth. And it kind of gets lost in the sauce of not really focusing on Spider-Man as much in the second half. The first half is incredibly strong, and the second is pretty good. It's a fun time. I liked seeing Mr. Milchick and Tina from The Bear in it. I was pretty happy with the way they left his relationships with MJ and Ned. I thought that was a strong emotional aspect of the movie that also didn't cheapen the events of No Way Home. Overall, yeah, it's a good-ass movie, and I enjoyed it. Am I excited for Doomsday? Absolutely not, but it's nice to know that I could still dip in and out of the MCU when I please, and have a good time every now and then. I'm gonna give Spider-Boy Bold New Taste an 8 out of 10. I'll probably check out a bit more MCU stuff. Like, I heard Thunderbolts was pretty good. Maybe I'll catch it on a plane sometime. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Sorry if this review was a little late. Not only was I busy playing Splatoon Raiders instead of writing it, but I'm also currently in France. I wanted to see if Paris Promenade in Mario Kart was as impressive as the real thing or not. But I made sure to watch Spider-Man the day before my flight like a good little reviewer. And I'm glad I did. It's fun. That's about it. Good night, New York City.
Spider-Man Brand New Day released on July 31st, 2026, the 4th Spider-Man movie in the Tom Holland run of the beloved comic book character. This film showcases the MCU's iteration of Peter Parker in a more traditional version of the character, forced to be self-reliant, not utilizing the technology of Tony Stark or the Avengers, both of which are things that fans have criticized Holland's version of the character for doing during all the previous films. This film is far from perfect and has some considerable issues, especially pertaining to the cameos, the villain, and, well, the connections to the MCU as a whole, but this also contains a performance from Tom Holland that might just be the best adaptation of a comic book version of Spider-Man put to screen. I'm the real-life Fake Wizard, and this is a Fake Wizard's review of Spider-Man Brand New Day. If this review provides you any value at all, please hit that subscribe button, as we're making lots of reviews every single week. This film takes place 4 years after the events of No Way Home, where the world no longer knows who Peter Parker is. Aunt May is gone. Happy is gone. The Avengers are gone for more reasons than one. MJ and Ned have gone through college without any memory of their friendship to Peter. However, seemingly remember being rescued many times by Spider-Man. Alone, Peter devotes practically all of his time to being Spider-Man, taking out the threats of Manhattan and being a much more friendly neighborhood Spider-Man than we've seen in some time. Unfortunately, Peter's isolation begins to affect more than his mental clarity, as his arachnid powers seem to be changing him, creating natural web fluid and heightened spider sense to an overwhelming degree, all resulting in a more ruthless fighting style he has less control over. Now, Spider-Man has to juggle not only the change in his powers, but a body-hopping possession threat and the internal struggle of whether he should try reconnecting with his best friends. Okay, all of that you get from the trailers. None of that has been spoilers yet. Moving forward, the rest of this video will contain spoilers because it is required for our discussion. If you care about that and don't want to be spoiled, subscribe to the channel and come back after you've seen the movie. Alright, last warning.
You've already been spoiled, you've seen it, sorry.
This movie is a comic book movie. It's action-packed with some of the best web-swinging and action scenes we've gotten in a Spider-Man movie to date. The fights are flashy, they're satisfying, they have some bite to them. There's very clearly inspiration here from the Insomniac PlayStation titles, which Tom Holland has gone on to say was certainly used as an inspiration. I wasn't being hyperbolic with my statement. Inspiration here from the Insomniac PlayStation titles, which Tom Holland has gone on to say was certainly used as an inspiration. I wasn't being hyperbolic with my statement earlier. Tom Holland's performance in this is a genuine contender for the best live-action adaptation of both Spider-Man and Peter Parker. He nails it. He's cooking with this movie, and it's great. It's as if he heard all the comparisons online about who's the best Spider-Man, and he took that personally going into this. We also know that the production behind this had Zendaya and Tom Holland very much more in control than they had been in previous films. He is also easily the best part of this movie. When literally anyone else is on screen, you're like, no, get them out of here, go back to Spider-Man. I just care about Spider-Man. This movie, being more focused on his solitude, allows him to show off his range as a depressed and challenged Peter Parker. He has to carry grief and isolation and panic, while also being the quick-witted and quippy Spider-Man that feels like it's right out of the comics. He lands all of it. It also definitely helped that his costume is one of the best comic-to-screen adaptations we've seen for this character. Something that Tom Holland nails in this that I don't really remember the previous Spider-Man getting was him being a New Yorker. Like, during his exchanges with John Barenthal's Punisher, they'll get into these quick-paced back and forths with each other where he puts on a thicker New York accent and John Barenthal's doing a New York accent. And as someone who grew up in New York City, that was fun. As an aside, both the Daredevil Born Again series and this movie make lots of Staten Island references. Staten Island being the fifth and forgotten borough of New York City. And the reason it's always referenced and the conflicts never actually go there, like you never see a fight happening on Staten Island in a movie. The reason for that is because Staten Island is a dump. It's a dump. It's my home, and it's a dump. Anyway. And the conflicts never actually go there. Like you never see a fight happening on Staten Island in a movie. The reason for that, never the references. Staten Island being the fifth and forgotten in a New York accent. And as someone who grew up in New York City, that was fun. As an aside, both the Daredevil Born Again series and this movie make lots of Staten Island references. Staten Island being the fifth and forgotten borough of New York City. And the reason it's always referenced and the conflicts never actually go there, like you never see a fight happening on Staten Island in a movie. The reason for that is because Staten Island is a dump. It's a dump. It's my home, and it's a dump. Anyway, speaking of
Staten Island. First of all, why does Frank Castle keep mentioning Becky Island? I feel like I should know why. That's why it's so funny, because we didn't see it. It's completely like off screen, made up. I mean, it's narrative to the movie, of course, but it's not. That shit like that works when you don't see it. You just kind of imagine them doing it, like Peter saving his life, supposedly. And they should have like a little episode about them giving their takes on that. Like we see Spider-Man's perspective, then we see Frank Castle's perspective, and subscribe. Well, what is that? County in New York City. Release of it. Oh yes, right. It's small. No, we're not going now. Well, there's an island, I guess. Just saying.
John Barenthal. I thought he did an excellent job with this. It's the same with Mark Ruffalo's Bruce Banner. They're both used rather sparingly, never overstaying their welcome or overshadowing the main focus of Spider-Man. And also, they have overarching thematic inclusion, like representing the different aspects of Peter's life that he's currently juggling. They helped in making the film feel a part of a living Marvel Manhattan that you would have only seen in something like an animated series or in the comic books. However, the comic book nature of this movie is a bit of a dual-edged sword, as the movie does fall into the territory of don't think about it too much. If you start asking questions, you start poking holes, it is not enough to ruin the experience, but it is far too noteworthy. This movie will turn to sand in your hands. You cannot apply real-world logic to this film because specific aspects will instantly fall apart. And it's a good point for me to explain that where films like Sam Raimi's Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2 are all around great movies, like they stand on their own as great movies first, and comic book second, Spider-Man Brand New Day is a great comic book movie. And I think after you see it, you'll understand a little bit more what I'm trying to say. MJ and Ned are in this, and personally, I didn't care for them. They're not bad. If you enjoyed them in the previous films, you'll enjoy them here. They're actually the best in this they've ever been, but that's not saying much, because I've never liked either of them at all. Get rid of them, please. I do think that they spend a little too much time with those characters. They always have. It's during the times with Ned and MJ that this movie starts to feel like it's two different movies. Their involvement in the story is important and it serves a purpose, yes, but could have been restructured to fit a little bit better. Okay, and now at this point, we are going into mega spoiler territory, okay? Again, you've been warned. Whereas Bruce Banner and the Punisher are well used in this, they're there to complement Peter's own internal conflicts, there are additional characters that are a little or very misused. Yelena Belova, the Black Widow 2, is shoehorned into this movie, as if Kevin Feige, Yelena's #1 biggest, bestest fan, demanded that she makes an appearance. She shows up for an inclusion scene that comes off more as, hey guys, you remember Yelena, right? Her office is a bathhouse, ain't that silly? She's in Avengers Doomsday. You're gonna go see Avengers Doomsday at Christmas, right? You gotta see Doomsday. Her role in this is that of an informant, but I wish that her role was given to another Spider-Man character. In the introduction, we get a great montage of Spider-Man saving the day, recreating shots from comic book covers and defeating bad guys, like Scorpion and Tombstone and the Hand. Wouldn't it have been cool for Spider-Man to go and visit one of maybe his previous villains or maybe some other side character colleagues from the comics? You know, to try and suss out some information on who could be responsible for the conflicts happening in the movie. Instead, Yelena is here to be a marketing cameo for Doomsday, and also to assert and make sure you believe that this movie is small potatoes taking place in New York, okay? This is friendly neighborhood Spider-Man at the street level, and we know that because she will say it a couple of times. No, viewer, we're not in space again. Not yet, anyway. Oh, and Yelena demands that Spider-Man strip down and join her in the bathtub as a means of intimidation and because she needs to make sure he, quote, has no other weapons on him. Yeah, so you can tell this character is a Disney insert at this point, because Disney writers have a male superhero humiliation fetish, and forcing Spider-Man to strip down for an uncomfortable bath sequence is just so funny, isn't it, guys? Like, isn't that funny? Here, let's try something. We'll think of this together. It's a little brain teaser, okay? Let's swap the genders and characters, whatever, of the two figures in play here, okay? Have a male character demand that a female character undress and get in the bath. You wouldn't like that, now would you, right? Wouldn't we feel a little differently about that if the genders were swapped? Funny how that always works. Moving on. Let's talk Scorpion. The dynamic between Spider-Man and Scorpion and how they interacted was great. But I wish we got, firstly, more of Scorpion, but also more from the other Rogues Gallery. Spider-Man's Rogues Gallery is one of the largest parts of what defines his character, as the majority of the bad guys are foils to both Spider-Man and Peter Parker. If you look at Spider-Man and Spider-Man 2, a large part of what makes those movies so good are the villains of Green Goblin and Doc Ock. The performances of Willem Dafoe and Alfred Molina are iconic, yes, but their roles as villains elevate the character of Spider-Man. And with that, it takes us to the main villain, okay? The main villain of which, who Sony and Disney want you to believe, is not actually a villain, despite very much being a terrorist. And we find this in the form of Sadie Sink playing Max from Stranger Things. I mean Max from The Whale. I mean Max from... She's Jean Grey. Okay, she's Jean Grey, but just in name only. This performance is either just Max again, or perhaps we're learning that Sadie Sink can only play Sadie Sink. The villain in this isn't a villain. It's a bastardized adaptation of the X-Men character. She's attacking damage control facilities and using her psychic abilities to jump between people, taking over their bodies and their minds in an effort to save her sister, who was kidnapped by damage control some time ago. First off, this is not what Jean Grey's origin is. People will give it a pass for being an adaptation and not needing to be a direct one-to-one of the comics, but for people who'd like to see a proper Jean Grey on screen for once, this is another disservice. In the same way that Iron Man hijacked Peter Parker's introduction to becoming Spider-Man, like in the larger MCU, you know, we had Iron Lad for a while here. Well, Peter Parker has now hijacked the foundational beliefs of Jean Grey in becoming Marvel Girl. In the comic books, Professor X goes and rescues Jean, and she's the first student at Xavier's school. She's compassionate, she's kind, she's friendly, she's soft, and I don't mean soft as a weakness. I mean Jean Grey is the most empathetic and caring member of the X-Men team. In a lot of ways, and especially later on, I might even use the word motherly. The MCU's official version of Jean Grey is a deranged terrorist that, and well, it's going to be very hard for them to say that she didn't kill anybody when she's exploding buildings and crashing cars the way she does, but she hijacks people's minds and bodies, putting them into a state of nightmarish terror that they afterwards can't remember. She technically assaults both MJ and Peter at a moment on the rooftop. There are things this Sadie Sink character does that are out of character for Jean, number one, and number two, are bad guy territory of unforgivable. Jean Grey's story in this movie works in the context of the film, and it showcases Spider-Man playing an empathetic role of trying to help someone struggling to live as a superpowered being, and that, in itself, is very satisfying. But it would have been better if this was someone else, and not Jean Grey at all. Because this story wasn't Jean Grey. It is Jean Grey in name only. Jean is in control of her powers, which means she has agency, which is a word that Hollywood loves to use now, and she uses her agency to take away the agency of others, which means she's making the active decision to be a terrorist actively. She's consciously tormenting Peter by taking control and threatening MJ. Does she have a reason to be doing what she's doing? Maybe, that's debatable. The approach here is what we really should be talking about, because she plays this off as a bad guy with choices that, again, if you apply real world logic to, would wreck this movie. It is hard to be completely sympathetic with a character when they are outwardly endangering people, willingly, like making that as an active choice. Like if she's able to jump into people's minds and damage control wasn't able to track it, why did she need to destroy any of these facilities? She did not have to put any lives in danger to accomplish what she was after. She didn't have to blow up anything at all or reveal herself at all. Couldn't she have just easily taken over somebody's body, gone in to try and find her sister without being revealed at all? All of the explosions and the conflict and the violence were unnecessary. They were sloppy. The plot would have been more effective if she had just didn't have control over her powers yet. The destruction would have been a result if she didn't have control. Or perhaps... big perhaps here. Perhaps if there was another villain in play that was doing the mind controlling, that would have worked too. Jean Grey's inclusion in this movie is a soft launch for the X-Men into the MCU, rather than this getting to be a complete Spider-Man movie, and for that, I mean, what we got was good, but it could have, and should have, based on what we know about the production behind this, should have been better. Okay? Spider-Man Brand New Day is a great comic book movie, and it's also the best Tom Holland-led Spider-Man anything we've seen from the MCU, which is refreshing. The takeaway from this is that I don't care about seeing Avengers or MCU movies anymore. I look at the Doomsday cast lineup, and I just feel dread, okay? Maybe you feel the same there. But you give us more Spider-Man movies like this, and you learn from the flaws of this movie, and that's something I can look forward to, man. That is exciting. It is a nice day to be a Spider-Man fan. It should be the Spider-Man verse, and everybody else should just cameo in these movies from now on. Like, that's how it should be. There's a very good chance you out there will love this. Great, awesome, have a great time. For us here, Spider-Man Brand New Day is a 7.5 out of 10, and I look forward to seeing it once more on the small screen someday. Now, if this review provided you any value at all, please smash that subscribe button, and thank you for watching. We'll see you next time. Until then, create, innovate, inspire, and cancel Disney+.
You just heard it. I heard the whole thing in my trailer, and I've got to say, in all honesty, it's the biggest piece of dog shit that I have ever heard.
What is up, guys? Welcome back to the channel. Today, I am going to be reviewing the new Spider-Man Brand New Day movie that just came out. I just went down to my local movie theater. My theater was filled with a bunch of little kids, and they would not shut the hell up the whole movie. Like, literally, there was this kid that was wearing like a full Spider-Man costume, and he was like jumping up on his chair, shooting spider webs out of his hands the entire movie. But I'm going to give you my opinion on this movie, and spoilers, complete spoilers. I am going to be spoiling this movie, so if you have not seen the movie, click away now. I'm going to be spoiling it. And I'm going to be honest, man, I really do not like this movie. I know, I'm sorry. I just don't like this movie. I think it does a lot wrong with the plot, with the characters, too many plot holes. And we're going to talk about all of it. For the most part, the action was good. The actors were good. But let's talk about the plot of the movie. And this, you know, despite the movie being called Spider-Man Brand New Day, it really, really doesn't feel like a new story for Spider-Man. It has a lot of the returning characters like Ned, like MJ, and the entire movie is basically like, okay, Spider-Man, all of his friends forgot who he was, and he's been living in isolation, and he's been doing Spider-Man stuff in New York, but he's helping out Damage Control, which is like this government, this government agency, and he's helping them out, right? And he's been doing basically like local Spider-Man stuff, stopping the Scorpion, stopping, the ninjas. I can't remember the name of the organization. They were in the Daredevil, like the Hand or something like that. He's been doing like, local hero stuff. And, I really think that they should have focused on that stuff in this movie. I think that's what we really wanted, was to see a grounded Spider-Man that was kind of by himself, like a movie that was kind of by himself. You know what I'm saying? But no, they ended up bringing a lot of characters into this. They got the Black Widow, the new Black Widow. They got the Punisher. They got, Jean Grey, big spoiler there. She's the villain in the movie. The Hand, as I talked about, the Hulk. He fights all of them basically. And basically this, it's a mystery that Jean Grey is mind controlling everybody, doing some like voodoo, Doctor Strange type shit, mind controlling everybody. And he's trying to break in to the HQ of the damage control people, so they get Spider-Man to stop her, and he stops her, but then he realizes, wait, bro, she's not the real villain. Diddy was the villain the whole time. So then he goes to try to rectify the situation, and he stops her from killing the guy last second, and then everything goes on its merry way. There is some stuff with MJ that's pretty important. There's like we're going to talk about it, but my first issue with the movie is all over the place, man. This movie jumps so much around and is trying to do so many things at once. It's trying to set up the new Avengers movie by introducing Jean Grey and, all that kind of shit. It's jumping to Dr. Banner, where he's talking about, physics with the Hulk, and he's trying to solve his problem where he has like this new spider puberty thing that he goes through, which we'll talk about a little bit in more second. And, he's talking to MJ, he's going to house party, he's going to college, he's fighting the Scorpion. It just jumps around. It introduces way too many people. And the movie is just all over the place. It really felt like it was trying to do 100 things at once. And I feel like it's to its detriment. Like it's trying to be a Marvel movie instead of a Spider-Man movie. And I think that what we really needed in the MCU right now is a Spider-Man movie, and not just another, we get 60 big A-list actors. We put them all in a room and we go crazy. And I feel like this was kind of the big issue with the movie. It's like it's all over the place. It's trying to do the Ned and MJ plot line. It's trying to do the spider puberty plot line. It's trying to do the Jean Grey plot line. It's trying to do the Spider-Man, being lonely. And then there's like that cop that he talks to. The movie is all over the place, and it really just needed less characters, and it really just needed to focus in on one aspect, in my opinion. And speaking of the Hulk, man, they make the Hulk a complete bitch in this movie.
Look how they massacred my boy.
They make the Hulk a complete bitch in this movie. I kid you not. There is a scene in this movie where the Hulk gets defeated by the Punisher because the Punisher has a machine gun. There is a point in this movie where the Punisher comes out with a machine gun.
He didn't get defeated.
Machine gun and starts shooting the Hulk, and the Hulk's like, What are we doing with the Hulk? I'm sorry. Marvel has completely eviscerated the Hulk. Okay. Dr. Banner, obviously he's a scientist, all that kind of stuff. Dude, when he turns into Hulk, he gets defeated by Spider-Man. He kind of starts to beat Spider-Man, and then Spider-Man's like, don't you remember me? Even though, as we learned in the movie before, nobody should remember him, but somehow the Hulk semi-remembers Peter Parker's voice, which makes no sense at all. He talks the Hulk down, and then the Hulk, commits...
No, he does, because he's talking to Banner. Oh, yeah. Because he says his name is Peter. Because he introduced him as... he introduced himself to Banner, Bruce Banner, via the name Ned. He was taking the name of his best friend. Oh yeah, that's kind of weird how that works out.
Suicide and jumps off the building, lets a bunch of rubble carry him off the building. What is going on with the Hulk, bro? The Hulk is literally supposed to be the Thor. Ever since Thor Ragnarok, the Hulk has been a bitch, bro. Ever since the Hulk went away in Thor Ragnarok, and they've had this smart Hulk kind of plot line type shit going on, the Hulk has just been completely feminized. I hate to say, he will not fight. He just gets the Punisher should not be standing toe to toe with the fucking Hulk, man. And yeah, there's this. Also, speaking of the Hulk, there's this part of the movie where Spider-Man, he just comes up with this invention, and he's gonna put it on the Hulk's neck, and it's gonna turn him back into Dr. Banner. But he just takes 20 minutes to do it for some reason. He's literally just watching the Hulk turn into the Hulk, but he doesn't put this thing on the back of Bruce Banner. It doesn't make any sense. But let's talk about another problem I had with the movie, which is the Spider-Man AI. Okay. This was a big problem that people had with the older movies that I was kind of hoping that they could rectify. this thing has been played out at this point now. Spider-Man, I get it. He's a tech genius. He's super smart. He can create his own equipment. But his AI is literally just like talking to him while he's swinging. There's like a scene where he's fighting and then the Punisher calls him and the AI answers. And then like how he finds out Jean Grey is because his AI just takes a picture of her.
Oh my God.
Like, why can't Spider-Man figure this shit out on his own? He literally is just getting his fucking AI that he created to solve all of his issues, and it's just like talking the whole movie. And I think the AI, the Spider-Man AI or the whatever, I think it's really, really overdone, and I just don't like it in the movie at all. Like, I'm gonna be real. It is overplayed in the movie. The next issue I had with the movie is a major plot hole that I have, and let me say this. I see a lot of people hating on the actress that played Jean Grey. I actually think she does a really great job. I think all the actors do a great job in this movie. But there's so many plot holes regarding Jean Grey. And the first one I want to talk about is, why doesn't Jean Grey just tell Spider-Man about her sister? Because the whole reason Jean Grey is attacking these people at the damage control of the government is because they abducted her sister, right? Why doesn't Jean Grey just say, Spider-Man, hey, these people kidnapped my sister and I need help? The movie would be over in 20 minutes. Spider-Man's no longer trying to fight her. But for some reason, she just like is trying to gatekeep this information. Like, you think that she would tell Spider-Man, who's like a caring, compassionate guy, who's a super well-known superhero. You think that, she would be like, hey, please help me get my sister back. But for some reason, she's just like, no, she doesn't tell him she doesn't even tell him. He has to like deduce it with his spider AI, like the Spider-Man AI, and finds out that she has a sister because he looks through the database. Oh, it turns out she actually has a sister. But yeah, I don't understand why Jean Grey doesn't just tell Spider-Man that damage control kidnapped her sister. And then I just stumbled so hard. Another issue I had with the movie, it really just undermines the last movie so much, because what is the point of bringing back Ned and MJ? At the end of the last movie, the whole movie is like, I'm going to have to give you guys up. You're not going to remember me, and I have to start all over. But by the end of this movie, he's friends with Zendaya again. He's friends with Ned again. He's just basically gone back to everything that was in the end. Like, nothing even mattered. Like, he's connected with the Avengers through Black Widow. He is friends with MJ. He's friends with Ned. Now, obviously, he's not dating MJ and Ned. Not dating Ned. Obviously, he's not dating MJ. But I feel like it really just undermines the consequences of the last movie where everyone forgot who he was. It really didn't feel like anyone forgot who he was, because he just ends up solving it. Like, it does. Do you understand what I'm saying? It kind of just feels like it. Like, these guys here, why would they even bring Ned and MJ back? Like, what's the point of bringing them back if it just undermines the last movie, in my opinion? I don't know. That was just a small issue I had.
That's it when you undermine them.
Another issue I had was this guy who looks genuinely just like Diddy. The whole movie, I was just like,
Diddy. Okay, I'm gonna pivot a bit.
What's up, board fam? Eric here, and today I have quite a video for you.
Look at the title: The Critical Drinker and Film Threat Speak at Ultra Right-Wing Nationalist Event.
I'm pretty sure most of the audience hasn't seen this video. It's kind of buried. It had less than 10K views when I saw it 2 days ago, and I was absolutely shocked when I came across this video. Now, the video we're going to be watching contains Film Threat, Alan and Chris, and the Critical Drinker speaking on a panel at a convention. But not just any convention, the Young Americans Foundation. Convention from last summer, so it's only a year out. It's not that old. Came out last summer. They were speaking to a group of individuals, I guess, that want to take on journalism, and they have Critical Drinker there of all people. At least Chris has some history in journalism and Alan works with them, but it's a mess, right? So Young American Foundation, I don't want to say too much before we start watching the video. I really want to let the video speak for itself as we react to it. But the Young American Foundation, think of like Turning Point USA. It's one of these ultra right-wing organizations that really does pump out their own ideology. They say they stand for free speech, but they actively pursue lawsuits to shut down organizations and companies that give any sort of like diversity or equity inclusion programs, anything like that. It's on the record. You can go look this up. They just don't support LGBTQIA. And I would say they probably don't support most diverse organizations based on the things that I found. So this is where Film Threat and Critical Drinker, this is what they're speaking at. Before I turned on record, when I tell you we are in for a doozy, I'm not kidding. So the video length might be long, but I can tell you right now, it is definitely worth it. Let's go ahead and get into this video. It is a doozy. Grab a drink, grab some popcorn. Let's go.
Should be. My name's Larry O'Connor. I'm a board member of the National Journalism Center, which is a project of the Young Americans Foundation. You guys want to be journalists and learn how to do it the right way.
Oh, the indoctrinated way. If you've got these guys here speaking to your young journalists, you're not looking to have it done the right way. I know these guys. I've been watching their channels for a long time. If these are the guys you're bringing in to speak to aspiring journalists, so I feel really bad. Before I hit play again, I want to say I feel really bad that some of the people in this audience may quite possibly believe that they're getting real good content from being at these things. And they just have no clue. I feel bad for them. And the ones that are there because they just want to learn how to like control narrative and stuff like that, I guess if that's the reason you're there, you came to the right place.
And I do mean the right way. Look into the National Journalism Center. It's fantastic, great internships, great exposure here in Washington, D.C. I did not start my life as a radio broadcaster or as a podcaster, as I am right now, or a columnist. I started in the theater business. I was a manager of Broadway theaters and Broadway shows.
Does that really make you qualified to talk to these guys about movies and stuff and TV shows? I don't know. I think you probably could have found a better person for this.
This has been a really cool conference this week, and you've heard from politicians, elected officials. You got the Secretary of the Treasury.
Also, this organization, some of the greatest hits of people that speak here, we have people like Stephen Miller that has spoken for this organization. That's great, right? One of the most disgusting people involved in politics today has spoken for this organization and at this organization's functions. And guess who else is there? Film Threat and Critical Drinker.
Last night, I mean, these are worldwide figures who move and shape world events on a daily basis. But the conversation we're about to have on this stage, frankly, in my opinion, is more important than all of that.
That's really interesting. That's really how you're framing this. So you've got like actual politicians there doing things, and you're pushing this idea, some might say ideology, about how important it is in entertainment for these folks to be.
Looks like this is not as important as I thought it would be to this particular live stream.
I'm about to rank all the Spider-Man movies from worst to best, including the Spider-Verse movies. Talk about that Spider-Man Brand New Day ending. How the film ended and the end credit scene at the very end of the credits, there was only one. How it sets up the Avengers Doomsday and Secret Wars event. Because I think this low-key spoils Avengers Doomsday, to be honest, and leads directly to Secret Wars. Spoiler alert. If you have not seen Spider-Man Brand New Day, you should not be watching this video. Watch my Spider-Man Brand New Day review. And if you have seen it and you're looking for a spoiler review, I've made that as well. We're going to be talking about the exact ending, okay? Spider-Man gets shot by Frank Castle to save Sadie Sink's character, who is Jean Grey. He basically turns Jean Grey to the good side, to the light side, by letting her into his mind and then saving her. Jean Grey helps resuscitate him by hopping into his body and making him breathe. I didn't even realize that's what was happening, by the way, when he was in the hospital. Frank Castle helps Peter get out of there, and Peter's back to doing Spider-Man stuff and reestablishes his connection with Ned, who starts remembering, which I didn't like that much. And Jean Grey's on a train to nowhere. She will probably encounter other mutants like her, and at some point Charles Xavier's gonna pick her up. Charles Xavier's gonna be like, yo, look at this little redhead here, pretty little redhead. What do you got going on? I sense power within you, Jean. I am a telepath too. I can sense some darkness in you and some power. I can help you. I got a little school for gifted youngsters. Why don't you come? I know this looks like an Epstein type of school, a bald dude in a wheelchair luring kids into a mansion, but it ain't that. Now, if you know about the original ending for what was supposed to happen to Peter, I might make a whole video on that. According to a test screening, he was supposed to die, actually, and it divided a lot of people, so they changed it. And apparently the symbiote was used to bring him back, like in one iteration of the script that Tom Holland and a couple others didn't like. So there is that. Before I get into my theories for how that could lay the foundations for what's going to happen in Secret Wars with Tom Holland and the symbiote, let's get to the end credit scene. So we see Ned's spider tracker that he's been using throughout the film, and we see, oh, Spidey's here, and then we zoom out, and then Spidey, everything starts glitching. It's like the planets around this app start disappearing. And Spidey's off somewhere else into space. He's popped up somewhere, almost like he teleported there. And that sets the stage for Secret Wars. I actually liked the end credit scene a lot. It was perfect. A lot of people were annoyed, like, really, that's it? I thought it was great. I could have done maybe one more end credit scene with Jean Grey, what happens to her, because I'm fascinated by what they're going to do with her character. But great end credit scene. Just teases you the right amount. Spider-Man will return. They don't mention which Avengers film he's going to return into. You know why? Because he's not in Doomsday. Neither are the other Spider-Man variants. Maybe Tobey might be an exception to that rule, but he is going to be in Secret Wars. There's only one question to ask, because this is the thing that people have been asking. Which Spider-Man popped up on Ned's tracker? Was it Tom Holland's Spider-Man? Was it another variant? Could have been one of many variants. Secret Wars has a lot of variants in that particular storyline, after all. It could have been Tobey. It could have been Andrew, which I don't think is likely. Could have been Miles. You might be surprised to see Miles Morales' name here. I'm going to tell you why I think that. Or it could have been Tom Holland, of course. Avengers Doomsday is going to lead into this event where Spider-Man is somewhere off in space. I think Doctor Doom's going to win. They're gonna pull Thanos again, my guys. Like you know why? Because they felt how else would it happen? How else would Secret Wars happen? He needs to win and create his battle world. Kevin Feige's already said people are gonna be having a long wait for Secret Wars. They're not gonna want to wait. They're gonna want it right away, similar to what happened at the end of Infinity War. He will collapse the multiverse and create his one perfect timeline battle world. In the comic books, I believe the Beyonder? Was it him who teleported a bunch of heroes to Battleworld to do battle with a couple variants? I know there was another rendition of Secret Wars. They use, like, the Illuminati used some kind of spacecraft to get there. But regardless, Secret Wars is the battle of all variants. The reason why I think this is directly leading to Secret Wars is when the glitch happens in this end credit scene, it's like all the worlds disappear and Spider-Man automatically teleports somewhere in space. That tells me, by the way, this is Ned's tracker would never be able to track this, by the way. This is just a fun little thing they put into the end credit scene. Creative choice. When this happens, I believe all the timelines have been destroyed. Ruptured. And only one remains. And that's the one where Spider-Man is going to be sent to. In this timeline, there's a planet where Spider-Man gets sent to. He will be teleported there, in my opinion, to Battleworld to do battle in Secret Wars. There's a couple options as to who will teleport him, because I don't think the Beyonder is showing up. A lot of people are like, oh, the Beyonder is going to be here, played by Henry Cavill. I don't know where people get this. Mayday Parker, played by Sadie Sink. That was never an option. It'll either be Doctor Strange or Loki. They're the only ones with the power to do something like that. Maybe a Scarlet Witch if she's back. I don't know. Maybe Sentry the Void pulls Tom into the Void and puts him into the other Void, right? Here are a couple people that will be teleported to this world that we're looking at. The Thor Corps. Maybe a couple variants of Thor. The Dark Avengers. I do think we're going to get some Dark Avengers. Maybe there's a Captain Hydra. Maybe this is me being hopeful. Dark Scarlet Witch, Dark Doctor Strange, Captain Hydra, Maestro Hulk. Come on, man. The X-Men, we know they're in Doomsday. The New Avengers, Thunderbolts plus Falcon. Spider-Man, Tom Holland Spider-Man. Maybe a Venom, or at least the presence of a symbiote. Perhaps Either Toby or Andrew. Now, is it a different Spider-Man that was caught on the Spidey tracker? A lot of people were like, that could also just be Toby. Maybe Tom has been eviscerated and Toby is on this thing. I don't think that's the case. I think Tobey Maguire will be in Secret Wars with Tom Holland. Either doing battle with him or against him. I do not think Andrew Garfield is showing up. I have seen nothing about him being casted in this film, to be honest. And based on what I've seen from Andrew Garfield recently, I don't think he's wanted to do this, and I don't think he's... Based on the look of him, I just don't think he's in this. I don't know. Toby's definitely in this. There were rumors that Toby's going to die in the opening scene of Doomsday. I believe that if he does die in Doomsday, he will be brought back in Secret Wars. I'm not going to kill him off like that. They want money. All it takes is one shot of Tobey Maguire in this trailer for Secret Wars for that movie to do over $1 billion. That's all I'm going to say. There were rumors about him and Hugh Jackman having a fight. That could be another variant battle in Secret Wars. And that would be everyone's wet dream. Let's just be real about it. In the theater, all the fans will be geeking out. But imagine the shot. Imagine the shot, yeah? Wolverine draws his claws out. Toby gets the symbiote. She just calls on the symbiote to latch onto him. And symbiote Spidey from Spider-Man 3 versus Wolverine. I know this is me just fanning out. Me being a fanboy. I am a fanboy. Who knows? Maybe Toby might throw the symbiote to Tom and says, hey, it's your turn now, buddy. Wishful thinking, I don't fucking know. Maybe all this, the version of Battle World that we see will be the Void, where the TVA sends all the remnants of timelines they don't give a fuck about to. And in this Void, God knows how many variants have been sent there from different universes over the years and generations. Especially how many Spider-Man variants, right? If you are ever going to go to a dimension where there's a lot of variants, without having to climb multiple dimensions at once, the Void is a place to do it. Remember how many Loki variants were in the Void when we saw the Loki TV show? Yep. Deadpool variants in the Void? You're goddamn right there's other Spider-Man there. I think we're going to see more Spider-Man variants, and who knows, a fucking Miles Morales might pop in there. We know there's multiple variants of Blade. We got the Daredevil variants, Elektra variants. Come on, you're telling me Miles ain't going to show up? Now, I'm not saying Miles is going to have a big role in Secret Wars. I don't think so at all. I think they'll have a mention of him. But Tom Holland has mentioned in an interview recently that he already knows how the passing of the torch to Miles Morales would go. This brother would need to die for that to happen, by the way. But he already knows how it's going to happen. That tells me that they're planning this. I'm not a fan of that. I don't really want my Spidey to be replaced by Miles Morales. But then again, could they coexist? A friend of mine told me this. He's like, I think they're going to kill him off. Because if they both coexist, Miles will just be in this guy's shadow forever. And if they coexist, Miles will have like different creative powers which could make them overshadow Tom Holland's Spidey. They might not want to do that. Maybe they're just going to do a passing of the torch. Either have this guy retire or kill him off. I see it in Tom's eyes. I think he wants to retire from this role. I think he wants this to come to an end. We see him actively taking breaks between movies. Like I think he's not a fan of the Hollywood lifestyle and this big blockbuster lifestyle, and I don't blame him. He wants to be a family man. Respect. But that doesn't bode well for his future, right? And guess what? If he met a Miles from a different universe in the Void, Tom Holland, and then Spider-Man 5, everything's back to normal, he's in his own universe, it might get him the idea to have a sidekick or pass the torch to another Spider-Man to take the mantle, to continue the legacy. And maybe, because we already know there's a Miles that exists in this universe because we saw the Prowler, I think Childish Gambino played the Prowler and mentioned his nephew, Spidey might come across another dude named Miles and be like, huh, I have an idea. Maybe that's how they're setting that up. I don't know. I just think if you're meeting variants from other universes, it could give you an idea to have heroes in your own universe. Based off that could give you the blueprint. It could be possible that the Void will be formed in the battle world and all of these OG variants will die, and the Spider-Man will take inspiration from them, and to pay homage to them, he'll kind of choose some people from his universe to carry on the legacy. Jean Grey is apparently rumored to be in Secret Wars. I don't think she's going to be doing battle on Battle World, okay? I do think she will be shown in a cameo at the end of the movie when the official reboot occurs, when the official reboot of the universes occur. We're going to be seeing a cameo of her, maybe meeting Professor X or something, setting up the X-Men, which is going to be one of the newest movies afterwards. I believe Ghost Rider and Black Panther 3 are after this. X-Men will be the one after that. She will be the face of that, essentially, or leading that, her and Cyclops. That's what I think is going to happen with her. Here's my official theory, okay? I actually hate doing this stuff now because it kind of spoils the film for me. It did for Brand New Day, so I shouldn't be doing this, but fucking content, you know what I'm saying? I did like Brand New Day, so fuck it. Here's what I think is going to happen, okay? Doctor Doom is going to take Brand New Day, so I shouldn't be doing this, but fucking content, you know what I'm saying? I did like Brand New Day, so Fuck it. Here's what I think's gonna happen, okay? Doctor Doom is gonna take Loki's power. He might kill him straight up. Uses the TVA's void to create Battleworld. Toby and Tom will be teleported there. And I'm talking strictly from the standpoint of Spider-Man. This is my theory, okay? Toby and Tom will be brought there by Loki in his last moments, who brings all the variants together, or somebody else. Tom will be hit by a fatal blow and be on death's door in this film. Kind of like he was in Brand New Day, but like this time it's over, it's done. I believe he will be brought back with a symbiote, whether it's Toby's or I know there was a remnant of a symbiote left in his world from Venom. I don't know if they even remember or give a fuck about that. Regardless, Toby, my hand in the symbiote, says we need to bring him back to life. And that's their way of that ending, the original ending of Brand New Day, that's their way of bringing it here. He's going to be brought back with a symbiote. We will have a new black suit for Tom Holland because of this, ready to go for Spider-Man 5, and that will be this MCU's version of the symbiote suit story. All the OG variants, this is my theory, this could be completely fucking wrong, in fact it probably is. All the OG variants, Toby, the original X-Men, are done. This is it. They're not dealing with these characters again after this. They're done, the reboot occurs. They're gonna die, they're gonna be wiped out by the end of Secret Wars, somehow. That's what's gonna happen, man. I think the Void itself will be destroyed. Like, there will not be a space for dead variants to go to. That's how I see it going down. This is all gonna end up being wrong, like it was with Spider-Man Brand New Day. Like, Spider-Man Brand New Day, I knew what was gonna happen, yeah? I knew Jean Grey was gonna be the villain. I knew she was going to be a sympathetic villain who is actually the victim of an actual villain, who's the leader of Damage Control, who nobody's gonna give a fuck about because he's not that interesting. And I knew Spider-Man was gonna beat her via heart-to-heart. That being said, and I literally was hoping for another villain behind it all, like Mr. Negative, or, you know, like, but I've learned that if you are trying to have specific expectations for films, you're going to let yourself down before the films do, because they're never going to live up to that. And you know what? I will say this. I give shit to Marvel and Hollywood a lot. Recently, I'm going to say this, maybe people won't agree, I'm going to give Marvel some credit. 2025 to 2026 has been a decent year for the MCU compared to the last couple. Thunderbolts, Fantastic Four, I have problems with that movie, but the third pack was my main problem, but I think it was a well-crafted film. Daredevil Born Again Season 2 was actually pretty decent. Season 1 was kind of mid. I've heard Wonder Man is okay. What else came out? Did anything else come out? Oh yeah, Spider-Man Brand New Day I think was the only other thing, right? Am I missing something? That was it. You know why that's... You know what's interesting about that? That's a lot less quantity than your last couple of years. It tells me that they're focusing on quality over quantity, especially with the way they're talking about the release of films after Secret Wars. They only announced 2 movies. And I've heard they're canceling all their upcoming Disney Plus shows after Daredevil. They are done with quantity. Maybe they learned the lesson. Maybe! Like, obviously, you can never... It's false hope all the time when it comes to this industry, alright? Maybe they've learned their lesson. I don't know. I am seeing I did really like Brand New Day. I think as fans we have to learn that when it comes to studio films and creatives, I saw a Kevin Feige interview, him talking about why Jean Grey was chosen for this specific movie. And a lot of people were like, oh, it ruins Jean Grey and her origin. I think Jean Grey, there are issues with the fact that they just brushed everything bad thing she did under the rug, but it doesn't ruin her character. There are ways that they can still build upon this character and make it comic accurate going forward. I think people are fucking stupid when they say stuff like, oh, they ruined a character. People act like it's the end of the world if Jean Grey's a bit different than the comic books. I'm not of that opinion. I'm actually very, very fascinated with how they're going to go forward with this. What the hell was I trying to say? I forgot my point. I went on a ramble. As fans, post Endgame, I think we have to come to terms with the fact that nothing will be the same again.
We don't know if it's ruined.
That in the midst of giving us what all the fans always wanted in movies like Endgame and No Way Home, they sacrificed a bit of quality in writing. They're trying to have a resurgence of it. Brand New Day was the result of that. And they played it safe. Don't get me wrong, they did play it safe. That, if I predicted all the things that happened in the film and there were things I didn't want to happen, and you're still a good movie, if you were to tell me, Zafy, this is what's going to happen in Brand New Day, on paper I'm reading all that, Ned and Zendaya kind of get their memories back. Did not want that. Jean Grey's the villain. Didn't want that. Hulk is kind of used as cannon fodder in the film. Did not want that. Punisher is a joke in this film. Did not want that. But when I see the film, I'm like, okay. I'm annoyed by some of these choices, but it's a damn good movie. None of them really none of them ruined the entire movie experience for me, you know? I can admit it. despite me going off of this film. Those are my thoughts on that, guys. Bye! Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a mission to take over Tobey Maguire movies, Andrew Garfield movies, and the MCU films. I'm not including any of Sony's technical Spider-Man related dogshit villain films. They're all trash. If I was gonna give a slight address to them though, I don't even think Morbius is the worst of them. Morbius I actually find somewhat entertaining and enjoyable, maybe because of Matt Smith as a villain. Dogshit film, but I can still find some entertainment in it. These... Hell, Venom 2, even Venom 3 was ass. Not a fan of it. Madam Web... Let's what talk the hell about is that this? Spider-Man.
They're at the
These
bottom
two
of
are
any
what makes the
list.
film. These
Any
two are
list,
what make
not just Spider-Man list,
any list. The shittest films in existence. We're gonna go right into things here, all right? Number 11, Spider-Man: Far From Home. I want to be clear here. I don't actually think any of these Spider-Man movies are like terrible or bad films. Even Far From Home I enjoy a lot, especially in the first half when it's just school stuff with Peter. Then the film kind of falls apart towards the end, kind of before the Mysterio reveal as well. Things don't pan out. I don't really enjoy the second half of this film that much. It's still it's an entertaining film. Don't get me wrong. I could rewatch it here and there. I just think for a Spider-Man film in 2019 after Endgame, it just feels a bit disappointing. I do feel like the whole Nick Fury, Elementals, and then Mysterio stuff at the end, like it's a nice twist. It's a twist you see coming. It makes sense for this specific villain, but Mysterio is not even close to my favorite villain. When he does show himself as a villain, his character kind of just loses all... Everything that was interesting about him is kind of gone. The third act of this film kind of loses me, but I did enjoy the film. I can say that. I enjoyed a lot about this film, especially in the first half. Number 10, Amazing Spider-Man 2. I'm a fan of Amazing Spider-Man 2, guys. I actually like this film. This film has a lot of problems. It kind of repeats all the mistakes that Spider-Man 3 made, but I enjoy it. I think it has some of the coolest fight scenes in Spider-Man history. I think it has some of the best web swinging scenes in Spider-Man history very easily. I like the scenes with Electro in this, like the fights and the way he looks. I'm not really a fan of the villain himself. Oh, I'm an obsessive fan, and he didn't notice me, so I'm gonna go crazy. It reminds me a lot of Riddler from Batman Returns, who had a similar kind of stupid thing going on. So there was that, but I think Electro looks cool. I will say this. Dane DeHaan as Green Goblin, very, very rushed villain. Rushed him in the third act, or even if you can even say that. I still do put AIDS on his face to make him look crazy. It's a very stupid character, but I do like what he did in the film, which is killing Gwen. I like pretty much leading to her death. I will say this, the reason why this is above Far From Home for me, maybe Far From Home is a better film on paper, structurally. But I will say, no film has made me feel emotion like this scene in the entire Spider-Man series. I have never come this close to crying. I did cry when I saw this. There's one scene that comes close, but this one, Spider-Man Far From Home has never got me anywhere near as emotional as Amazing Spider-Man 2 did. This is why Amazing Spider-Man 2 has to be a notch above. Number 9, Spider-Man 3. Guys, I want you to just take a look at this. No superhero poster has come close to this level of aura. I like the Dark Knight poster with Joker. Why so serious? And I like some of the Batman posters, but this... Oh my god, that is such a beautiful suit. That's half the reason why this movie is above the last two I mentioned, okay? This is a problematic, flawed film. Rushed third act. Too many villains. A lot of stupid bullshit happening. A lot of plot holes. I understand. Guys, this is still a damn fun movie to watch. There's not a single part of this film that's boring. The Spider-Man symbiote scenes are great. Watching him in the new suit is awesome. I love Dark Peter. I love Dark Peter. I love it when he's going on the road. Look, bro, it's iconic. These scenes you can't get. These are etched in memory forever. Come on, man. I know people laugh at this and don't take this seriously. Guys, this is an integral part of this guy's character. He becomes dark because of the symbiote. Why do people hate on this? It's so funny. It's so cool. This fight with him and Sandman is awesome. It's one of the best fights in Spider-Man history. I'll go to the deathbed saying that. The fight with him and Harry in the mansion is awesome. Harry's so funny in this. The third act is kind of ass. Listen, a lot of cool stuff happens in the third act. I love seeing him and Green Goblin team up. It's a lot of like, come on, what they do with Venom and the way they end Venom in this especially, it's just, I'm not a fan of it. The third act is kind of where this movie, you could say this movie falls apart like all the way through, but not in my opinion. This movie's got problems, all right? And I'm just gonna say this right now. Mary Jane is when she's not being a damsel in distress every single film, and that's like the biggest problem with this trilogy. There's nothing with her character at certain points. She's just not a good character. Like, I'm gonna be honest, bro. With this, I made a whole video about how Mary Jane's a terrible person and a terrible girlfriend, but she's the weakest of the love interests in my opinion. Even I don't like Zendaya's character at all, but I'll take Zendaya's character over what the shit that this girl does in these movies. But I still really enjoy the film. Number 8. The Amazing Spider-Man 1. This one I had a problem with because I don't actually think this is that much of a better film than Amazing Spider-Man 2. Amazing Spider-Man 2 has problems because it has a lot of villains and it has a lot of stupidity going on with Harry Osborn and all the stuff and just the things that happen in it, right? Amazing Spider-Man 1, I don't really feel much watching this. They do rehash a lot from Spider-Man 1 with the whole Uncle Ben and all this shit. It's kind of a similar film, just with a new villain and a new love interest who's 10 times better. The costume kind of, it just looks like the Tobey Maguire suit, but more like a basketball. Not a fan of it. These two are what make the film. These two are what make the entire Amazing Spider-Man series for me. Like, Gwen Stacy is legitimately the best love interest for a hero, maybe ever in cinema history. This is one of the best couples ever. Period, point blank. Their chemistry is amazing. It's beyond. That's the single reason why I will have this ranked above those other Spider-Man films I just mentioned. Because of these two. And I really do like the Lizard in this too. I like him as a villain. I like his look. I didn't mind it. But it is these two. These two are the entire reason why Amazing Spider-Man 1 is where it is. Spider-Man 1, besides that, I was questioning whether I should put it above Spider-Man 3 because I really, if I had to pick any Spider-Man film to rewatch, this wouldn't even come close to cracking the top 5 maybe. Number 7, No Way Home. This was one I struggled with too because I actually kind of wanted to rank this a bit higher. But here's a couple things, okay? This is one of the most unforgettable theater experiences I've ever had. I've never had more fun in the theater. I think there was maybe an Avengers film and a Fast and Furious film theater experience I had that came close. This movie was a roller coaster ride in that theater. So awesome seeing it's fan service. It's the ultimate epitome of fan service, this film. I will say, for all the shit this film gets, because it has so many extra characters, Doctor Strange, all this, I still think they managed to balance it well and tell a good Peter Parker MCU story, in my opinion. I really like Green Goblin in this. I really do. I will say, I do find it odd that we didn't get more of him and Toby. Like, he should have been wanting to kill Toby just as much as Tom Holland's Peter, if not more. He does stab Toby at the end, but I wish we had gotten more scenes. It would have made more sense, you know? There's some plot holes in this film. I like seeing all these faces again. I will say, I do find it odd that we didn't get more of him and Toby. Like, he should have been wanting to kill Toby just as much as Tom Holland's Peter, if not more. He does stab Toby at the end, but didn't want to do. I will say, I do find it odd that we didn't get more of him and Toby. Like, he should have been wanting to kill Toby just as much as Tom Holland's Peter, if not more. He does stab Toby at the end, but I wish we had gotten more scenes. It would have made more sense, you know? There's some plot holes in this film. I like seeing all these faces again. MCU story, in my opinion. I really like Green Goblin in this. I really do. I will say, I do find it odd that we didn't get more of him and Toby. Like, he should have been wanting to kill Toby just as much as Tom Holland's Peter, if not more.
I think the reason why, because he sees that he has something he can take away, which he does. As anime.
He does stab Toby at the end, but I wish we had gotten more scenes. It would have made more sense, you know? There's some plot holes in this film. I like seeing all these faces again. The biggest problem with this movie is rewatchability. On rewatch, with all the surprises gone, there's not much to this film. Parker MCU story, in my opinion. I really like Green Goblin in this. I really do. I will say,
Refresh it. No, I didn't refresh it. We gotta stop with pop-ups, man. Oh my, listen.
More scenes, it would have made more sense, you know. There's some plot holes in this film. I like seeing all these faces again. The biggest problem with this movie is rewatchability. On rewatch, with all the surprises gone, there's not much to this film that really stands out, unfortunately. It's a movie that when I'm rewatching it, some of the dialogue, some of the choices that they make, I'm just like, this is not hitting for me. And I do think it's because this film relies on nostalgia and cameos to really just get everyone's dopamine receptors up when watching it for the first time. This is a great watch. It's a great experience seeing this for the first time. Experiencing Spider-Man No Way Home. All your boys are back. But on rewatch, you know what's happening, you don't want to watch it. And that's the sign of a film that isn't really carried by its technical storytelling, you know? And I do think Tom Holland gives a great performance in this. It's just, there's not much to it. I will say, out of all the Spider-Man films in the MCU, though, this is the one that hammers down consequences hard. Aunt May dies and everyone forgets who Peter is. That's my favorite part of this movie. That's why I have this above all the other films. Because the consequences for Peter in this are so dire, are so insane, and they set the stage for an isolated Peter Parker story. That's the best thing about this film, in my opinion. Number 6. Spider-Man Homecoming. I thought I was going to rank No Way Home above this. But rewatchability is actually a higher... It's a bigger factor for me in ranking films than I think most people. Which is why you guys might have a different list than me. Oh, you probably will. Spider-Man Homecoming is genuinely such a fun Spider-Man film that I could watch. I really had a great time with this when I saw it. I really, really like the Vulture. I really like Michael Keaton. I think he's a very compelling villain. I will say he does incinerate a dude in a film and walk off like it's nothing. I do hate it when films do that because they make that's when you push your villain to the more cartoony, purely evil side than the whole relatable, logical, deep side. You know what I'm saying? But regardless, I liked him. I liked that they connected him and Peter through his daughter. I will say the Lizzie character is a problem for me in this film. This is before him and Zendaya's MJ got together, yeah? Things were so good. I like Peter when he's alone, you know, and just crushing on people. Him and Ned were great. I liked it when it was just these two. I miss these times. I really, really do like this. I will say the entire Washington Monument sequence is still one of my favorites in a Spider-Man film. I just love I love Peter interacting with the surroundings, like school trips, high school, all this stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's part of the reason why I think I like this movie so much. There's a scene where Peter Parker has rubble on him. He's buried in it, and he's literally crying. Tom Holland gives an amazing performance. He's crying. And then he gets the strength to lift it back up, right? Great scene. Very few times do we see a superhero put in this kind of vulnerable position. It was really great to see. Now, there are some things that people will bring up, like Tony Stark being a big part of this film, kind of stealing Peter's shine in a lot of the scenes. Because this came after Civil War, directly after Civil War, he recruited Peter. It makes sense to have him in this movie. I just would have preferred to see a bit less of him, maybe, but you know what? I don't care about that as much as most people, to be honest. For me, like, there are some cliches and tropes this film follows, you know, like, we don't know much about this character at all besides that she's Vulture's daughter later in the film. There's a scene where, like, we don't have no development with her and Peter. There's just a scene, right, where she comes up to Peter and just asks him to the dance or the prom or whatever, and she's a senior girl, and I'm like, is this really believable? I don't think this would ever happen. It's the writer's excuse to make Peter in the same house as Michael Keaton, to have that reveal. And it's a great reveal when you find out the Vulture is her father. But I just don't buy this character and this attempt at a relationship. I'm glad they didn't move further with it in the film. I really think this is a good Spider-Man film. I actually do. I could rewatch it. In fact, I'm planning to rewatch it soon, this week maybe, after I'm watching Spider-Man Brand New Day again tonight. I should have probably made this after watching Spider-Man Brand New Day again. But anyways, I will say though, I do think Betty and Spider-Man should have hooked up at some point in this series instead of her and Ned. Just gonna say that. Number 5, Spider-Man 1. Guys, we're entering the top 5, the goated category, yeah? This is my childhood movie, dude. I have never rewatched a film more than this, guys. When I was a kid and I saw this, first of all, I had a crush on MJ. As I grew up, I learned that MJ was kind of a demon, but I love this film. I love everything about this. I love Peter Parker in this. I love his struggles in this. His crushing on a girl, right? He has all the relatable struggles of a high school nerdy kid. He's crushing on a girl, getting bullied, then gets these powers, then has to learn responsibility. When Uncle Ben dies, it's sad, it's emotional. The wrestling scene right before that, sick. It has one of the best... No, it has the best final fight in a superhero movie, period. Him and Green Goblin, when they throw hands, it's some of the most brutal shit you've seen in a superhero movie. I've made so many videos on this, guys. This one fight is, I think it's a masterpiece, this fight. We've never seen a superhero be put in this position. I talked about how Tom Holland was in a vulnerable position there. Peter literally shits himself with how hard he gets uppercutted by Green Goblin in this fight. This movie, upon rewatch, has it aged well? I still think it holds up decently. Some of the effects are a bit dated. It is very cheesy. The Mary Jane as a character, she's kind of just a damsel in distress who does weird shit. Like, like Mary Jane as a character is problematic. I've always found Mary Jane to be just a weird love interest. I've never really liked her that much. There's a complaint that Spider-Man doesn't tell enough jokes. I don't give a shit about that personally, but regardless, there is that complaint there. This is still my favorite suit, not because it's the most comic accurate, because it looks badass. This is high-octane Sam Raimi direction with sincerity. That's why I really like this film. You could say it hasn't aged the best. If it was to be watched today by today's audiences, they probably would laugh at it. I think it has sincerity that most modern day, especially MCU films, don't have. And it has the balls to keep a straight face while these characters are doing some of the cheesy shit they're doing. And I rate it. Green Goblin's suit is stupid. It's a Power Ranger suit. They made up for it in No Way Home with just him in a hood. But I fucking love this film. I don't give a shit. Number 4. Oh my god, people are gonna get pissed at me. Zaffy, how dare you? You've been talking so much shit about this film the last couple days. About how it disappointed you and all that, and you're gonna rate it number 4? Above Spider-Man 1, are you insane? Guys.
I'm so sorry.
I know. It doesn't make any sense. And many of you will leave. Don't leave. Let me explain myself, okay? Let me explain. You're gonna have different opinions, okay? I think this has my favorite first half of any Spider-Man film, period, point blank. Really love seeing Spider-Man just be Spider-Man. Have Spider-Man Peter Parker struggles. I really love seeing Tom Holland's performance as he's watching his girlfriend get kissed by another dude, watching Ned not know who he is, being alone, isolated, seeing his body evolve and him just losing his shit. I really love that stuff. I thought it was phenomenal. I really love the Punisher in this. He adds so much levity. I know there's a thing about this Spider-Man specifically and other MCU characters coming in and stealing his shine. I don't feel like the Punisher did that. I feel like the Punisher added the right amount of levity to a movie that had Peter feeling this isolated. Because Peter Parker can't be the normal comedic, happy Peter in this, because he's not. He's simply not. He's someone who's struggling. This has some of my favorite action of the entire series. Nothing comes close to the Green Goblin Spider-Man final fight because of the brutality, but the hand fight, the swinging scenes, right? The Hulk fight, right? The action scenes in this are very well done. I think this also maybe has my favorite Peter Parker performance. I know, again, Zaffy, how can you say that with Andrew Garfield putting in a almost Oscar-worthy performance in Amazing Spider-Man 2? Yes, that scene with him and Emma Stone, and Andrew Garfield is just great. He's my favorite actor of the three. I think he's the best actor of the three. But just seeing Tom Holland's depression... I witnessed this guy watch Zendaya get kissed at a party, and I could see his entire heart sink into his asshole through his face. That's what you call good acting. I know, man. Tom Holland gets a lot of shit, and I've been a defender of him. I think this is my favorite Peter Parker performance. Maybe recency bias. I agree. Maybe it's too early to make this video. I think he was phenomenal in this. The second half, when the more comic booky villain stuff starts to get revealed, things become more predictable, maybe a bit less interesting. I do think the character that they chose, I don't want to spoil it in case you haven't seen it, but I do think the character that they chose as the villain, or the threat, let's say, I do think it was well done enough that I don't hate it, but I would have preferred them to go a different route. It felt like they played it a bit too safe at the end there. The Hulk got nerfed. Doesn't really need to be in this movie. You could have replaced him with anything. It just feels like we just wanted the Hulk in here. Great fight with him and Spidey. And I'm sick and tired of Zendaya. There's too much screen time dedicated to her in this film. That's like another big gripe I have with this. Honestly, man, if they cut out Zendaya a little bit and made things a bit less predictable towards the end, just by a bit. There's one character they could have used to actually make it less predictable. This movie could have been like top 2. Honestly, man. Maybe that's a stretch, but I feel like this movie did play too safe. For my tastes, maybe they had to after what they did in No Way Home, going balls to the wall, but I think for Peter Parker's story, this is one of the best Spider-Man films. One of the best. Not the best, because there's one that comes above this in terms of that. But I really, really like this film. I really, really like this film. It's one that I want to rewatch. Like No Way Home, it's good. It's nice to see people's reactions in theaters if you're rewatching it for that purpose. But at home, like, there's no point for me. With this, I feel a bit differently. Again,
I just got to see everybody's reactions. I have to see them laugh and shit, and I like it. You know, it's a lot of seats being taken. So. And yeah, it's a very, yeah, you know, seeing it how everybody relaxed, people laughing, people moaning, no, you know, things like that, and people laughing and snickering at Frank Castle, the Punisher, all his scenes are just obviously the comic relief, but you know.
Maybe it's recency bias. Who knows? A year from now, let's see.
So just an update here after my rewatch of this film. I still am firm on my stance that this is probably number 4 because I really did enjoy it more than I thought. I didn't think I was going to enjoy it that much at all on rewatch, but I feel like it's going to be one of those films that with the expectations lowered a bit, because my expectations were high, and the fact that so much came out about this film that made it predictable, so many leaks and all that. Now that all the expectations were lowered and I got to just sit down and enjoy it, I really, really enjoyed it, and a lot the second time. Probably a lot more than the first viewing, I'll be honest. This is definitely a movie that has rewatchability to it. And again, like I always say in my videos, rewatchability is a massive, massive factor for me.
Number 3, Across the Spider-Verse. Loved this film. Loved watching it in theaters. Couldn't get enough. I actually didn't want this movie to end at some point when I was watching it. I loved everything. This is a movie, again, that has a lot of characters in it. Not just Miles Morales, but it does them all well.
That's the thing about it, like, and it's easier to do a lot of characters in an animated movie than it is in a live action film, because in a live action film, the more characters you have, the more characters you add, the more unbelievable it looks. But in the animated movie, for some reason, the animation just makes it work. And for me, at first, I really didn't like Brand New Day all that much. Like, I liked it, but I didn't love it, and I was kind of mixed about it. And having watched it, like, I think 5 or 6 times, if I look at my IMDb, right, my AMC stubs, I want to show this real quick to show how many times I've seen the movie. I think I've had about, give or take, 5 tickets. I think their website is pretty busy. My first time I saw it, I remember AMC had I had to wait in line, online. I had to wait in line. That means as soon as I went on the website, when we refreshed again, I had to, it showed me my place in line on the app, as well as on the website. And if you get on the app and then get on the website, you'll be in 2 different numbers. You might be number 4 on the app, and you might be number 10 on the website. So, never mind that. First of all, let's look at my A list. Let's see, refresh. I think I got 2 more movies to watch this week. You can see right here, got Avengers Doomsday. I can't get Doom Part 3. I can't get tickets for that on IMAX, because if I'm going to see Doom Part 3, it's going to have to be an IMAX. Right? So I'll go ahead and open both of these. Back key. You can see I saw them both today. Both Dolby Cinema. So that makes this twice right there. 3, 4, 5. So I saw it 5 times. I saw it twice on the opening day. See what that is. Yeah, Thursday I saw it twice. Then I saw it once again Friday night. I think that's total of 5 times. I'm going to count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 times. Any day, 7 o'clock. Dolby. That's where I sat. More or less saw it. Really about 4.75, because I didn't finish the final 5th viewing. The 5th and final viewing. in the 11. I'd say about, because I watched roughly 75% of the last time, which was at this it was the time to get 10:30 showtime. The 11. I like to have it centered as much as possible. But and this was of course oh, that's the same ticket. That's the same ticket. Anyway, yeah, so and each time but by the fourth time, after seeing it the fourth time, like after I saw the 7 o'clock showtime in Dolby Cinema, I actually decided, yeah, I really like the Spider-Man. I still don't love it, but I like it more now that I've allowed it to settle in my brain, and I've allowed myself to become accustomed to it. I finally adapted to it. I finally, like, I can accept Tom Holland as a Spider-Man. It took me a while, like, and I said after my first showing, it might take me a minute to really accept Tom as a new Spider-Man. But now I can. So, go back to Zaffy.
Well, it's a sequel to a film that already established all of these characters, so it has that advantage. Miles is a great character. His parents are really fun. I love seeing their interactions. I love seeing the mom is fine as fuck, man, I'll be honest. I don't know who's voicing her, but she's fine as hell. And at some point I was like, okay, they're having a lot of development with him and his family, like a lot. To a point where this movie was getting long. I was like, when are we gonna get to the superhero shit? But they got to it at the perfect time. The villain is awesome. Spider-Man 2099 is awesome. The only problem with this film is it ends on a cliffhanger that feels a bit... I don't know how much credit I can give this film because it feels like it has an incomplete third act. And a lot of these other films, it's really hard to end your movie. And a lot of these other movies did it, and some of them don't do it in a way that I liked. So I have to ding them for that point. This film doesn't even have a complete third act, so how could I say it's truly a better film if it feels incomplete, you know? But for everything that was happening right before the third act was fucking amazing, with the canon events and seeing Miles have to struggle across dimensions and try to save it. It was a deeply personal film, despite all the shit going on. That's how you do a big crossover film, in my opinion. Number 2, Into the Spider-Verse. I don't actually know if I like... should I rate it number 2? I think this is, as a film, technically, it is one of the best Spider-Man films. You could even argue it is the best. And it feels like a complete film too, right? It doesn't have that third act kind of shit. If honestly, if Across the Spider-Verse had a more of a complete third act, it would be above this for me. But this is one of the best multiverse films ever. It's a better multiverse film, in my opinion, than Endgame. It's a better multiverse film than Multiverse of Madness. Miles Morales, great character. That shot of him falling and taking the leap of faith was sick. I love Into the Spider-Verse. Number 1. Have I missed any Spider-Man movies up until this point? I don't think so. That means there can only be one. I don't want to be a cliche here. It's going to be the one that everyone... I tried to come up with a different Spider-Man movie to take number 1. None of them could do it for me. Spider-Man 2 is a masterpiece in superhero cinema. Everything... I don't want to be a cliche here. It's going to be the one that everyone... I tried to come up with a different Spider-Man movie to take number 1. None of them could do it for me. Spider-Man 2 is a masterpiece in superhero cinema. Everything that's good about Spider-Man 1, this one has in spades. The only thing, and I'm going to say this first, the only issue I have with this movie is Doc Ock. I love Alfred Molina. Great actor. Decent character. Not a fan of the whole, oh, my tentacles are telling me what to do, and I'm not a bad guy, I'm just crazy because of these tentacles are taking over my brain somehow. You know, like, I'm not a fan of that. And he has a lot of cheesy-ass lines in this film. No! Power of the sun in my palm of my hand. Right? It's just... I don't know. It was a bit much for me, this film. But everything else, the action scenes with him, Peter Parker losing his mind. This guy... is losing his mind to the point where he has no powers. He's getting blue-balled by MJ. His personal life and social life and school life is getting killed because of him trying to be Spider-Man. They go harder in the paint with this guy suffering than they did in Brand New Day, which is what I like about this. Listen, I'm not a sadist. I don't want to see Spider-Man suffer all day, but this is, come on, man. This is how you give us compelling Spider-Man stories. Seeing Harry Osborn hate on Peter for being friends with Spider-Man. right? Seeing this idiot ask Peter for rent every 2 seconds. That train fight, the glorious train fight, one of the best action scenes ever. Him stopping the train, him shitting himself. Toby gave everything to this performance. The fire scene, one of my favorite scenes ever. And the catharsis you get at the end when he finally tells MJ who he is, and MJ cheats on her husband on the day of their marriage, by the way. Terrible love interest, terrible girlfriend. I don't know how many times you have to say it. But the catharsis is amazing. It's a freeing, emptying feeling, because you just want this guy to get a W the entire film, and those films are the ones that you walk away thinking, that was a great movie experience. It's still the GOAT. It's still the GOAT in my opinion. There's a thing here about nostalgia versus recency bias, I'll be honest. I had this thing too. I made a Predator list, like a Predator film list, right? Where I ranked them all. After watching Predator Badlands, I ranked it number 3. I'll be honest, I tried rewatching it with fam, and I couldn't. Like, I could to a degree, but I started feeling like, there's a lot of things that are sticking out that are annoying me. That, I don't know, like... It wouldn't be the Predator movie I would give to a person who is just coming into Predator, you know? So I had to rethink that list. This one, something similar might happen, who knows? But dude, I love this. I love Spider-Man 2. Brand New Day, a year from now I could feel differently about it. I could love it more or hate it more, I don't know. But for now, that's my Spider-Man ranking. Tell me what your Spider-Man films are, what you would rank them. Let me know what you think. Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are on a mission to take over Hollywood. But the army must keep growing. If you want to suggest video topics to me, or talk about your favorite movies or favorite film theories in a community with like-minded individuals, join the Zafy Discord now. Link is in the description and the comment section as well. Join us. This movement is just beginning. We're taking over Hollywood, one coke line at a time.
I love Zafty's material. So join the discourse.
What is happening?
Okay.
In the site.
Didn't want to play you, man. Come on. But damn. Let's see if I can find something. Speaking of which...
Sam Raimi's Spider-Man went through numerous iterations during early development. The foundation for the film was primarily based on James Cameron's unproduced version, with David Coep initially crafting the screenplay. Over time, the script evolved through multiple rewrites, borrowing heavily from Cameron's ideas while gradually transforming it into the version we see on screen. As a result, early drafts of the film contain some striking differences that make watching Raimi's final product feel almost surreal compared to what it could have been.
If somebody told you I was just your average ordinary guy not a care in the world, somebody lied.
Structurally, the early script mirrors the final film in many ways. It still opens with Peter and his classmates visiting Columbia University, but there are several notable deviations. The script begins with Peter being beat up in an alleyway by Flash Thompson and his friends. The reason? Peter tried to talk to MJ on the school bus, which did not sit well with Flash. Making matters worse, Peter's personality in this draft is far more sarcastic and quick-witted than the shy, soft-spoken version in the movie. His snarky remarks only serve to aggravate Flash further. Mary Jane Watson is also portrayed quite differently in this version. While she is still friendly and easygoing, this MJ does not know Peter. Despite being in the same class and living next door, this creates a noticeable emotional distance between them, with little to no romantic development throughout the story. There's also a weird take on Peter's transformation.
The hell wrong with you? Hey, yo!
After waking up from his fever, he is covered in sticky white residue. When he looks at his wrist, a white ooze leaks from his hand. Curious, he presses down on it and accidentally shoots a web into his face. This scene draws inspiration from the organic webbing idea in Cameron's version of the film. There's also an interesting moment in the early draft where Peter practices his web shooting for the first time. He heads to a nearby junkyard to test his web shooting abilities, but quickly realizes something's off. His aim is terrible. It's not that he's inaccurate, the problem lies in the way his webs behave. They arc unpredictably, veering off in strange, random directions, making it nearly impossible for him to hit a target directly. Frustrated, Peter scavenges through the junkyard, gathering many mechanical parts. He solders everything together into a rough, makeshift device, a pair of wrist-mounted web shooters. These aren't traditional comic-style web shooters that generate the webbing themselves. Instead, they serve one specific purpose: to help Peter aim. Once equipped, the webs hit every target with pinpoint accuracy. This idea of the web shooters being a non-mechanical device stems from James Cameron's original script. In that version, the webbing still came from Peter's body, and the web shooters were purely cosmetic. What's especially interesting is that this concept made its way into the final film. One piece of promotional material from the movie confirmed that Peter built the web shooters not to shoot webs, but to help him aim more accurately. However, the web shooters were later removed through CGI. These are just a few examples of the many small yet intriguing changes scattered throughout the early drafts. Dr. Octopus was initially written as the secondary villain in this version of the Spider-Man script. He was a significant part of the story for some time, and Sam Raimi even confirmed his involvement during Comic-Con 2000. Clearly, he was strongly considered for the film, as there was a wealth of conceptual artwork depicting him in various scenes. When we're first introduced to Dr. Octopus, he's working inside Oscorp. He wears a white lab coat and is attached to a machine that controls his mechanical arms, which pierce and manipulate chemicals within a sealed glass chamber, a scene that appears in this early conceptual work. In this draft, Otto Octavius replaces Dr. Strom from the final film. He oversees Oscorp's major projects, including the glider and the human enhancement serum. Norman Osborn, in an attempt to please his shareholders, fires the entire research team, including Otto. As he's being forcefully removed by security, he lashes out using his tentacles in a violent rampage. The scene ends with Otto screaming in agony as the mechanical arms encircle his head. The next time Dr. Octopus appears is during Green Goblin's attack on the Unity Day festival. The chaos is broadcast live via a news helicopter. Otto watches the event unfold on TV, badly injured but still clearly unhinged. When he spots the glider in use, he becomes enraged, furious that his invention is being used without his consent. He vows revenge on Norman Osborn and swears to reclaim what's his. His next major appearance takes place at the Daily Bugle. After Peter argues with J. Jonah Jameson over the newspaper's anti-Spider-Man rhetoric, a tentacle suddenly comes into the office and grabs Jameson by the throat. It's Dr. Octopus. He demands to know who's taking the photos of Spider-Man. This scene was also shown in conceptual artwork and served as an early version of the Daily Bugle attack.
Who's the photographer who takes the pictures of Spider-Man? I don't know who he is. His stuff comes in the mail. You're lying! I swear.
As Peter tries to slip away, Otto blocks all the exits with his arms, forcing Peter to confront him as himself. Otto then demands to know the identity of the Green Goblin. Peter, genuinely unaware, tells him he doesn't know. Otto leaves, but not before issuing a warning. He's keeping an eye on Peter from now on. Norman Osborn's arc is not fundamentally different from the final version. I would say that he's considerably colder and exhibits fewer emotions than his more charismatic self in the movie. Norman in this version is much more critical of his son, Harry Osborn, an aspect of his character that will lead to the film's central conflict. Norman also has no connection to Peter Parker, so the father-son dynamic is no longer an aspect. Like the final movie, Norman becomes the Green Goblin by inhaling the performance enhancer. However, the context for why it happens is different. Norman is attacked by Dr. Octopus, who flings him across the room using the tentacles. During Otto's rampage, the glass container with the chemicals Otto was working on breaks, causing a green gas to leave the container and envelop Norman, transforming him into the Green Goblin. Since the conflict regarding the Oscorp board members is no longer present in this version of the story, Osborn's conflict revolves around a different character instead, his son. You see, much like the final movie, Norman is upset at Harry for not having any ambition or drive to become great like himself. When the Green Goblin emerges, he states that Norman deep inside wants to kill the weak link in his family, now making it his mission to get rid of Harry once and for all. Norman then attacks Harry Osborn at the Unity Day festival. After Green Goblin attacks Aunt May, Peter is guilty. He runs home in distress and emerges. He states that reminiscing about his life. The pressure gets to him, and in an act of vulnerability, Peter throws his costume into the fireplace, watching it burn to ashes. This scene was in another version of the story, in a different form, where Peter, instead of running home, goes to the hospital boiler room and burns his costume there. After destroying his costume, Peter is approached by a mysterious man in a black trench coat who hands him an envelope addressed to him. Curious, Peter heads to the roof of the Oscorp building. When he arrives, he finds MJ and Harry waiting, each claiming the other invited them. It's quickly revealed that the invitations were a trap set by the Green Goblin, who now plans to kill all the people he considers a nuisance. The Goblin attacks the rooftop with pumpkin bombs, forcing Peter, MJ, and Harry to run for the Oscorp elevator. As they escape, Peter tries to suit up as Spider-Man, only to remember that he burned his costume earlier. He separates from the group to find a replacement, eventually grabbing a new Spider-Man outfit from a clothing store and racing back. Meanwhile, another figure steps into the scene, a man in a trench coat with mechanical tentacles, Dr. Octopus. His arrival sets the stage for an all-out rooftop battle. In a desperate move, Green Goblin kidnaps MJ and flies off to the Manhattan Bridge, prompting a high-stakes chase. Spider-Man defeats Green Goblin by slamming him into a massive spiderweb. Dr. Octopus, meanwhile, is taken out by several pumpkin bombs detonating around him. The story ends with both villains being arrested and taken to court, while Spider-Man and MJ share a kiss. Like the theatrical version, the final scene reunites Peter, Harry, and MJ, but instead of Norman's funeral, the setting is a courtroom where they likely testified against Osborn. The script closes with Peter swinging through the city, renewing his promise to Uncle Ben and choosing to live as Spider-Man once again.
Spider-Man is amazing. It's one of the best Marvel movies out there, and it's easy to tell
Date stamped on their forehead.
why it was so influential to the genre. There's a lot I want to say about this movie, so let's start from the very beginning. Spider-Man's origin is done very well in the movie. There's a lot of strong decisions that set up the tragic elements of his origin, and the progression of his character is done very well. A vital part of origin stories is to make our characters flawed. We need to be given a sense that they have a lot to learn, and a compelling reason for why they learned their lesson. From the start, they do a great job of establishing what Peter Parker wants. In his school life, he's often an outcast who only has his best friend to talk to. He gets antagonized by the bullies and gets jealous of their status and respect. Not only does this succeed in telling you what Peter Parker would seek if he were given a special gift, but it also justifies his temptations to be spiteful and snap back at those who try to put him down. It helps us get into the mind of Peter Parker and understand the decisions that he makes. Once Peter gets his powers, we see him struggle to get used to them, like any human would when given something new and extraordinary. As Peter gets used to them, the movie demonstrates a learning curve so that it becomes more rewarding and impactful when we see him officially become a superhero and take on more demanding challenges. As he discovers his powers, the movie does a good job of relating his use of them to his established wants. He wants to show off to MJ. He wants to get back at Flash and get satisfied by the respect he gains. He wants to lean further into that by making a brand out of his powers and using that to gain money and respect. While Peter is a good kid at heart, the negative progression of his character manages to show how power can be corrupting and the side effects of giving in to selfish temptations. And in order to overcome these flaws, Peter needed a figure to help him.
With great power comes great responsibility.
Uncle Ben is effectively utilized as a mentor figure for Peter Parker. The movie does the proper legwork to connect Peter and Ben's experiences so that Ben can reasonably relate to Peter.
You're changing. I know. I went through exactly the same thing at your age.
What's great about Ben's character is how he represents problems that never go away, and he sets a great example as to how Peter can work through these problems as he matures. While Peter experiences his own hardships, so does Ben. The first scene we see of him establishes that Ben was laid off in favor of corporate greed.
I'm already on my ass, mate. When the plant's senior electrician is laid off after 35 years, what else would you call it? The corporation is downsizing the people and upsizing their profits.
Oh, Ben, you'll get another job somewhere.
Well, May, I'm 68 years old. I'm too old for computers, and besides, I have a family to provide for.
Like Peter, Ben has to face harmful consequences brought by those in a position of power. This is going to be a never-ending issue so long as there are people who disregard the impact of their actions. Like Peter will come to experience over the years, Ben experiences self-doubt. He feels the pressure of having to provide for his family, especially as he grows in age in a world that's constantly evolving. It does a great job of demonstrating that responsibility isn't easy, even for him, and that's a challenge he always had to live through and one Peter will as well.
We've been down and out before, but somehow we survive.
The difference is that Ben doesn't give in to selfishness or spite. He uses his struggles to push him forward, which is something Peter will learn to do himself. Ben is already reflecting the ideals of Spider-Man, and that's really effective, because it makes sense of why Peter follows those ideals in the first place, and why he's capable of changing for the better.
These are the years when a man changes into the man he's going to become the rest of his life. Just be careful who you change into.
What's really great about Peter's change is that it's a product of Peter directly going against his uncle's ideals. Peter chose spitefulness over responsibility in the face of conflict. His decision mattered so much that it resulted in him losing his uncle, and that's really the perfect way to snap Peter out of his mindset. His selfishness and abuse of power started to affect him, as he lost someone he cared about, someone who tried to motivate him to act on something greater than his own pain and mishaps. It provides a compelling reason for Peter to change, and it only makes sense for Peter to honor his uncle by living up to his ideas. What's also really great is how Aunt May helps Peter get there at his lowest point. The shift in dynamic
Two little things.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man, does whatever a spider can. Spins around in his eyes, catches thieves, just like
City of
Look out.
Angels!
Here comes the Spider-Man.
It's Thursday night.
Is he strong? Listen, bud.
And time for the MMTE of Spider-Man Brand New Day. Throwing it back to 1967 for the cartoon I watched as a kid. Love this thing. And here we go on this Thursday. It's going to be a massive weekend at the Multiplex, guys. I'm telling you, the crowd's up at AMC Burbank. I have not seen anything like this. Even Barbenheimer didn't have this many people. And it's a diverse crowd, right? You've got a little bit of everyone, families. That's why this film's going to be so big, right? 4 quad. That means young, old, man, woman, dogs. They're all there tonight. Please don't bring your dog to the movie theater. Please don't. But let's do it. Let's talk about this film because I am a fan. I'm just going to let it out early and just say that and disclose it. And then let's discuss why I like the film. And then most importantly here tonight, because I know a lot of you have seen the film, whether it be last night in those Amazon Prime screenings or today, because the screening started like noon, we are ready. I want your comments. Come in. I have a feeling you like the film. I mean, I don't know how you don't like this film, but if you don't, come in and tell me how you you didn't like it, and I'll say to myself, okay, let's go ahead and go there. Let's talk about it. Here's my 50,000 foot view of this film. In the X reaction, again, thanks for joining us live here on either X or YouTube. If you're not subscribed yet, do that. It is Midnight Movie Talk on YouTube. Give me a thumbs up. Awesome. Let's get going. Swing along with Spidey as he battles arachnid rage in Spider-Man Brand New Day, rooted in the power of friendship adventure that's equal parts relationship-driven and action sequences. Holland's never been better as the shockingly only low-key builds to Doomsday. I expected more of a tie-in, right? The tethering of the two films. Not really at all. So that is actually something I don't mind. We'll discuss that as we get into this. And I want to say this, the audience I was with was into this film. They were cheering. They were excited with all the reveals. Not a lot, but when they are there, they were stoked. So here we go, guys. Let's get ready. Here's the scene setter as we get ready to do this. As always, nobody does it live like MMT. Here's a quick look at tonight's MMTE. It's Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Sometimes Spider-Man has to do the hard thing, even if it breaks Peter Parker's heart.
Spiders have 3 life cycles. And for those spiders who make it through, it amounts to a kind of rebirth.
And here we go. Let's do it live. All right, here's what I like about this film. I really am into anything that's character-driven and mature, right? A lot of the films I recommend to you here on MMT are cinephilic kind of things. And I feel like when you get a director like Destin Daniel Cretton in on the action, you're going to get exactly what you see here, that emotional, grounded film. I go back to the first time that I learned who this dude was in Cretton. It was Short Term 12, one of my favorite films of, I believe it's 2012, maybe 2013. But you look at that film, tiny little indie, and so many huge names came out of there, including Brie Larson and Rami Malek, including many others. But you look at that film, and very grounded and very much of a dramatic impact film. And here's the thing. When you look at Cretton as a director and you go back to, you look at what he did with Shang-Chi, here's how I know that Cretton gets the best out of his actors. I want you, when you have a free moment, to go back and watch Shang-Chi and pay attention to Awkwafina's performance. In virtually every other movie that's not The Farewell, Awkwafina is out of control, full wattage, doing her thing. Well, guess what? She's not there, and she could have, because it's a Marvel movie. But that's what Cretton does. You can tell what Cretton does with his actors is said, hey, put a lid on it. Give me less. As we like to say, modulate down, volume down. And you get that from this film and from Destin Daniel Cretton as a director. And he is a big part of why this film works. The emotional punch of this film as Spider-Man is rebuilding his life. As you guys remember, No Way Home, when that film ended, he had to have all of his buddies forget who Peter Parker was. And now he's on his lonesome, and he has to rectify, how do I continue without my crutches, my best buddies, okay? That we can all relate to. We've all lost a friend, a loved one. And I think this film does really nice job of touching on that. Look, I also like the buddy cop infusion here. When you talk about Bernthal coming in Punisher, you get that, you know, we've seen it before. You saw a little bit with Strange and Spidey last time around, but this time, you know, look, we know that Bernthal plays Bernthal in every movie, and he's doing it again here as Punisher. If you haven't seen the series, I haven't, but I know exactly what to expect as Bernthal as Punisher. But you get that buddy cop, you get that relationship and that antagonism, and that works here. That's fun. Let's talk about the cast here as I pull up the IMDb page, because I feel like this is a nice time. We did this for the Odyssey. I can kind of break down who I like here, who I think excels, maybe some people that need to work on some things. Tonight, really not much to say from a work on perspective, because again, getting back to Cretton, he gets the best out of his actors. So again, not many notes on that end. Tom Holland, the best he's ever been as Spider-Man. He has to do emotionally more, I think, here. And because you're working with Cretton, again, you get that grounded, emotional, just kind of grittier performance out of him. I like that. Zendaya, she has her moments. She gets, I don't want to give the film away, but she has that scene where it's not really Zendaya. I like that. It's dark, okay? So that's interesting to watch her do that. Ruffalo's not in the film a lot as Ruffalo, more as the Hulk. But listen, I know you might not like his politics, but he is Hulk, and you just see him and you go, okay, we add some weight, yes, literally and figuratively, to the film with his addition. We talked about Bernthal. He does the same thing in every film, but we're used to that. And then you look at Sadie Sink, without revealing who she is, even though it says right here who she is. I'm not familiar with this character. Guys, I'm not a CBM freak. I go to these films. I'm familiar with them. I've seen them all. But don't ask me to start talking about issue 197 of some reveal. No, we're not doing that. So as I watch Sadie, really the only time I have any experience with Sadie Sink is from The Abysmal Whale, where she plays a one-note bitch the entire time. Well, guess what? Here, she's kind of playing a bitch again, but I think that obviously it works here more than the truly wretched Whale. What an awful film that was. But you look at Marissa Tomei shows up in some flashback scenes. Always nice to see her. You've got a bunch of nice ensemble performances here, and it gets back to Cretton doing the thing that he does, I think, better than anyone in the Marvel universe so far as a director. I do like the tank action set piece here. It's early on, and it's big, and it gets you into the action side of this. If you wanted to see the character thing, now you've got your big giant howitzer cannon tank thing rolling through Manhattan, and boom, there we go. And it's a cool scene. I like that. Here's one of the issues. We got back to Sadie Sink. Let's go back there for a second without, tipping my hand too much. But there's a lack of pure villainous villainy here. I think that's an issue. You have Scorpion show up, but kind of like a side character and not really all that much focus. I think that's not the end of the world. Just saying that's this film, is that Sadie Sink isn't really the villain, or is she? That's to be determined, but I think we see when we get that character arc where we're going with that. It's an overlong film. Look, it's 2.5 hours or a little under. It needs to come in at 2:05 max, 2 hours. You go back to a lot of those MCU films post Endgame, they came in right about 2 hours. I feel like we had to get there. I think someone had to tell Cretton, I like what you're doing here, but we've got to pare this down just a little bit. It's not enough.
I like the one time. I said in the previous reviews, it should be, about 2 hours, but I'm actually satisfied with the one time now.
Of a note to drag the film and say this whole thing falls apart, but that third act drag, you're talking about that final battle that we always see, and the whole setup that takes too long. It happens in every film. I go back to, you look at Man of Steel, a film that I loved the first half of, and the back half I wanted to gouge my eyeballs out for the obliteration of CGI on the screen. It just went on and on and on, the carnage, and I just was like, I'm out. I'm tapping out. Not quite here, not like that. But again, I just wish these directors and the studios, whether it be Marvel in this case or DC, you compact that final act. Compact. Supergirl had that issue. Supergirl sucks. This is way better than Supergirl. But right, it's still about making that third act. I got it. We did it.
You got to make your third act stand out, even if it's negative. I don't care. You got to make it stand out, even if it's negative. Even if people see it as negative, they don't like it, you got to make your third act stand out, period. That's a rule. I'm writing it law, and I'm writing it in cinema law, movie making law. I'm trying to check my glasses as well. Damn, I need to clean them again. What if Peter had to clean his glasses multiple times?
We wrap it up. That's always going to be my note. MMT score tonight, I think it's fair because I think it is a very solid film. I enjoyed a lot of it. I probably will see it again. So I'm going to give it a 90%. That is an A-. I still prefer No Way Home. Why do I prefer No Way Home? Because I am a fan service guy. I'm not going to shy away from that. And I think that film, when you bring back the old Spider-Man, you get that lift that this film doesn't quite hit, but it's not that film. This is a muted film. Okay. And getting back to one of the things I do like about this film is that it's not directly tied into Doomsday to the point where it feels like all we're doing here is a promotional ad for the film that's coming next. In fact, there's only one tiny, very end credit scene, but nothing like you're used to in the MCU. That's a positive. So what I like here is the fact that, again, it's self-contained. I don't have to think about Doomsday for the entire runtime. You have a little bit of a couple characters coming in, as we know, but I'm not going to say who, because you haven't seen it, but that's not a bad thing. That is not full on, let's push Doomsday the entire time. The fix here is to tighten that runtime 15 to 20 minutes, get it down to 205 max, and I think there's ways to do that without question. You put me in the edit, I'm going to be able to tell you, here's what we're going to squeeze. We're going to squeeze here, squeeze here. I don't necessarily lose a scene. It's about squeezing things, again, making that last act a little less protracted, bring it in compacted a little bit. I think that's always a note. It's almost universal whenever I have one of these MMTEs. But tonight, we're thumbs up on Spider-Man Brand New Day. Controversial take, but I like this more than No Way Home. Evan, you're not alone. You know, as I said, I prefer No Way Home. But if you prefer this, I don't have a problem with this. Here's what I know. This film is hella better than the two that preceded No Way Home. What was that? Homecoming and Far From Home? Homecoming, the one with Jake Gyllenhaal? Oh, okay. Far From Home, was that the one? Whichever one. Oh, I think it was Far From Home. Listen, no. Okay, they're okay, but this is better than those. So, right, if you're asking me to stack these, we are clearly going to go for me, No Way Home 1, this is 2, and then the other two below. The one with Gyllenhaal, by far the worst. So, look, this is where Marvel needs to be, and we're going to talk about box office here momentarily. This film is going to be colossally huge because when I walked into AMC Burbank tonight, I have not seen a crowd like this hype, this juiced for a film in a very long time. Odyssey had a crowd, but not like this, okay? This reminds me a lot of Doctor Strange and the Multiverse of Midness. Remember, that was like the first big film that we were allowed to go back to movie theaters, and it was so stacked. People are dressed up like Spider-Man. They're buying the AMC popcorn head. That's like $50, isn't that? I saw a bunch of people with that Spider-Man head walking around. Look, a mannequin head, right? Walking around, eating out of a skull. Tons of those. They're making bank, man. Sodfic, welcome to the stream tonight. It's reaching endgame numbers opening weekend. 300 million's the floor for this. Let's talk about that because I want to do the theater check right now. I'll give you my number, then we'll do box office, and I'll get back to your reactions on this film. Come in right now. If you're watching on X, the only way to get a hold of me is to go to Midnight Movie Talk on YouTube, subscribe, and then comment on this stream. I will get to as many as possible. I am not like the other people, Nerdrotic, who only answers super chats, which means you pay to have a question answered. No way. If you want to,
this is how he says that. We run.
Get to as many as possible. I am not like the other people, Nerdrotic, who only answers super chats, which means you pay to have a question answered. No way. If you want to, awesome. Steve's one of our boys here on MMT. Give me a lot of super chats. We love that. But I am not going to train you to say, oh, well, guess what? He's not going to talk to me. He's not going to answer. Midnight Movie Talk on YouTube, subscribe, and then comment on this stream. Is to go to Midnight Movie Check right now. I'll give you my number, then we'll do box office, and I'll get back to your reactions on that Spider-Man head walking around. Look, a mannequin head, right? Walking around, eating out of a skull. Tons of those. They're making bank, man. Sotfic, welcome to the stream tonight. It's reaching endgame numbers opening weekend. 300 million's the floor for this. Let's talk about that because I want to do the theater check right now. I'll give you my number, then we'll do box office, and I'll get back to your reactions on this film. Come in right now. If you're watching on X, the only way to get a hold of me is to go to Midnight Movie Talk on YouTube, subscribe, and then comment on this stream. I will get to as many as possible. I am not like the other people, Nerdrotic, who only answers super chats, which means you pay to have a question answered. No way. If you want to, awesome. Steve's one of our boys here on MMT.
It's that one little pause he does.
Give me a lot of super chats
before he mentions no water.
We love that. But I am not going to train you to say, oh, well, guess what? He's not going to talk to me. He's not going to answer my question. He's not going to comment on my take if I don't pay. That's the difference between me and everyone else. So if you want to call me a grifter, I got news for you. Hell no, boy. You're picking the wrong battle, man. MMT's the real fucking deal. We are the gold standard, and do not ever forget that. If you ever need reminder, I've got a CG ready to go. Let's bring it up. It's a lower third. We're the gold standard. Okay, let's get to the theater check, and I'm going to go to the AMC website if it's not jammed. It's been a total mess today. Can I say that? That you look at the Odyssey had those 70 millimeter IMAX screenings that all of a sudden became available, some new ones, and
because AMC, like I said, there was a waiting in line for it online that's been packed. The last time that happened was in March. Fine. Go for it.
the thing was crashed. It was like 15-minute wait this morning, and it still was buggy throughout the day, but luckily we're in right now. Thank you. Let's look here. We got the 7 o'clock. That is just about ready to start. That's the Dolby Fan Night event, opening night event. Let's click on that and see what we got. I'm sure it's completely sold out. Here we go. Give it a second. Oh no. See, now the website's getting buggy on me. We got the 3 dots going back. Vacillating dots. The 3 vacillating dots. We might have to, let's hit, we're back. Do we have it? Let's try a different one. Let's try the Dolby Cinema 730. Now you're saying to yourself, wait a second. How do they have 2 different Dolby? We have 2 Dolbys now at AMC Burbank. Yeah, I'll show you a picture. I took a picture of the new one. And if you haven't been to AMC Burbank 16 recently, the new Dolby is on the right side as you make that turn. It was that huge theater that used to be one of the big showcase theaters there at the 16 before they added those PLFs. It's another PLF screen. And as we talk about box office here, look, here's the Dolby 730. I mean, there's nothing. There's one seat, not even the front row. So again, that's how big this film is. Let me go back out and we'll click and I'll show you what I'm talking about when I say that this has tons of PLF. Okay. It does not have IMAX because Odyssey still has IMAX, but we have 2 Dolbys at Burbank. We also have Prime 3D, Prime regular, 8 o'clock's almost full, 11:30, let's see what that looks like. It's late. Prime 3D. Let's find out. That's pretty good, man. Look at that. 11:30. At 11:30, only the front rows available. That's great. It's going to be massive. Guys, just wait till I give you my number. We're moments away. Let's look and see what else we have here. We got Screen X. That's another PLF. Why do I talk about PLFs? Real 3D. Not a PLF, but again, upcharge. All these tickets cost more to purchase. Therefore, the box office goes up because you're paying more to see it in Dolby, Prime, 3D, Screen X, whatever it is. That's an upcharge, and people now love to see movies in those enhanced auditoriums. I do. And the best thing about A-List is it costs me $0 to go to one of those PLFs versus a regular screening. So if it's a big film, I'm going to go there. If it's something small, I don't mind going to see the smaller outfit, as long as I have a recliner. I want a recliner. Recliners are amazing, but in the PLFs you usually have those, like Prime and Dolby. By the way, do you like? For those of you who are just watching, you're like, this isn't the typical stream where you're talking about it's woke or it's not woke. What am I watching here? I don't know what to do with myself. He's not shilling for something. No, we're talking about the merits of a film and if it's going to do well at the box office. It's called informational brilliance. Hold on, we're not doing tomato meter yet. Let me get the let's get the projector. I'm going to put this in here. You said 300. I'm taking it 280 plus. Okay, so 280 million is the floor. And then I think 300 is within range. So we're looking at 280 bottom and up from that. That's insane. That will be, as I pull up, I already did the research for you. Let's pull up Variety. We talk about this. The biggest opening of all time is Endgame at $300 million. Okay? Right below that is No Way Home at 260. So we're going to be above that. We might get above Endgame, but let's say it doesn't. It's still the second biggest opening of all time stateside. Then you have Avengers Infinity War, 257, and Force Awakens, 247. This will be above those. At the worst, this will be the third biggest, but it will be the second biggest when all is said and done, because we're talking 280. And then also I want to mention this. When you look at this film from a box office standpoint, you're talking about a movie that is going to be in China. No Way Home was not in China. So now I have to go back. I was telling you guys I didn't think this film would be as big as No Way Home. Totally wrong. Let's correct that, because I didn't know that we didn't have China for No Way Home. I forgot all about that. That was during the COVID stuff. Also, that was because they had the Statue of Liberty, and China was like, you can't do things with the Statue of Liberty. There's no way to do that with that film. If you remember how that whole thing crescendoed. So when you look at it, this with the China money alone, this is going to be over $2 billion. $2 billion. So yes, there we go. And look what Weber just did. I said I didn't think this film would be as big, and then I went back and looked at all the information available to me, because a lot of times, dudes, I'm telling you the truth. It's not like I sit here and study this shit all day. I go, oh shit, I didn't know we didn't have China last time around. My bad. And I correct myself. I'm not like the critical grifter who says this and then doesn't mention it again because he doesn't want to dent that ego/reputation. I got news for you. If I have to correct something, I will. And by the way, it rarely happens. Our batting average is the 900s, people. So do not mess with the ace. We're the gold standard MMT. Why such a big opening? Because Tochi, this is a 4-quad monster at the end of summer. We have been waiting for a film like this to show up. You're going to say the Odyssey. Odyssey's not a kid's film. It's R. So look, there's tons of little kids at the multiplex. When I was there, I was like, wow. I haven't seen this many families, well, since Toy Story, but it's bigger than that. Guys, this is different. I wish I would have taken a video and walked around the hallway. I walked into multiple theaters here after I finished up today in Prime. I saw it in Prime tonight, which is enhanced sound and the recliner. It was awesome, perfect. No problems with it whatsoever. That's a great room for me. You go, and I walked into Screen X. Screen X was slammed at a 3:00 screening. Not a seat, not a single seat in the entire place. I walked over to the new Dolby. It was filling up. It hadn't started yet. It was like half an hour out. That was filling up. The other Dolby slammed. IMAX still busy for Odyssey, but you look at this film is just slain, and it's going to be massive. That's why Tochi, because also the word of mouth is going to be great. You talk about a film that, let's look at because I did have it up, Tomato Meter Reacts. Let's find out if anybody gave this a rotten, because if they did, it's messed up. There's no way this is rotten. No way. No chance. 91%, 98% popcorn meter. No, it's got to be higher. 91's too low. Oh, God. Oh, guess who it is? It's our friend Allison Wilmore. Of course, Allison Wilmore. Oh, my God. You talk about a chin-stroking, inaccessible, relates to no one critic. It's Allison Wilmore of New York Magazine / Vulture. If I'm not mistaken, it was either Allison Wilmore or was it Alyssa Wilkinson who came in saying that there's no women that are ever featured on FYC boxes. And I looked on my FYC boxes, they're all behind me, and it's all these female critic quotes. And I'm like, what are you talking about? She deleted the tweet. I have receipts, okay? And I'm issuing a receipt here tonight to Allison Wilmore. You are useless as a critic. I say that as nice as possible. It's not nice. I don't care. Allison, go right for your chin-stroking knobs in New York City. I'm sure you're hard left. No one wants to hang out with you, whether they read you or in person, but keep critiquing for Vulture, one of the hardest left publications that there is. If there's hard left, then there's harder left. It's Vulture. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Slanted Journalism. Allison Wilmore, we're dragging you, and I always enjoy that. Whenever you come up, I will drag you all night if I need to. Although I don't think the viewers want to hear any more about Allison Wilmore. Talk about a limp dick discussion. Holy shit. Weber, how dare you? What did you just say? That's so bad. You're so mean. Sorry, we talk about all the time when we talk to cinema. We talk about fully erect cinema or flaccid cinema. So there we go. It's all in the sphere of MMT. If you don't like what you're watching, I got news for you. There's other channels like Chris Stuckman. You can go watch Critical Drinker make shit up. You can go watch Nerdrotic, and he'll spin the stuff that he wants to, and he'll talk about all the comic book nerd shit that you want to talk about. I'm talking about the reality that this film delivers, and the average person is really gonna like this film. Oh, of course they do. Alan, they're miserable people, dude. Do you? The guy just asked you a question, Alan. We're not gonna do this. Dude, no, listen. This is not gonna continue. We're only doing it right now. It's over. Would you want to have a drink with either of these ladies? Like, let's all go to the bar. Let's go to the Irish pub in New York, and let's hang out and have it. No, you wouldn't. You'd be like, hell no. The ace would be in the corner regaling everyone with stories about Elizabeth Olsen, and they'd be over there going, well, this movie sucked, and my life's awful, and I'm my cat. You're like, what is this shit? This is what I'm talking about. These are people you want to hang out with. Weber's the worst. This is why I take on both sides and now attacking film Twitter, and then I'll turn around and hammer the critical grifter. This is what we do here. And again, we are only ascending here on MMT. Your comments on the movie, box office, whatever you want to do, I have a dead space right now carved out for you. If you have something, bring it in. I will get to it. Odyssey and Spider-Man will keep movies busy all the way through September. End of Oak Street and Dog Stars are in trouble. You know what's interesting? You talk about that, Louise. Oak Street to me looks like it could be something that's maybe interesting to watch. We'll find out. Dog Stars does not look great, okay? I think that's Ridley Scott, right? I don't trust Ridley Scott after Gladiator 2. But look, you talk about Spider-Man coming in, killing it all the way up. Kids go back to school soon, but it'll continue to play. You've got Odyssey still slaying in IMAX, and then 70mm just went on sale. More of those. They sold out. So we're fine. Listen, we are great right now. And now what has to happen is you have to understand that we're going to go through that dead space in September, October. You know, you got to hope a Resident Evil from Zach Krager is a very good film. Obviously, he's had a track record of success, but you're really going to have a struggle here, I think, as we get out of summer. But right now, we're on fire. But just don't expect that to continue. We're going to get into some weeks where you're like, what are we talking about? When we do these live streams on Thursday, we're talking about a small film. We're talking about a small box office. It is what it is, man. We're at the tail end of summer. This is the second busiest season. Well, I mean, look, Christmas quarter is number one. As you guys know, those 2 weeks, the biggest 2 weeks of the entire year. But summer as an overall 2+ month, thing is much bigger, right? Just because of that kids out of school and everyone's on vacation. They're going to the movies. He can't talk about this. He doesn't have a bunch of nerd memorabilia behind him. Oh, but yes, I do. Yes, Johnny. I'm so glad you said that because I have him right here. I need you guys to understand that I once was a nerd and I saw the light. I have my Secret Wars Wolverine from 1984 with the black claws that I have not lost. They're right here. There's the black claw, okay? So don't question me and his little shield that has two different things as you turn it. Don't question me. I used to be the biggest nerd, but I actually grew out of it, and I started going to the gym and watching real movies so that I still love my boy Wolverine who's here, but it's not like it's, look at me, I've got my rare Wolverine figure in the background. Can't even find where to put it. I mean, come on, guys. What are we doing? You want to go watch the nerds? You want to do that shit? You want to go watch a guy that, is just like all he talks about is action figures and fucking comic book nerd shit? Go watch that. There's a billion channels. I'm a big geek, right? I am the comic book geek nerd guy. Ugh, shit, man. Enough, guys. You don't need, first of all, you don't even call yourself that. Because when I watch, I go, oh my God, you are a total nerd geek. I don't need, just don't even say it. Like, we can infer that. We just look and go, oh, I don't think I want to see this. Is Endgame's opening weekend record in trouble? Look, it gets to 300 million. It is, right, Amanda? Me, my old man in a movie. My bad. I thought I said Amanda movie. Here's the deal. Yeah, because, look, I'm at 280 up. Bring it back, right? 280 up. That's projector. Our projector has been dead on. Guys, come in the comments and tell them how many times has the projector been right. How many times? Like, we are at well over 80% projector, like within, I'm talking a few million. It's never off by much. So if I'm at 280, 300 is not far, right? And I think word of mouth is strong here. Cinema score should be, I bet you it's an A. A- would be I think it's an A. So it gets an A. then we're off and running again with that word of mouth. Thank you for this beautiful kit. Look, tonight's kit, by the way, Bayern Munich, and this is the authentic, of course, the player cut. I don't have the cheap fakes. Don't make me show my abs tonight, guys. I'm not gonna do it. I can, you guys know I can, but I'm gonna be just a little bit more tame. But if I need to, it's always there. Just know that if I need to, I will do it, and then they have to just cower. But we'll just let it go. Don't make me do it. Okay, more comments here on this Thursday. Listen, guys, it's fun. I always love doing these streams coming out of the movie. And listen, I think this is where we excel. I don't think there's anyone else in this space that can go like I can right now out of a movie for as long as I can. And let's make this very clear. Live. It is 7:37 here in Los Angeles, and this is live. Okay, you're not seeing me edit. Not happening. Can't deny it. I was absolutely geeking at the real Hulk finally back, right? He's there. You know, you talk about, I'm not the biggest Hulk fan, but still, it just gives that more robust MCU feel. I think this film definitely is not as Avengers big as No Way Home, right? This is a smaller, muted film in a way. Not muted, it's still CBM, but right, it doesn't do all these crazy big things that I kind of expected out of it. You read those earlier reactions. Wait till you see this. Not really. I think that everything here is actually smaller than I expected, and that's good. That's good. What is my note? Every time I say bring it down, bring the volume down. Not me, because I don't have any way to do that. Well, I do, but I don't like to. But I'm not an actor. I'm not in a movie. I'm not portraying a role. Well, I mean, sort of, but you know what I'm saying. Fine. I'll show my hands. There they are. Hold on. There it is. See, because here's the thing. Here's the deal. The deal with the ace is this, is that if I say it, it's there. I don't want to have to do that. I don't want to have to, because it's like, what's the point? But you know what the point is? Because there's someone out there going, he's talking shit. I don't talk shit. I back shit up. Don't forget that. More comments. Red Spikes, there it is. I had to do it. You guys asked for it. You get it. That's what happens. Short-term 12 parallels with this movie. Interesting. You know, Toach, you haven't seen.
Well, you might have noticed, Simon, that there is a new Spider-Man movie coming to our screens. So, it's been a little while. Spider-Man Brand New Day is now, forgive me for not knowing this off the top of my head, I have to read it out, the 38th film in the MCU, the 4th film in the MCU Spider-Man film series following 2021's No Way Home. Takes its title from a 2008 comic book storyline, Brand New Day, that apparently reset the Spider-Man status quo. This is directed by Destin Daniel Cretton, who made an absolutely brilliant indie film. Well, started as a short first, and then a feature, Short-Term 12, which was great. Made a very decent Just Mercy, the very enjoyable Shang-Chi and the Legend of the 12 Rings, to which this is kind of connected. This is written by Chris McKenna and Eric Summers. So, Tom Holland, a.k.a. Is it now Telemachus? How do you pronounce it?
Telemachus, probably.
Telemachus. Okay. So Tom Holland, a.k.a. Telemachus, is back as Peter Parker, alongside Zendaya, a.k.a. Athena, as MJ.
Yes.
And also back, John Bernthal, a.k.a. King of Sparta, as Frank, a.k.a. The Punisher. So basically, it's an Odyssey cast reunion, although... Whilst the Odyssey, we've had this discussion about the Odyssey being released in IMAX, shot in the IMAX format, shot for IMAX. This is being released in Screen X. Now, are you aware of Screen X?
I think I've heard it referenced, but I look forward to your explanation.
Okay, so this is the first film to be shot specifically for the Screen X format. It's on the Shot for Screen X program. It is a panoramic film format which presents film with an expanded, dual-sided, 270-degree screen projected on the walls of the theatre. So essentially, you've got your central screen, and then you've got two sides. So I suppose kind of not dissimilar to what used to be. Well, it is dissimilar because it's not the same, but Cinerama, which used to be kind of like all the way around. Yes. Apparently, this format is available in 22 Cineworld sites around the UK. I haven't seen it, but when I went to see the film at the press screening, on Tuesday morning, I was talking to, there was a guy there from Dolby and there was another tech guy, and I just fell into conversation with him. And he said, oh yeah, well, the other day we were just doing one of the Screen X things. I said, oh, I haven't seen it. What's it like? And he said, well, it's literally like this. It's a good thing. And then I saw a video. There is a video. If you go to the Cineworld site, you can see it. It's the main screen, and then around sort of looks like an immersive thing. Anyway, for the record, that's the format that this is being released in. So film also features, a number of, what I'm going to try not to do is not do anything that's spoilery, because again, at the beginning of this, they stood up and they said, don't let there be any please in your reviews, don't let there be any spoilers. The problem is I'm never sure what constitutes a plot spoiler anymore. Like, for example, in the trailer, we see that Mark Ruffalo is in the film, and somebody said, oh, well, you're not supposed to say, but it's in the trailer. So anyway.
I think that's fair. If it's in the trailer, no one can complain.
That's what I think. So Tom Holland had previously said that No Way Home was the perfect send-off for his incarnation of Spider-Man. He also said that he thought there would be something odd about him still playing the Spider-Man role in his 30s. Well, he is now 30. But he is now back in what has been flagged as being planned to be the first in a new Spider-Man trilogy. So the official setup, in order to not give any plot spoilers, this is how the film is set up in the publicity, okay? So following Dr. Stephen Strange's spell at the end of Spider-Man No Way Home, you'll remember what happens at the end of No Way Home, the world in general, but Ned and MJ in particular, have forgotten that Peter Parker exists, okay? Because he has to wipe the memory. He had to wipe his memory from them, which is a great personal sacrifice in order to bring that story to a conclusion. Okay. Now, 4 years later, he is Spider-Man, once again anonymous. His identity is hidden. People don't know who he is. Although he does have a note on which he's written something that he longs to be able to say out loud. Here is a clip from the trailer.
Hi, my name is Peter Parker. You don't remember me, but we used to know each other. Something bad was going to happen, and the only way to stop it was to make everyone forget about me. Because I'm not just Peter Parker. I'm Spider-Man. And sometimes Spider-Man has to do the hard thing, even if it breaks Peter Parker's heart.
So in a way, that's kind of the center of it. I mean, on one level, it is a return to a theme that's always been at the heart of superhero stories, but particularly at the heart of the Spider-Man story, which is that of loneliness. That idea that, with great power, not just great responsibility, but great loss comes the need to put yourself aside for the greater good, as they would say in Hot Fuzz, which we'll get to incidentally in Take Two. And I think in the previous Spider-Man movies, we saw this most clearly in Spider-Man 2, the Sam Raimi Spider-Man 2, which included a very direct nod to the comic strip Spider-Man No More series. Peter Parker attempting to turn his back on the Spider-Man identity in order to reclaim himself, to get his life back, to get his childhood back. But if in those earlier films, there was this whole thing going on about the web spinning and the sticky substances and the goo was sort of all a bit this is kind of metaphorical, becoming a teenager. Now that kid is turning into an adult, like not an adolescent, but an adult, and his body is behaving in a manner that evokes, do you remember that, the line from The Fly? The Jeff Goldblum film in which Jeff Goldblum says, I'm an insect who dreamed he was a man and loved it, but now the dream is over and the insect is awake. So that is happening. Basically, his arachnid side is becoming more arachnid, and now he needs inhibitors to prevent further changes.
Okay.
And there was an interview with Michael Giacchino, the composer, who said that when he was doing the score for this, it's a good score, I mean, it always is, he's a very good composer. He said when he was doing the score for this, he deliberately took certain notes out of the score, certain themes that are from the kind of, the Spider legacy, in order to represent pulling away pieces of his life, things that he doesn't have anymore. Meanwhile, as far as the wider plot is concerned, and I'm just going to gesture towards the wider plot because I don't want to spoil anything for anybody, there is a central unfolding mystery, which essentially involves a body hopping villain, meaning a spirit that leaps from one body to another, very much in the manner of, and I'm very glad to be able to get this in, Exorcist 3 The Heretic, in which the Gemini killer, who is in a prison, manages to the spirit of the Gemini moves from one body to another. And in fact, in the case of this, it is very specifically referred to as being, well, pretty much possession. Okay. There's also a new nemesis who, as always is the case with these things, it's the backstory that nobody is singly bad. In fact, what you find out is that most people are the victims of circumstance and loneliness. So fine. That's it. That's all the gesturing at the plot I'm going to do. For me, the most interesting stuff in this movie is the character stuff. There is a really lovely idea about the awfulness of meeting a friend or a loved one who simply doesn't remember you because that's been blanked. I mean, it's like a kind of one-sided Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind. You remember the whole thing in Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, which is the idea that the only way that you can get over a relationship is that you blank your own memory of it. But like the inverse of that is the other person has done it and you did it to the other person. They don't know who you are. And I think there is real chemistry between the central characters. I mean, two of whom, of course, have genuine real chemistry in the real world. But that idea about Peter and MJ and that they were this group and now they're not, and he's outside and he's watching them and he's watching their lives go on, knowing that he's had to take himself out of it and he desperately wants to kind of reconnect, but he can't. For me, that's the most interesting stuff. And honestly, I could have done with more of that because when it's there, it's really, really good. However, this being a franchise superhero movie, you do have to have an increasingly huge amount of smashy, bashy, swingy, bingy, swoopy, doopy, fly, bangy stuff. My feeling with all that stuff is the bigger it gets, the more inconsequential it gets. And in fact, in terms of this, all the best action stuff is the stuff that feels physical. So there's some kind of wushu, anti-gravity, ruddy, jumpy martial arts stuff. Ninja kung fu, martial arts basically. Right. But the stuff when it's possible for people to run up the side of walls in a way that you couldn't do in real life, but you can do in films. And those sequences work really well, but largely because the director really seems to enjoy the physical choreography of them, and we've seen that before in his previous work. The film is 145 minutes long. Okay, so that means it's only a few minutes shorter than 2001, which is the great yardstick. I honestly think it doesn't need to be that long. I do think that it could, again, as I'm saying this about the Odyssey, it could lose 20 minutes. As I said with the Odyssey, the problem is if you say, well, the Odyssey can lose 25 minutes, you go, okay, which 25 minutes? That's hard. In the case of this, the problem is if you lost 25 minutes, you know that what they would lose is 25 minutes of character stuff, which is all the stuff I like. Because obviously from the studio's point of view, the last thing you want to lose is the big smashy bashy, swingy bingy stuff. As it was, during some of the bigger action sequences, I really did drift in and out. And I also drifted in and out in terms of my interest in the exposition of the plot, which is always the kind of least interesting thing, because what the plot needs to do is to tie it into a wider, expansive universe that I'm not emotionally engaged with. The time that I got really engaged is when the three main characters are sitting around in a room building Star Wars Lego figures and just being together and sort of rediscovering a friendship that they've forgotten about. There is a great performance, I think, by Sadie Sink, who people will know from Stranger Things, in a role which, again, less said about the better, because it's nice for it to be, allow the audience to find out. I mean, I know that an awful lot of fans will know this stuff already, but it's interesting because that character, it's not just that the character's got an interesting backstory dynamic, but also is the character that seems the most genuinely desperate. And with all of these things, there is an element of desperation. How can I deal with the world when this is my experience of it? This is my loneliness. This is my isolation. I mean, overall, considering that I thought that we had a pretty good end to the series, we are back in a situation in which there is never an end to anything, in which everything will always restart again. And we're also in a world in which the Spider-Verse movies sort of changed the game so much that what animation was doing changed the game so much that it feels, do we need to be back here? But if we are going to be back here, and we are, this is much better than one might have feared. Because, I mean, yes, it's too long. Yes, it's too smashy, bashy, crashy for me. But the bits of it that work because they work on a genuine, emotional level, that you do believe that the center of the thing is my friends don't remember me and I have to live in a world in which I can't tell them who I am. And meanwhile, all this other stuff is going on. So yes, too long. Yes, too loud, but generally pretty engaging. And as you've probably seen, the responses seem to be pretty positive. It looks like it is on course to pack cinemas out. And considering where we might have been with this kind of reboot, that's a pretty solid recommendation.
Can't respect it. Yeah, great. You're not gonna do a lot of shit, I think.
What is up, guys? Welcome to my review of Spider-Man Brand New Day. This is the fourth solo Spider-Man, of course, outside of the Avengers movies and team-up films that he's been in, and a direct follow-up to the hugely successful Spider-Man No Way Home, which I personally was a huge fan of. Now, to set the stage a bit, I have always been a massive Spider-Man fan. He's always been one of my favorite superheroes. In fact, I think he is definitively my #1 Marvel character. And I have enjoyed every single Spider-Man movie that we have gotten, both live action and animated. Even the ones that are more popular to put at the bottom of the list, like The Amazing Spider-Man 2 and Raimi's Spider-Man 3, I still enjoy those movies as lesser Spider-Man films. Been in, and a direct follow-up to the hugely successful Spider-Man No Way Home, which I personally was a huge fan of. Now, to set the stage a bit, I've always been a massive Spider-Man fan. He's always been one of my favorite and I have enjoyed every single Spider-Man movie that we have gotten, both live action and animated. Even the ones that are more popular to put at the bottom of the list, like The Amazing Spider-Man 2 and Raimi's Spider-Man 3, I still enjoy those movies as lesser Spider-Man films. So I had no doubt that Spider-Man Brand New Day was yet again going to be a film that I would enjoy on some level. But my hope was, after having such massive multiverse type storylines, especially with the last film, and Avengers type storylines and team up movies, that we would finally get a more grounded New York City set, Spider-Man centric Spider-Man film. What a concept. For as great as I have thought that Tom Holland has been in this character, as well as the side characters that kind of embody his stories, that's always been something that's been missing for me. It always felt like he had to be propped up or assisted by this other huge character like Iron Man or Nick Fury or the other Spider-Men. And so I really wanted to see him get his own film where he is the main focus, the story, the setting, everything feels like a Spider-Man universe film rather than Spider-Man within the Marvel universe. And the end of Spider-Man No Way Home seemed to tease that directly, with him having to cast the spell to basically erase his existence, and he's lost his aunt, he loses his best friend and his girlfriend, and then it shows him as this solo guy swinging around New York during Christmas time. That seemed to be exactly the hints that they were dropping. But during the production of this movie, that became a little bit more skewed, with some producers very much wanting to do that and other producers wanting to do something that's a little bit more large, a little bit more multiverse centric, trying to outdo what they did with Spider-Man No Way Home, which kind of seems like an exercise in futility. And then with even them choosing a direction and locking in a script, starting to release details like Frank Castle, the Punisher, and Bruce Banner, the Hulk, being added into this movie, started to give me some pause that we were going to yet again have a Spider-Man film where he's just kind of a cog in the wheel of this greater universe movie. Now, the premise of Spider-Man Brand New Day has Peter Parker anonymously saving New York City as the hero Spider-Man, and there is a brand new threat that descends into the city that seemingly is able to control the citizens of New York. All the while, Peter Parker is dealing with an internalized issue where his superpowers and his physiology is starting to evolve out of his control. And starting off the positives for Spider-Man Brand New Day, luckily this is exactly the movie that I hoped that it would be, that I wanted it to be. This is the movie I've been waiting for quite some time from Tom Holland. For as much as I've enjoyed his previous 3 films, this is the first time that I feel like I have gotten a true Spider-Man movie from his iteration, and I enjoyed the hell out of that. It is very much a Spider-Man centric story that is telling a very interesting narrative about him kind of breaking into this new era, evolving as a person, evolving as a hero. And unlike the previous 3 films that very much to me felt like greater Marvel Cinematic Universe movies with Spider-Man kind of just being the focus inside of them, this movie feels like a Spider-Man movie with footprints of the Marvel Cinematic Universe inside of it. As far as the story, I think this is easily the strongest narrative that we have gotten from the Tom Holland iteration of Spider-Man. I like the fact that it is very centric around his character, but I also like what they do thematically with it, where Brand New Day as a title and as a concept is not just about him kind of getting into this new era of his life. It's also about him kind of graduating from the more high school, younger version of Spider-Man into this very definitively adult version of Spider-Man with adult emotions and adult problems. And it's a very heavy film. And I think the emotional stuff and the very human, relatable element of Spider-Man is what has made him arguably the most popular superhero character of all time, certainly one of them, to where his movies always have huge turnouts because whatever's going on with him as a character in the best Spider-Man movies is something that all of us can relate to and we've dealt with. And this one's very much about loneliness and isolation, feeling like you're on your own, longing for somebody that you can't have, the sacrifice that comes along with that, trying to fill voids with things and never really feeling like you're able to fill that hole. And the way that they kind of develop that storyline with his relationship or lack thereof with MJ and with Ned was surprisingly emotional for somebody like myself. Like, I was actually looking forward to moving on from those characters. And another thing that I wasn't sure how to take the end of No Way Home, if it's going to be just a struggle in the next movie or if we're saying goodbye to them and we're moving on to Gwen Stacy and Norman Osborn or something like that. But I like the fact that they stuck around and we got a storyline about Peter Parker being ripped away from everybody, where you see these other characters and you see his friends be able to grow up and go through like this natural graduation from high school into college and onward. And he was just like artificially shoved into isolation and wasn't really able to grow up with them. And so he's almost like stuck. He's stuck where he was in No Way Home and can't find a way to move past that. And so the story, both externally and internally, is about him trying to find a way to break through that ceiling, become the person, the Peter Parker and the Spider-Man that he needs to be to become that next level hero. And one of the reasons that it works so well as a narrative is because all the other characters, both the Spider-Man side characters, as well as the greater Marvel Universe characters, as well as the villain of this movie, they're all here to serve and complement that storyline and that character arc of Peter Parker. At no point does it feel like there's subplots or other things or set up for other universe movies that are like tearing away the focus and the screen time away from that central storyline. They're all here to be cogs in the wheel to make that central storyline work. So as much as Punisher and even Hulk are these huge characters, they serve a purpose within the story for why they are appearing in this movie. And I'm not going to say much about the villain because it's one of the more secretive elements of this movie, but I was pleasantly surprised by the climax of the film, how much the narrative and the drive and the plot of the villain is very much like the other side of the coin with what Peter Parker is going through. And so it all very much crescendos in this really nice way, which I think is what makes some of the best superhero movies out there, is when you can find a way to have some kind of an internal struggle or a character arc with your protagonist be a bit of a mirror image or like the flip side of the coin of what's going on with our villain. Now, talking a little bit about the side characters here, namely Frank Castle and Hulk, that I was worried about. I'm very much a fan of John Bernthal's iteration of Punisher and how he portrays the character. I've been heavily critical at how they have utilized his iteration and how we're just constantly in this origin story mode, and he's been the character for 10 years and still feels like we're at the start line. But I was more so worried tonally about how he was going to fit in here. How is this very dark, bleak, heavy, hard R character going to fit into a movie that is obviously going to be more lighthearted and PG-13? And I gotta say, they pulled it off. You know, I never once felt like Frank Castle was watered down in a way that it was distracting. Like, clearly it is mitigated a bit, but as far as his attitude, his persona, even like some in-jokes, some little cute moments there where they're like trying to find ways to kind of censor him and his profanity, it worked. And his chemistry with Tom Holland is great. The Punisher's chemistry with Spider-Man, the two characters, is great. The way that they work alongside each other, and there's some bickering and some back and forth. There's a really nice payoff at the end of the film that got a really good laugh out of my theater with their relationship. To me, I think it's the best way that we've seen that character utilized since Daredevil season 2, and he's not, really being the Punisher yet. So I hope this is a sign of great things to come from his Punisher. Can we finally get Punisher storylines now where he's actively out there doing missions as the Punisher? Because the way they utilized him here was great. And even with Bruce Banner Hulk, which I was infinitely more skeptical about, because he's a gigantic character, figuratively and literally. But also, I haven't loved the way that they've utilized the Hulk in the last number of movies. I'm not a fan of the Professor Hulk thing that much. I did not care at all for the bit of She-Hulk that I watched. And the way that they utilized him here, just like with Frank Castle, I think is the best utilization of Hulk that we have seen in quite some time. Narratively, it makes sense for what's going on with Peter's character, why he would seek out Bruce Banner, and why eventually Hulk would come into the picture. It's a great sequence. It's a great action sequence, but it's also a great narrative sequence as well. Like, it's not just there so that we can have a fight scene with Spider-Man and Punisher taking on the Hulk. It's there because there's something narratively going on with Spider-Man that mirrors what Bruce Banner struggles with. And the end of the sequence is not a payoff of like, oh, that was a cool fight scene. It's like, oh, wow, that's actually a really profound moment. That was great. As far as performances, everybody does a fantastic job. I would say that this is the best that we have seen of Tom Holland yet. He's one of those actors that I think that for the most part, he gets better every single time that I see him. He gets better with this character every single time that he plays him. He did a fantastic job with the more dark emotional moments in the previous film after the death of Aunt May, and exponentially more so here. Like, this is a very tortured Peter Parker in this movie. And so while you do get the very lighthearted and funny and jovial side of Peter Parker, and he's great at that, in the darker, more emotional moments, you really see his performance shine a lot. I also thought Zendaya did a great job. It was kind of a surprise how great of a chemistry her as an actress, but more so the character of MJ has with Punisher. Like, some of their interactions was some of the best stuff, because she's a little bit more of like that darker, like a little bit more emo style of MJ. And there's something about that the Punisher likes. And so they just kind of have a little bit of a back and forth that's really fun. But as far as standout performances aside from Tom Holland, I think Sadie Sink potentially steals the entire show, especially in the back half of the movie. Very emotional performance. I mean, she's somebody that has done great stuff within Stranger Things, of course, but despite not liking the movie, she got a lot of acclaim in The Whale. this is a performance and a character that I really enjoyed from her, and I can't wait to see more of it. Now, as far as how this movie is shot, I really enjoyed the look of it. I like the color palette that they chose for this. It does distinctly look a little bit different than what John Watts brought us in the previous 3, which I liked, but also just from the suit that he's using now that is different, but the way that they have shot and kind of executed the swinging scenes is a really interesting change. Now, it's very CGI driven and some of it works better than others, but this is very much inspired from the Insomniac Spider-Man games that I'm a massive fan of. And so it really does put you like inside the POV of Spider-Man as he is swinging through New York. And it's very visceral. It's very exciting. And whether it's like from the inside of his mask, which you saw that shot in the trailer, or it's just like a POV shot of his arms and the web, like it's a very different way to visualize Spider-Man doing his thing that we have seen in any of the other movies, and I thought it was a really cool addition. The action sequences are all really fun. There wasn't really like a standout one throughout most of the movie, and I was worried by the end of it I was going to come in here and say it's all suitable, but there's not like that really like kick-ass moment. And right when I thought that, we got our kick-ass moment. There is a fight scene with the Hand inside of like this caged, locked room. That was awesome. It was one of the more standout like Spider-Man fight sequences that we've gotten in any of these movies so far. So that's definitely like the big moment that I really enjoyed. But even the fight with the Hulk and having Spider-Man fight alongside Punisher was cool. The way that they visualized the powers and the threat of what is going on with the villain and how they're like doing certain things with the citizens of New York. It very much gave me the vibe of that Denzel Washington movie Fallen, which is a big favorite of mine. So that was really cool. I don't know if that was actually an inspiration, but in my head canon, it is. Horror is always working its way in, baby. I also enjoyed the sense of humor in the movie. There was a lot of really good laughs. There's a scene inside of a bathhouse that was a great visual gag. There's a number of good lines from Punisher and Peter Parker and Zendaya, of course, MJ. And that's always something that's a little bit hit or miss, or extreme hit or miss, I should say, with the Marvel Cinematic Universe. This is certainly one of the better examples of that. So for as dark and as emotional as the movie is, you do get some really good lighthearted moments as well, which is very important with Spider-Man, is to kind of have that balance. And finally, I'll just praise overall the direction of Destin Daniel Cretton. This is the director that took over for this movie. John Watts did the previous 3. Previous to this Spider-Man movie, he did the first Shang-Chi movie, which I enjoyed quite a bit. I think that was one of the standouts of the last couple of phases of MCU. And I just think he did a great job at making this movie distinctly his own, making it feel like its own chapter within Spider-Man's story, but within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, without having like that templated feel to it, without making it feel samey to anything else, even other Spider-Man films, but also just the way that he balanced the very important elements of Spider-Man, which is having like that very fun, exciting, visceral superhero action, but having the heart and having an emotional storyline and having that human element in there. And so as this movie is telling a story about Peter Parker and Spider-Man trying to fight to find a balance between the human and the arachnid side of his DNA, this is a movie that had a perfect balance of the human and the arachnid side of Spider-Man. Moving on to the mixed, and really the only thing I can think of is really not even a reflection of this movie. It's more so just a question mark, a potential concern for the future of this Spider-Man franchise, this iteration, which is, I don't know how much more mileage we are going to get out of the characters of MJ and Ned. There are so many other very prominent side characters in Spider-Man lore, the Osborns, Gwen Stacy, we can go on, that even though I felt this way at the end of No Way Home and was proven wrong with how well they were utilized here in Brand New Day, it does still feel like we're kind of artificially stretching the length of these characters' storylines. There's something here that I question whether or not we're going to be able to keep sticking with Ned as his only friend and MJ is his only love, and not have it start to feel like we're spinning our wheels or we're just starting to retread some certain things. Like, this was a very necessary story to tell as far as his forced isolation from them and being this missing piece. But where we're going to go in the future, I'm not sure what we can do with those characters that's going to be compelling. And I very much am just excited about the prospect of seeing Tom Holland's Spider-Man and his version of Harry Osborn and Norman Osborn and Gwen Stacy and all those other characters that we've never seen in this universe of Spider-Man. So just something that it's not really a knock on the movie, just a thought that I have that I am very unsure about. Moving on to the negatives, a couple I've already kind of hinted at. There are spots where the CGI isn't great. It's not an overwhelming issue with the movie. It's not something that is like it's big impediment throughout a lot of the sequences. It's just times here and there. So for being in 2026 and having the resources and the money that a Spider-Man movie has in today's age, it's always a little frustrating when that side of it isn't immaculate. You know, when I look back at the first two Sam Raimi Spider-Man films, like that's a movie that, especially when you take in context the time that they came out, it doesn't feel like there's standout moments that feel wonky. It feels like it's very consistent throughout the movie. This is one where it's consistent throughout most of it. And then you have spots where you're like, that could have been a little bit better. I think it's fair to say that for some people, the movie is going to feel it was a little bit too worried about keeping certain things secret. There are certain characters, there are certain plot lines or reveals in the movie that feel very much like they're intended to be these huge, shocking, like, oh my God, reveals, make the whole theater gasp. I just don't really think they're that level. Like, it's fun. It's cool to not know everything about going into a movie. That's why I don't really watch a lot of trailers. But this is one where certain elements have been so caked in secrecy and so tongue-in-cheek about how secretive that they are that I do think some people, when they watch the movie, they're going to be able to pick up on what's going to be revealed pretty early on. For comparison, it's kind of like when Benedict Cumberbatch's character in Star Trek Into Darkness was so caked in secrecy. It's almost like it draws your attention to it so much more, and people start speculating and figure out the mystery, and then the eventual reveal doesn't land as hard as it should. That's a harsh example of it. This movie's much better than that, but that's kind of along the way that I'm thinking. Honestly, the only like significant issue I had in this movie, and by significant, I mean insignificant, because I got over it very quickly. I still think overall this was a fantastic Spider-Man film. The third act of this movie does have a lot of familiar elements to it. Some of the reveals, some of the directions that it goes, twists, even like final pieces of like final oh my God moments that you're supposed to not expect, you do expect, because we've seen this third act to an extent in a few other movies before. So I think it's possible that some people are going to say that the movie doesn't quite stick the landing as well as they would hope, that the movie was better in the beginning and throughout the second act, and the third act felt like a little bit of familiar territory. I think that's fair. Overall, I highly enjoyed Spider-Man Brand New Day. This is easily one of my favorites of the Spider-Man movies so far. Like, No Way Home felt like it was going to be very hard to top, just because in the back half, especially the third act of that movie, there's so many huge fan service emotional payoffs that it's hard to top that. But there's a lot of elements of Brand New Day, mostly the story, the cohesiveness, and feeling like a Spider-Man centric movie that I think very easily tops No Way Home. So after I see this again and sit on it, I might feel confident saying this is my favorite Tom Holland Spider-Man movie. And I can tell you now, it's definitely in the top 4, if not top 3 of Spider-Man movies in general for me. I absolutely loved it. Well, that's it for this one, guys. If you enjoyed that, please click over here for all of my 2026 new release reviews. If you enjoyed that, also click up here for a more recent Spider-Man ranking that I did. I will probably re-rank the films at some point this weekend. Just depends on how busy I get. And let me know if you want to do a spoiler talk on this one. It's going to depend on how many of you click on and watch this video, but if you want to talk more in depth about the villain and certain character reveals and stuff, maybe I'll do that video after I see the film a second time. Let me know. And as always, like, share, hit that subscribe button so you don't miss everything in the future. And remember, opinions are like assholes, but that doesn't mean you have to be.
My favorite Tom Holland Spider-Man, for sure.
Alright, welcome ladies and gentlemen to my review of Spider-Man Brand New Day. So I actually went into this movie not expecting much, and I left really pleasantly surprised. I had a really good time with it. Genuinely really good time. Move the mic. Yeah, this was a movie which I actually wasn't expecting much of. Yeah, it's interesting. It's one of those things that, I don't know, lots of people always like to think that, you know, movie reviewers, if they, I don't know, go in with a preconceived notion, they're not viable to change their mind or anything along those lines. But I genuinely wasn't expecting much from this movie. Long-time viewers of the channel will know, and there's a point to me saying all of this, so just bear with. Long-time viewers of the channel will know I've been a little bit hard up on superhero stuff, right? So I was primed not to like this, but I liked it. This is probably my favourite of the Tom Holland Spider-Man films. Genuinely. My favourite of the Tom Holland Spider-Man films. Why? Why is it? Well, it's a much more mature Spider-Man. He's gone through a character arc. There's much more emotion. Now, I know there was emotion obviously in the last film and things like that, and he was kind of beginning to go through this character arc. Well, this is this character arc coming to fruition. This is it coming full circle now. And I actually think they did it really, really well. I think they did it justice. The character arc of him losing Aunt May, losing MJ and Ned, his friends, his family, his entire world view being completely upended from the last movie. Now, it really is important to note is that this a lot of modern movies tend to redo a character arc. So this doesn't do that. And what I mean by that, if you compare, if you look at the last Indiana Jones movie, for instance, so in Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Indiana Jones went through a character arc, sort of, you know, he grew as a character and then he ended up the film happy ever after. Now, what a lot of movies tend to do is because modern writers are terrible, they undo the character arc or the position that the previous movie had left our character in. They don't do that in this movie. This is a continuation of No Way Home. I keep forgetting the bloody names. I think it's No Way Home. Anyway, I think it's a continuation of that, but really nicely done. Really nicely done. And he doesn't end up in the same position he was in previously, right? And that's quite important to note. This is a character that's gone through a change, gone through a character arc, and presumably now Spider-Man will be a forever different individual, like a completely new character. And I think they did it really, really, really well. I think they did it justice. I think it was a very good film. So, what was so good about it? What was the story? Well, I'll try and say it as non-spoilery as possible, but the spoilers are kind of out there anyway. This movie has probably some of the best action of any of the Spider-Man films. The CGI isn't 100%, but it's pretty good, all in. It's passable, you know, which is a pretty terrible thing to say, actually, come to think of it, when you're thinking of a movie that's like $200 million. But again, it was so enjoyable, I sort of overlooked all the CGI. So that's the other thing, right? When a movie is enjoyable, you overlook plot holes, you overlook visual effects that maybe aren't up to par. You're along for the ride. And I was along for the ride. So the action's probably the best that we've seen. Very good action. Very much plays into comic action, right? I mean, we're seeing acrobatics and things like that we've not actually witnessed before in the Spider-Man world. And I think it was very, very well done. Hulk, best Hulk we've seen. I'll say that much. I mean, you see a bit of it in the trailer, but yeah, best Hulk. Best Hulk. Yeah, more of that. That'd be good. Much more of that. I liked that a lot. I thought that was one of the... Is it the best? It's one of the best iterations of the Hulk, I would say. It was very, very good. Very, very good. Sadie Sink's character, good. Actually going through tragedy and loss and that sort of sense of vulnerability. She plays Jean Grey. Slight spoiler. I mean, is it a spoiler? Everyone kind of knew that she was. I don't know what I can say that's a non-spoiler now. But anyway, isolated, going through loss, going through trauma, all this kind of stuff. Actually really, really good. And her character mirrors Peter Parker, Tom Holland's, very, very well. They're two sides to the same coin, but with a different outlook. And they coalesce in a way which benefits one another for the story. I actually think it was really well written. Again, for a bloody cape movie, it's a pretty solid film. Pretty solid film in terms of the writing. Music was pretty good. Actually, Zendaya wasn't terrible in this. I hate Zendaya. I think she's a terrible actress. I don't understand why people like her so much. But even in this, she was pretty good. Genuinely. The Ned character. Would have liked to have seen more of the Ned character. However, I think actually this movie was better for less of him. Because, you know, in hindsight, you look at these characters and you're like, oh, it would have been nice to see him more. But this is a very good movie without his presence as widely felt as in previous movies. And I think I think that added to the mature element of the film. Ned not being such a prominent sort of fixture in it, because obviously his character is there to provide a comedic breaks, in the sort of serious story beats. And so without him, you allowed the serious nature of the movie to breathe more. And I actually think that was very, very good. I think it worked out much, much better than it could have if they had unfortunately tried to lean into it. I actually really like the fact that Spider-Man is going through this whole, sort of mutagen thing. His arachnid DNA is going out of control. We see bits of it. It's not gone full blown, like the whole sort of man spider business. Maybe this is laying the framework for that in future. I don't know. I actually don't think that would work now in future, to be honest. I think that would hinder his character somewhat and his sort of character arcs moving forwards. But maybe we could do that again in a future movie and it would work well. I don't know. But all in all, I had a really good time with it. Now, I'm not going to sit here and say, we're back. Cape movies are back, Watching this movie, very, very smart of Marvel to release this before Doomsday. There are no connections, by the way. Just throw that out there. So if anyone's saying you need to watch this to watch Doomsday, they're full of shit.
Full of shit, mate.
But I think they were smart releasing this before Doomsday, because this will inevitably, I think, get some people, not everyone, but get some people less cynical about Doomsday. Not me. I'm still very cynical about Doomsday, alright? But I think this will get some people, this will go some way to removing some of that cynicism that people are feeling about Doomsday. So there you go. I don't have much else to say, really. It was a good film. Pacing was good, music was good, CGI is not 100%, but I enjoyed the film so much that I didn't really mind. Yeah, that's it. Punisher, didn't hate him either, to be fair. Some people have an issue with the actor behind Punisher. I think he does an okay job. I don't think it's the Punisher, but the character that they've created with the moniker Punisher in this, because I fundamentally don't actually think he is like the Punisher character. I think he does a serviceable job, and he's kind of likable. He basically serves as the Ned role. He serves as the sort of comedic beats in this. Whether that's good or bad, your mileage may vary, but all in all, I had a pretty good time with it. If you've seen it, let me know what you think down below. If you are new here and you made it this far, it's the end of the video, so hit subscribe. Cheers, take care, bye-bye now.
Hey guys, we just got back from Spider-Man New Day, and I'm super excited because we recorded this review already and none of the audio was captured because OBS sucks.
I love that. Yes, that's what I'm using, OBS Studio. It does suck sometimes. Sometimes. It's not that bad. Sometimes it can be pretty bad. OBS. Let's do that again.
We recorded this review already and none of the audio. Super excited because we recorded this review already and none of the audio was captured because OBS sucks.
It does.
And randomly disconnected our mics. So I'm going to say it all again. I freaking love this film. I'm super.
Great.
And so what other stories are there that he's out in space? I think they did Cosmic Spider-Man. I remember from the Hero Clicks. Joke.
Oh, okay.
Cosmic Spider-Man. Man.
Googly eyes.
That's right. It says with no fancy guy. It just said masters. It didn't really say master of arts or master of science. It said master of science. I guess, but why would you have a BA in English technology? Like, technology is science. Let's see if it works now.
We know that they eventually go meet the Fantastic Four in space, like as their spaceship is coming through. So he could be on like the welcoming / we want to know who you are.
I think this is it has got to be Secret Wars, but that means that they're teasing at something that's actually a few films ahead. You know what I mean? They're skipping ahead within the don't worry, Spider-Man will return in teaser. He's in space. So that means Secret Wars on Battle World in space.
I would have liked to see something more of the X-Men stuff as well.
That would have been
because we see Jean drive or go on a bus and just head out
upstate New York somewhere.
Yeah, so I was thinking maybe they'll go to the school, show something there, but I guess they're not ready for that.
And Frank doesn't want to kill her anymore. She's like, she's good. She's good. She
saved you.
Literally good. She's good. When he says good. And so she drives upstate. I don't know what that's from. What is that from?
That is from Marvel's Tolkien
Fighters.
Tolkien Fighters.
When you're doing the tutorial. Good. Who Spider-Man is badass in that game, and Doctor Doom is so good in that game, in the fighting game. Oh, he's fucking awesome. Okay.
Would have liked to see some more X-Men stuff for that.
Yes, we would have. I would like to tease more X-Men stuff, but I don't think they're ready.
Yeah.
So, oh no.
They could have just showed like the school.
I just
Do
realized
you think they haven't
something.
established a school yet, though?
Wait a minute.
Not yet.
The X-Men are in Secret Wars.
Well, yes.
But we're not ready for the X-Men yet.
Yeah, but not this universe's X-Men.
Oh, okay. So you think that the X-Men that they use in Secret Wars are going to be the old X-Men?
I think it's going to be the first time they use the word mutant, I think, in the MCU proper.
They're saving it.
Did they ever use mutant when, like...
I could have sworn they did it. I saw mutant. Maybe it was like on the computer or something?
Maybe.
It was in Miss Marvel.
Oh, so like I think that they'll introduce it there and be like, hey, mutants is the next, form of human evolution type thing, and then
saw Beast.
Yeah,
it was a good Beast.
Different universe.
They use mutant multiple times
in this movie.
No, in the MCU.
Oh, okay.
So Black Panther 2022. Namor refers to himself directly as a mutant. Miss Marvel in the season finale, Bruno tells Kamala Khan that her DNA shows a mutation.
Yeah, that doesn't count though.
Deadpool Wolverine
Microfiche.
2024.
you have to
Casual
do.
use of the word mutant throughout the entire
Microfiche.
script, referring to Logan, Wade, and that. So they have used the word mutant before.
Deadpool
It's
considered
surprising
MCU, though?
that they didn't use a mutant here.
No.
Okay. Damn, this was a great film. I'm glowing. When he fights the damage control and he's like, you guys want to stretch first? That scene was so awesome when he gets fighting, because they're fire at him and he's so fast that you can't hit Spider-Man and I like it. It makes sense.
Yeah.
Then he gets even faster.
He does the thing.
Right. That's human form.
Yeah.
Later on, when he's fighting the ninjas in the prison.
Oh, he does like the most OP thing where he doesn't even beat anyone up. He just webs all of them.
Yeah, that looked a little
area
weird.
effect.
Yeah.
No, shut up, Joe. That looked great.
I like it.
It was all
It's a
right.
little bit, okay. Once he was done, sure, but it looked kind of weird.
didn't
He was
like
coming
that?
down like.
I really liked when he fought Scorpion, though.
Yeah.
He loses control.
Oh,
Puberty takes over
on everybody
when he's fighting Scorpion, and like in the middle of the fight, and he's losing, and Scorpion's about to like stab him, and then he just goes full Spider-Man mode, and he's savage.
That was cool.
And he's like, he's tossing him around. He slams him into. He almost kills a cop. It, like it really
Slam Scorpion in a cop car.
Yeah, and then he like rips off his tail, and he's beating his ass with the tail and doing all this. It's just like, oh shit, Spider-Man
cool.
lost it. It was a really cool fight.
Hopefully, when he gets the black suit, he has a little of those dark moments again. But the cop was like, you know, what the fuck? And I got mad at the movie. I'm like, man, shut the fuck up. Ain't nobody here.
Novelty, but also actually very functional. These are our Sansa McDougal records. That is so cool. And it's going to allow us to view microfiche in more than one area of the library. Look what was donated in the library today. This is a portable microfiche reader, which we're quite excited about. Just look what was donated.
How to use a microfilm reader. First, load the microfilm reel into the machine. You need to push the reel all the way in. Next, you tuck the end of the reel into the other spool. You wind the reel until you start to see newspaper. You can go high speed using the red button.
I'm gonna deal with this, but Spider-Man just did.
Part is up when you go high speed so you don't scratch the reel. Push the high speed so you don't scratch this. Make sure the glass part is up when you go high speed so you don't scratch the reel. Push the glass plate in and use the blue speed buttons to flip through the newspaper pages. You can adjust the browsing speed using the speed toggle. How to use a microfilm.
Look what was donated in the library today.
Cool it because he immediately shows remorse and he's trying to go and see if everybody's okay. So you better get out of here. I'm like, shut up.
She does grab Scorpion and immediately slam him into a cop car that he knows someone's driving.
Fuck that cop. Why the fuck is it going? What are you going to do?
There's a fight going on. Why would you
It's an overweight chick when she's going to pull her 9mm on fucking Scorpion. Shut up. Get the fuck out of here.
They were just going.
You have no right to drive in here like
They
this.
were just going for the emotional moment. They should have switched it up. They should have pulled out like an old lady.
Yeah.
An old lady. It's like it's the last day in the forest.
She was an old lady.
2 days from retirement.
She's no, like with gray hair. She's like a day from retirement. She's almost dead. If they really want
Sail the world with my husband.
tugging those heartstrings.
Look, thankfully they didn't push that too hard because it would have made me even more
Yeah,
mad.
because what the fuck are you
Get
doing?
out of here.
Yeah,
You had no right to be there in the first
If
place.
I see Spider-Man's like find something, like I'm not.
I'm gonna pull my
What am I
9mm
gonna do?
pistol. What are you gonna do?
This
You're
motherfucker's
gonna
like
grab
climbing on
civilians
walls
and get them out of
Exactly.
there. That's all
There was
we're
no
gonna do.
civilians there
There was
though.
no. Yeah, I do love how because he can't come he can't come to terms with his new powers and how he does the organic web shooter, so he's like crashing into everything. And there would have been a great moment between him and Scorpion because the actor for Voss, he's very good, but it was Sadie the whole time. So she's like, she notices. Wait a minute, you can't sense me anymore. What's going on with you? It's because he's turning into arachnid form, I guess. Joe's very disappointed. No 6 arms.
Yeah, just black eyes. Oh,
That'll come in Maximum Carnage, Joe.
what was it like?
That'll
Toby?
come later.
He turned evil, so he did his emo haircut.
The emo haircut.
Basically, what this is like, all right, he's evil.
Or whatever the dance. Gotta do the dance. Gotta do the dance. The dance is in Marvel Rivals, by the way. All right.
I think that's all.
The Hulk creates a bunch of destruction, and the motherfucker almost killed Spider-Man. So Hulk versus Spider-Man, Joe, who wins? Hulk. And that doesn't mean that Spider-Man can't win. He has won in the comics very rarely, because Hulk usually wins.
And
When
he
the
has a
writers
chip
want,
on.
when the writer wants. But Spider-Man lost. Hulk's about to kill him, but then he appears that you're my friend. Don't do it. And then Hulk sees himself in a reflection, and then Hulk's like, he comes to for a little bit, and then all the webbing that has all the chunks of the building weighs him down, and he's falling. And at first he stops his fall, and then he realizes that he's in Hulk form, and he's in Banner's there a little bit, so Banner makes him let go, falls, and that, I guess, a fall from that distance knocks him out. And later on, they take him on a stretcher, and he's like, have I hurt anybody? Have I hurt anybody? And then on the TV later, they report, Banner has gone fucking crazy, and he's going to be arrested for this and shit. So there's definitely something that they're going to have to deal with this Hulk thing in the future.
Yeah.
And that better be leading into a Hulk movie. Because I guarantee you it's not in Doomsday. You know, you would need, like, we need our fucking heavy hitters for this shit against Dr. Doom. Who do we got? Yelena. What does she do?
Leave her alone. I love her.
She's hot, according to Joe, okay? And who else we got? We got the Captain America. Oh, he's pretty good. He's got the super serum, right? No, not that guy. There's another guy who refuses to take the super serum. He has wings and a gun. No, he has wings and a shield. And he's a human? Yeah. So I just throw him against the wall and he's done.
He lost.
Yes.
We basically lost to Red Hulk.
We need some heavy hitters. Who the fuck are our heavy hitters? You need Hulk, and he's not gonna be in. I guarantee he's not gonna be in Doomsday. That's so stupid. Maybe in Secret Wars he'll be in. All right. Anyways,
you also said there were some other ones.
I wanted to talk about the the montage.
Yeah.
So first one we see Tarantula with his little toe trying to cut Spider-Man, and that's directly from the comics. We see another one where he's helping somebody, and Boomerang is throwing a boomerang at him, rip off of Bullseye. Anyway, Boomerang, and then we see Tombstone, which I didn't expect. That's the one that I was talking about, and he's got teeth and Tombstone, rip off of Solomon Grundy. And what else? Tarantula. No, that's the guy with the poker. There was one other. Okay, Scorpion. I think there was one other. I can't think. The Hand. Okay.
Yeah, now they just got to figure out who, and I guess who's behind all the stuff with damage control, because they're making weapons to actually stop him as well.
Yeah, they had anti-Spider-Man.
Yeah, he didn't
anti-Spider-Man weapons are revealed.
Yeah.
Jean Grey makes notice of this. Hey, your friends here have been making weapons that blow your webs up, but it's his mechanical webs that get blown up. But what later he shows when he does his organic webs, they're stronger and they don't get blown up. But they could probably just modify it in the future for that.
They have a big presence because they scrubbed a lot of
the internet. They wiped it off the internet apparently, but
it's impossible.
The new Avengers are helping them like try to supposedly go through and comb through everything. But they'll come back because they're too important. That technology with the inhibitor chips is too important for the whole X-Men.
So I hope they didn't just do this cheap reveal of an X-Men and then drop it for 10 years before we get our X-Men film. They better have something in the can. They better have Sadie Sink contract written that she's good to go for the future, and she is the introduction of the X-Men, and she's going to be on the team. Because if this is just a one and done thing like they've done with the motherfucking Marvels with I guess Kelsey Grammer as the Beast and these other ones, I don't know.
Yeah.
Or if she's going to team up with the old X-Men and she's the Jean Grey combined with the old X-Men and they go to Battle World. No.
The Dark Phoenix.
She could turn into the Dark Phoenix eventually.
It's a terrible movie.
I need more time.
Game
Remember
of Thrones
the movie?
chick. Yeah, that was awful.
It's a bad movie.
Sophie Turner as Phoenix. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not good.
Hopefully it's not bad. I want a good X-Men movie.
Yeah, I really want a good X-Men movie. And I'm okay with, so as long as you do yellow and blue, and we have a new young Wolverine, I'm ready for it. Look, ain't nobody beating Hugh Jackman, okay? But I think it's time now.
Yeah.
Is it going to be 5-3 though?
No.
No. Okay.
No, they're not going to do that.
If you do make it short, there's only one man who could play him.
OJ.
Danny DeVito.
Danny DeVito.
What? Y'all are Is that really Danny DeVito's height, or is Danny 4 something?
Yeah, he's like 5 feet tall, if not maybe even shorter.
But him as Wolverine, amazing.
I'd watch it. Oh, I say that, but then we just watched that horrible Jumanji thing,
one.
and I love Danny DeVito so much, but it's like, I don't want to watch this movie. I don't care how much I love Danny DeVito. Shit.
Yeah. Okay, I think we've got everything covered. Yeah, she's very powerful. I'm curious who they're going to get for motherfucking Professor X. It's going to be very curious. And Magneto. Magneto has a big role in Secret Wars, and it can't be the old Ian McKellen.
We are getting further and further away from being able to cast Magneto's, though, based on his history, his origin story. Doesn't make sense.
Right.
It's just like
you have to have so much back history with Magneto by the time you get to Secret
Rumors.
Wars.
You guys want rumors?
Sure, I'll take rumors.
Okay, Patrick Wilson.
I like Patrick Wilson.
Oh,
for Xavier.
Okay, I like it.
Bill Skarsgård as Magneto. Rumors.
Maybe they just give Magneto ages slow.
Though some fans debate his age for the role. Matt, this is just rumors.
Well, they didn't know that Phoenix was going to be this young, or that Jean Grey's going to be this young. So no more. No, he's fine. That's a good age.
Those are just rumors. All
right. Yeah. So $1 billion. Yes.
Close.
Yeah.
I say close.
Close, but no hitting it.
Yeah,
I say
minimum. I think minimum 750. But I think,
well, you're setting the bar too low.
You think so?
Yeah.
You don't.
Give me a prediction. Joe said 8 is below $1 billion. 8.
Yeah, I think it hit. I think it'll hit. I'll think it'll hit over $1 billion.
I said $1 billion. I say at $1 billion.
800. Let's see.
800.
I'll take the over then.
Okay, cool. All right, well, unless y'all can think of anything else, we covered the inhibitors, which could lead to the collars. We've covered the X-Men. We've covered Hulk, Punisher. So they got Ned. They got the thing from the video game, the tracker thing from the video game. So they brought the two Neds together, the two sidekicks together. That was cool. Wait a minute. Wasn't he strange? Didn't he have powers or something?
He has sorcerer power. He can use the sling rings.
Forgot everything.
When?
He used it in the third movie.
Yeah.
That's how he brings the other Spider-Man.
But he no longer has those memories?
Apparently.
Okay, that's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's no longer that. Okay, because I know he's supposed to turn into Hobgoblin at some point and be a villain but I don't think they're going that direction.
I don't want them
with
to
it.
do that. That's silly.
And then MJ.
Ned apparently remembers him at the very, very, very end of the movie.
Oh, I like this moment. So he does the handshake, and he remembers the handshake, and he goes, Peter, but it's cool because they kind of left it both ways, because at one point, Mary Jane, as Peter's leaving, she's like, Peter, be careful. And then he goes, Peter? And she's, oh, fuck, I shouldn't have said that in front of him, because they were going to tell Ned, but they just didn't get the opportunity. He had to leave. Yeah. So I like how it's left open. Maybe he's just putting 2 and 2 together, but you still have the moment of the handshake, and he remembers the handshake. But sometimes when you're bros, you can kind of pick up on a handshake.
Guy love is more powerful than Doctor Strange magic?
Yes.
Wait a minute. I thought you were about to hit it. Bro love is more powerful than the princess kiss, or the love kiss. Love conquers all. Bro love is more powerful than love conquers all. To bring spells. The handshake, the bro shake is more powerful than a kiss. That's what the movie said. Right?
That's what it says.
If he remembers. But I guess we'll know in the next movie whether he remembers or not. All right, guys, that is it. Let us know, what were your favorite moments, moments. Were there any spoilers or plot holes? Because we're going to do. And stupidest moments. Stupidest moments. Castle shooting the M60, thinking it would do anything against the Hulk. It doesn't. I don't think he thinks he's going to stop the Hulk with it. Just distract him and help out. And then it was like one of the first times I've ever seen Castle smile. That was creepy. because Phoenix Jean was smiling with him when he blows up the door to get into
this guy has issues. Yeah,
this guy has issues. And then,
this guy
yes. All right. Well, if you find something, leave it in the comments down below. And thank you so much for watching. And we'll see you on the next Angry Joe Show. Bye, guys.
Maria and Jake, and today we're going to talk about Spider-Man: Brand New Day.
Why you say it like
GTV.
Yeah. Because I remember that thing.
You might not know this about me, but I'm not a big superhero guy. But Spider-Man, he's an exception. While my thoughts on these recent Spidey films may seem a bit sour based on my fairly strong disdain for No Way Home, the last Spider-Man quote-unquote movie, if you want to call it that, I actually didn't mind the other two. Spider-Man is the most popular superhero in the world for a reason. He's just so likable and cool and fun and nice and handsome. All to say, when it was announced that this new film would be happening, that it would serve as an attempt at a New Holland trilogy, I was a little confused, but I was mostly happy. The goal is to make him more of a proper Spider-Man, in Kevin Feige's own words. And the idea of more Spider-Man and less multiverse bullshit, hell yeah, why not? So here we are, Spider-Man: Brand New Day. The film picks up where No Way Home left off. The world has forgotten about Peter Parker, and he's keeping New York City safe as the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man that we all know and love. But when a series of mysterious crimes start popping up, coupled with a life-altering change to his being, Spider-Man is forced to get out there, save the day, and make sense of who he really is. What you get out of this is one of the most interesting Marvel films we've had in a long time, and at the same time, a deeply frustrating experience. Let's get into it. Off the jump, based on the look of this film alone, I'm on board. I was a little quiet about this, but I saw some people trashing this off the trailer alone because of how gloomy and gray it was, but I don't have as much of an issue with that. To me, my issue has always been how flat and lifeless Marvel films have looked. As much as I want to say this is a thing of the past, look at the Doomsday trailer as an example. It's never really been about saturation to me. Here we have actual shadows, the shots have depth and texture, choices are being made, people are in rooms. Light, texture, and depth in a Marvel movie? What is this, Thunderbolts? Well, but like I was saying, I think this movie looks pretty damn good. It feels noticeably darker than the last trilogy, intentionally, and I think having visual intent at all is a nice surprise for such a massive Marvel project. Bars on the floor, but we will take what we can get. The VFX are still hit or miss, an aspect that continues to surprise me out of, well, Marvel. There are a lot of VFX, obviously, so not everything is going to look picture perfect, but it does make it so that certain action sequences, and certainly the swinging sequences, all feel a bit weightless, unfortunately. Weightlessness, that's kind of the word of the day here. Weightless sounds pretty negative, and it is, for sure, but there's something to the droopiness of this film and how Holland carries this character that, again, feels pretty intentional. This is a tragic movie. What happened to Peter is tragic. He is deeply alone, a bit aimless, and sometimes he gets pretty angry. He is in a lot of ways a stand-in for a lot of men his age in 2026. Everyone be normal about what I'm about to say, but that quality of this film, coupled with the kindness is punk rock vibe of Superman last summer, is neat to me. It's something I didn't give Superman nearly enough credit for at the time. For what is the most popular genre of film amongst young people, the superhero film, to look inward at these male heroes in a way that reflects the troubled aimlessness amongst so many young men today. That's to me the most interesting and thoughtful thing to come out of these films, in my opinion. Add in Thunderbolts, which is exploring mental health in its own way, and it makes it kind of tough to say that these movies don't have things to say, because they do. To see this kind of thing in a Spider-Man film specifically, the idea of making Spider-Man depressed, it was bound to happen eventually. Just like how if you aren't safe about it, your information being taken advantage of online is also bound to happen eventually. But it doesn't have to be that way, thanks to this week's sponsor, Obscura VPN. Did you know that 25 states are about to silently pass a social media age verification law that pushes all of us to hand over even more of our personal information that will either get sold or leaked? Nowadays, every app wants your ID, your face, or your phone number just to let you in. But Obscura is very special in that it's a VPN that physically can't link who you are with your internet activity. Obscura's protocol blends your traffic with the rest of the internet, so it works where other VPNs get blocked. It happens to be open source. Fellow nerds can check out their source code and servers for themselves. Plus, Obscura has built-in ad and online tracker blocking that you can configure, giving you control over how much websites are able to track you. Obscura is, at the end of the day, a small independent company worthy of your support, and the best part, you don't even need an email to sign up. If you want a privacy-first VPN, go to obscura.com/Carson or scan the QR code and get 25% off a subscription for just $6 a month. The concept of depressed Spider-Man is where this starts to get frustrating. It's not that I don't believe what this film is putting down. I do. I like that Peter is going through it. I even think Tom Holland delivers one of his most emotive performances of his career here. But all of that said, I did walk away from this film feeling just a bit hollow. Let me walk you through how I got there. The film starts out feeling like what Feige described as a proper Spider-Man, one that felt strikingly similar to the Spider-Man from the games. Quick thing about those games, those are my shit. Playing those games, it's the most I feel like a superhero fanboy, close to zero complaints there. And a large part of what's so great about the games is they return to the simple business of balancing your duty as a crime fighter with your life as a normal guy. The concept of some regular kid being thrown into an identity crisis is what's always made Spider-Man a fun and compelling character to me. That's what he's always been. And this film basically goes, now what if he's really depressed? Some regular kid being thrown into an identity crisis is what's always made Spider-Man a fun and compelling character to me. That's what he's always been. And this film basically goes, now what if he's really depressed on top of that? What if he's depressed about that? What if his depression is another identity, in a way? I think that's a really neat idea to explore, and it's not that this direction doesn't work. It's that to do this within the confines of a Marvel film, and specifically in a Spider-Man film, and even more specifically in the first film in a new trilogy of Spider-Man films, that combination of factors is what gets in the way here. When the film starts getting into this more character-driven territory, things get a little slippery. On one hand, I was leaning in, feeling more connected to Peter than I have in any other Holland Spider-Man film, but anytime I felt like I got too close, the film pulled back to take care of a number of other things on its plate. Expanding the universe, deepening the lore, tying up a loose end or two, dealing with the mystery of the antagonist. Don't get me wrong, this is the most quote-unquote movie a Marvel movie has felt since, well, Thunderbolts. But it's cases like this where this obligation to keep the cinematic universe machine chugging along, even when you're getting somewhere thematically juicy, that consistently leaves me feeling cold by these films. It's an issue that they just can't seem to get over. It's why I continue to bring up Thunderbolts time and time again, especially here. That movie is weirdly an exception, even though it's like actively trying not to be. I'd even go as far to say I was having some crazy deja vu throughout this film in relation to Thunderbolts and that film's use of that consistently leaves me feeling cold by these films. It's an issue that they to dealing with the mystery of the antagonist. Don't get me wrong, this is the most quote-unquote movie a Marvel movie has felt since, well, Thunderbolts. But it's cases like this where this obligation to keep the cinematic universe machine chugging along, even when you're getting somewhere thematically juicy, that consistently leaves me feeling cold by these films. It's an issue that they just can't seem to get over. It's why I continue to bring up Thunderbolts time and time again, especially here. That movie is weirdly an exception, even though it's like actively trying not to be. I'd even go as far to say I was having some crazy deja vu throughout this film in relation to Thunderbolts and that film's use of mind palaces and shadowy figures. Were they workshopping ideas for this film in that film? It kind of feels like it either way. Naturally, I enjoyed the more character-driven approach in Thunderbolts the same way I do here, and the difference is that applying something that revealing to such a beloved character like Spider-Man is what makes this fascinating. But at the end of the day, it's unfortunately a Marvel movie, and Marvel movies are always part of something larger than themselves, and that's something I just can't unsee when I watch these films, and it's a mental hurdle that holds them back from ever feeling genuinely moving. Somewhere along the way, the film forgets what's honestly most important of all, that this is a Spider-Man movie. As much as this starts out as, again, proper Spider-Man, which I loved, it does not stay like that for long. The swinging gets kind of mopey, the suit feels underutilized. Obviously, much of this is on purpose given Peter's mental state, I get it, but in some aspects, it does feel a bit detached from the identity and attitude of what a Spider-Man film looks and feels like. This has been a growing issue with these Holland movies, but I just wish that instead of trying to check off all the boxes of a Marvel film, that this actually honed in on the specific elements that would make this a great movie on its own. Because they're right there. Those elements being Parker making sense of his place in the world, his detachment from the people closest to him, the action sequences, of course, the crime fighting, the mystery. See, I say it's frustrating because all of that, it's great. I liked a lot of this movie. To be clear, I had a lot of fun with this. There's actually a pulse and, again, some real intent in the direction that I...
Damn it. God, yes, every day.
But Spider-Man, he's an exception. While my thoughts on these recent close, the film pulled back to take care of a number of other things on its plate. Expanding the universe, deepening the lore, tying up a loose end or two, dealing with the mystery of the antagonist. Don't get me wrong, this is the most quote-unquote movie a Marvel movie has felt since, well, Thunderbolts. But it's cases like this where this obligation to keep the cinematic universe machine chugging along, especially here. That movie is weirdly in excesses and shadowy figures. Were they workshopping ideas for this film in that film? It kind of feels like it either way. Naturally, I enjoyed the more character-driven approach in Thunderbolts the same way I do here. And the difference is that applying something that it's a mental hurdle that holds them back from ever feeling genuinely moving. Somewhere along the way, the film forgets what's honestly most important of all, that this is a Spider-Man movie. As much as this starts out as, again, proper Spider-Man, which I loved, it does not stay like that for long. The swinging gets kind of mopey, the suit feels underutilized. Obviously, much of this is on purpose given Peter's mental state, I get it, but in some aspects, it does feel a bit detached from the identity and attitude of what a Spider-Man film looks and feels like. This has been a growing issue with these Holland movies, but I just wish that instead of trying to check off all the boxes of identity and attitude of what a Spider-Man film looks and feels. Obviously, much of this is on purpose given Peter's mental state, I get it, but in some aspects, it does feel a bit detached from the identity and attitude of what a Spider-Man film looks and feels like. This has been a growing issue with these Holland Spider-Man, which I loved, it does not stay like that for long. The swinging, again, honestly most important of all, that this is a Spider-Man movie. As much as this starts out as, again, proper Spider-Man, which I loved, it does not stay like that for long. The swinging gets kind of mopey, the suit feels underutilized. Obviously, much of this is on purpose given Peter's mental state, I get it, but in some aspects, it does feel a bit detached from the identity and attitude of what a Spider-Man film looks and feels like. This has been a growing issue with these Holland movies, but I just wish that instead of trying to check off all the boxes of a Marvel film, that this actually honed in on the specific elements that would make this a great movie on its own. Because they're right there. Those elements being Parker making sense of his place in the world, his detachment from the people closest to him, the action sequences, of course, the crime fighting, the mystery. See, I say it's frustrating because all of that, it's great. I liked a lot of this movie. To be clear, I had a lot of fun with this. There's actually a pulse and, again, some real intent in the direction that I rarely see from Marvel films of this size. It just needed a good trim at the end of the day. That's really all it is. I hope this film does well enough that they can loosen up a bit in the next one, because it's proven here, more than in any of the other films, that Holland makes for a compelling Spider-Man. Flawed as this film is, I will be tuning in. I gotta admit. And that's what I got. Thanks for watching. Go watch Spider-Man Brand New Day and form your own opinion. Thank you to the patrons for supporting the channel, and I'll see you in the next one.
Spider-Man Brand New Day is in theaters now, and if you haven't seen the film yet, I do have a spoiler-free review on my channel right now you can watch, because this review is going to contain spoilers for the movie. You have been warned. Like all great Spider-Man films, Peter Parker is not having a very good time in this movie. In fact, I think I could actually rank my favorite Spider-Man movies based off of how much Peter Parker is getting his butt kicked, physically and emotionally. Because a new villain has surfaced in New York City that's able to body hop between people and mind control people in some sort of way, and we have no idea who this villain is, and neither does Peter Parker. This was a massive, massive spoiler that we'll talk about very, very soon. But first, I want to give a special thank you to the sponsor for this video, Coopert. If you have birthdays coming up or anniversaries, or you're looking ahead towards Christmas and the holidays, or you're one of the people that celebrates Christmas in July, Coopert can offer a lot of savings for you. Coopert is a free browser extension. It aims to help users save money effortlessly while shopping online. And right now, with the link in my description below, you can install Coopert and start saving money instantly. Coopert offers 3 amazing services: automatic coupon testing, cashback rewards, and a price comparison service. Coopert offers a max savings guarantee. If Coopert couldn't find the savings, but you did, they'll still give you the money. And if Coopert couldn't help you save 3 times in a row, they will still give you some money. Coopert also has over 10,000 positive reviews on Trustpilot, and it works with over 200,000 merchants worldwide. So check out the link in the description below to install Coopert for free and instantly start saving money. That link is in the description below. Be sure to check it out. Thank you so much to Coopert for sponsoring this video. So I've taken on this new way of watching movies over the past couple years, and usually for me, I stay away from trailers entirely. For big movies I'm really excited for, I will watch the teaser. I did that for The Odyssey. I did that for Spider-Man Brand New Day. But then I stop. The teaser is usually enough for me. I feel like satiated and I can wait now, and I don't want to know anything else. And so I was aware that Sadie Sink played a character in this movie and that they were keeping it under wraps, but I had no idea to what magnitude she was in the film or what her purpose in the movie was. And so going into this movie, I was in a constant state of wonderment, just trying to figure it out, like someone who doesn't know everything about a movie when they sit down in the theater, which is so often the case for us nowadays. We don't get to have that amazing experience that we used to with movies, where it felt like you could go to a theater and have genuine discovery. I've told this story before, but I think it bears repeating because we're talking about a Spider-Man movie. I will never forget going to a theater in 2001 and seeing a trailer for a movie that featured people robbing a bank and then fleeing in a helicopter, and that helicopter getting stopped in a giant web in the middle of the World Trade Centers. And then it's revealed that you're watching a trailer for Spider-Man. Now, I had no idea they were making a Spider-Man movie. I wasn't on the internet all the time. I didn't even have it in my house yet. I didn't know that a Spider-Man film was being made, and I was sitting in a theater blown away that this was happening. Can you imagine not knowing everything about everything before you watch a movie? It's so exciting, and it's very precious to me, and that's why I'm trying to hold on to that feeling as much as possible. And so I loved seeing Brand New Day without knowing jack shit. All that being said, we're talking spoilers, so Sadie Sink does in fact play Jean Grey. I didn't expect Jean Grey because I just don't really think about those types of things all that much. I try not to allow my mind to get ahead of the filmmakers while I'm watching the movie. I really like to be as ignorant as possible to enjoy the experience, because I want to be emotionally moved by something. And if I'm constantly trying to get ahead of the filmmakers or guess what they're doing, I'm not giving myself over emotionally to their art. Obviously, Jean Grey has had different incarnations in the comics, and I don't know everything about all the comics, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I do, and I'm certainly not going to go read a Wikipedia article, then turn on the camera and pretend like I do. I don't know everything about the Spider-Man comics or the X-Men comics. I just, watched the X-Men show a lot as a kid, of course, the movies, have read some comics, but Jean Grey here plays a villain who has a very real motivation for doing what the camera and pretend like I do. I don't know everything about all the comics, and I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I do, and I'm certainly not going to go read a Wikipedia article, then turn on the camera and pretend like I do. I don't know everything about the Spider-Man comics or the X-Men comics. I just, watched the X-Men show a lot as a kid, of course, the movies, have read some comics, but Jean Grey here plays a villain who has a very real motivation for doing what she's doing. Her sister was taken captive by Damage Control, this place that is apparently doing good, and we later learn was killed there while looking at a vent that just so happened to say Vent Max with the tape that was blocking the E and T, making it look like VMAX. And for the entire film, Jean Grey is trying to find out what VMAX means, and she eventually realizes it was the last thing her sister saw before she died, an air vent, which causes some serious problems for damage control in Spider-Man later in the movie. And I really appreciated the way this was handled, making her feel like this body-hopping, almost supernatural villain for a very long time until it became about the Jean Grey that we know a little bit more. But I really love the idea of her finally getting inside Peter's mind, because he was blocking her from doing it for so long, and meeting his memory of Aunt May and seeing how special she was and why she was so important to him, and allowing that to actually be the thing that cools her down. The MCU did something a little kind of similar in Thunderbolts, where we were like entering the Sentry's mind and sort of like calming him down a little bit. That might be a thing you see a lot. Like, I have this theory that like in the mid 2000s to the mid 2010s, like every big movie had the heroes meet the villain behind a glass wall or in some sort of interrogation, or they were captured or they wanted to be captured. That happened a lot after The Dark Knight. And I feel like the new thing is going to be heroes entering a villain's subconscious and trying to give them therapy or something. Basically, I really liked what they did here, because this wasn't about fighting someone with your hands. It was very much so about getting into their mind and understanding why they feel the way they feel. As far as fighting someone with your hands, there is an amazing sequence where Spidey fights Hulk, and not like Professor Hulk or whatever, like Hulk. Big, shirtless, muscle man. And man, did I love it. It was just like everything I wanted to see as a massive fan of the Hulk that I feel like I haven't seen in a while. Ruffalo's really good in the movie in his scenes as Banner, but also as Hulk. That scene is incredible. I loved seeing Punisher come in there and shoot at him and stuff. Spidey being like, what, are you just going to tickle him for a while? Like, these are really great lines, really great scenes. This movie understands Spider-Man in so many ways. But I think another thing about the film that is absolutely spoiler discussion is the whole exploration of Zendaya, MJ, and Ned, and whether or not they remember him, and if he's going to allow that to keep happening. How does he feel about the fact that he's so alone? One of my favorite things about this movie is that he's so alone, but there are some very well written and performed scenes between Tom Holland and Zendaya, particularly one where we discover that Jean Grey is actually inside of MJ and manipulating him, and it's a very monstrous thing that she does by playing along in this way and stringing him along. And I mentioned in my spoiler-free review that I really appreciated how this movie respected the ending of No Way Home by not just changing everything. Yes, we have a final moment where Peter and Ned do their secret handshake, and it's almost like muscle memory. Maybe his actual memory is affected by not knowing who this is, but his muscle memory still seems to work very well. And I really liked that. But I also loved how it didn't just make MJ fall in love with Peter again. She straight up says, I don't love you. I have no memories of you. Whatever spell you did, it worked. It's not like they closed the door on the MJ-Peter relationship. There could still be more. And there's even a hint that maybe Peter could have more of a relationship with Jean Grey. But that's to be seen in later films. But I just have to really give it to Tom Holland. I think he is really, really a terrific actor, but he's especially great in this movie. This really feels like him just coming into his own in this character. It's directed exceptionally well and written very well and performed very well. It's easily one of the best Spider-Man movies. And I also have to say that last night I did something crazy. I've never in my 38 years had an opportunity to see a movie past probably 12:30 in the morning. In northeastern Ohio, you don't get a lot of like 1 a.m. showings of things like they sometimes do in New York or LA. But last night, this really cool theater, Phoenix Theaters in the Great Northern Mall, actually had like all night showings of Spider-Man, and I went to a 3 a.m. showing, and it was really cool. I'm a night owl and I'm up all the time because I work at night, and I think that it's the type of thing that I would do all the time. Like if my neighborhood theater just had like 2 a.m., 3 a.m. showings of every new release on the weekends, I would do that all the time. I know that most people wouldn't, but it was really cool to go to a 3 a.m. showing of Spider-Man with a fairly sizable crowd. So I got to see it again before doing this video. There's a few moments in the movie too that I do want to call out. That poor guy who got hit by a car. Is he okay? I just want to know if that man's okay. Like, Spidey didn't even look back. And there's a scene later where he's like talking to Jean Grey and he's like, I know you're not a murderer. And I'm like, I mean, that dude might have died. He could very well be alive. I just wanted like him to look and maybe see someone running over to him, calling the cops, and like establish that that dude who got hit by a car while he was being controlled by Jean Grey wasn't dead. While there's also a guy he just webbed to a wall, like right behind him. And I did want a reaction shot from that guy being like, what the hell? Like, I needed like a little moment there. That's like literally the only thing in the movie that kind of bugs me. I loved seeing this movie again. It's really, really great. I'm so happy that people are enjoying it. It's going to make a lot of money. And I'm glad that Spider-Man seems to be in really good hands. If Destin Daniel Cretton wants to make more Spider-Man, please let him. Oh, in the after credits scene, there's a Spider-Man in space. There's so many theories about what that could mean. I don't know. I have no idea. There's people who think that maybe Toby could be in Doomsday and that that's some sort of hint. You know, I don't know. I guess we'll see. Guys, thank you so much, as always, for watching. Look forward to more videos very soon. And if you like this, you can click right here and get Stuckmanized.
It's a brand new day.
Tell us about this character called Spider-Man. What's going on?
You know, I think the way that I said brand new day in the beginning of this introduction summarizes the vibe.
Which is?
He's really just trying to make the best of every single day under the circumstances that he's in. This is non-spoiler section, of course, but I was very surprised at a lot of things in this film. I didn't realize that it was going to go the route that it did. I'm not going to tell you, obviously.
No spoilers right now.
But Sadie Sink, she's in there,
She's
and
in
I
this.
didn't know which character she played, and so it's really interesting to find that out. Also, the way that it concluded was interesting because it didn't feel like it was conclusive to me as the other movies were. I was also surprised at Zendaya and Jacob Batalon's appearance in this film. I thought it would be a little bit more extensive. Now, I don't usually watch trailers, but this trailer was kind of shoved in my face. So I knew some of the things that were going to happen, like the trailer shows that there was going to be Hulk. Overall, I would give it, 8 out of 10. A good film, a very good time. I feel like I've been giving so many films 8 out of 10 lately. I was very entertained. I was emotional. I cried. The directing in this film, particularly a fan of.
So that's a big element that people are talking about. This is directed by Destin Daniel Cretton, who directed Shang-Chi. John Watts was the previous director of the Spider-Man Tom Holland trilogy. So we had Homecoming, Far From Home, and then No Way Home. I don't know how you feel about those movies, but I think they're great movies. Visually, stylistically, not fantastic, but they're very fun. The third one, I have such a fond memory of going to the theater with you and just having such a great time watching all the Spideys team up. And Spider-Man is a character that's very close to me. I grew up watching the Raimi trilogy. I love those movies so much. Still, Spider-Man 2 is my favorite one. I love the Spider-Verse movies. I mean, Spider-Man is fortunately a character that's been served well mostly on screen. And I think Tom Holland has done a fantastic job carrying Spider-Man forward. And the promise that was given at the end of No Way Home is, hey, we're going to see Spider-Man in a way you haven't before. He's now going to be an adult. We're going to see him a lot more like when we saw him in Spider-Man 1 and 2 in the Raimi trilogy. He's going to be on his own, and throughout Homecoming, he had his friends. He had May, until he didn't. He had Tony Stark until he didn't, but he had people. He had a team. He had people helping him. And a big part of the appeal of Spider-Man is when he's facing adversity, when he's facing struggle, people connect with because he struggles, because he feels pain, because he's just a person. He's just a young guy. And this movie, I thought, tapped into that really well. And you could tell it was very much trying to tap into a lot of the feeling of Spider-Man 2, especially. It's tapping into, from what I understand, the spirit of the comic books and trying to hone in on his emotional journey, which I thought was a really critical thing they had to do. Not to mention more emphasis on like practical effects. I know you could tell it feels more tangible. The movie feels more directed. It feels tangible. His suit, when he wears a suit, it doesn't just look like it's a CGI suit. It looks like it's a real suit that he's wearing on set. You know, these things make it feel special. That's something that Marvel's trying to consciously do. And I think if there's a movie that this movie reminds me of the most, not just thematically, but also visually, it would be Thunderbolts.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, there is Black Widow, not Black Widow, but the sister of the Black Widow, but I forget.
Florence Pugh, she has a small role in this.
You know, I don't know if I'm the only one who felt this way. Tom Holland's character, Spider-Man, when he's like jumping from building to building, I almost felt like Whiplash, especially when it was going down. I felt like I was going down with him.
The swinging and the Spidey action, it feels like, oh yeah, this is much better.
I felt so immersed in the world. That is so amazing. That's so refreshing, just the thrill of it all. And so the way that it was directed was just amazing. Almost felt like 3D in a way, but like not 3D, which is what made it fantastic.
There were a few action set pieces that were especially standouts in the way that they were choreographed and the visual style. I was really a fan of how that was done.
Yeah, and I love like the action sequences with fighting. You know, there are some ninjas in there. I love like the choreograph.
Can I be totally upfront with you?
Sure. You didn't like it.
I loved this.
Oh, okay.
I had such a good time.
Okay, good.
Like, I'm kind of surprised seeing a lot of division online because this movie's...
Oh, okay.
A lot of people are kind of like,
division.
oh, it's too stuffed with things. Reminding people of Spider-Man 3, but not in a good way. I love Spider-Man 3. It's got its flaws, but this movie didn't remind me of that. It reminded me a lot of Spider-Man 2. It reminded me, you know, of the John Watts trilogy. It feels like it's in communication with that. There's some upgrades. There's some changes. And I thought, like, as I watched this, I'm like, yeah, this screenplay works. I think it works. It has the character arcs for our key characters. It carried on the things I was interested in, the emotional resonance. This movie is long, but it's long not because of the like action or the plot. It's long because it really lingers in the pain of being of his character in a way that I just loved. And there are people saying like, oh, it's kind of like boring or it has pacing issues. I loved that. I thought it was great. Every scene where he's explore his feelings and he's going through some changes, physical and mental, in this movie, that I was just like, yeah, this is what I love to see. I love this character. I love what it's doing. And I thought that the addition of the antagonist and what that evolves into was handled in a way that wasn't like, oh, now we're talking about like stories down the road. It felt like this is essential to this story that they're telling in this movie. And I kept feeling as I was watching it, I was like, God, I wish I was just watching it with you. It was so fun. I kept laughing. I thought John Bernthal, who plays the Punisher, I've never seen anything related to the Punisher at all.
Yeah,
you could have told me a week ago that John Bernthal is the Punisher, and I would have been like, what is that? So
wait, the Odyssey wasn't related to? Oh, okay,
you'd
sorry.
think, yeah, because they're both in the Odyssey. No, it is so funny that the same month of the Odyssey, it's like all his scenes in the Odyssey are with John Bernthal too. It's so funny.
Not all, but yeah,
but a lot of them.
Yeah.
But I think they have great chemistry. Like
They do.
Seeing them on screen is so fun. This movie doesn't feel like it's doing that much of the MCU humor where it's just like taking the piss out of every moment. The humor was really derived from like the human interactions and relationships. I thought the villain's powers and how that was used in this movie was kind of scary and weird. Yeah, I think this is one of the best, if not the best, Tom Holland Spider-Man movies. I love Homecoming. I have a soft spot for No Way Home, even though I don't know how well it holds up today. I just had it's a fucking great
My
time.
favorite one is still No Way Home, just because I love all three Spider-Men like being together. That it really touched my heart, especially like just bringing the OG Tobey Maguire in there. Tom Holland Spider-Man was challenged.
That movie directly sets
paved
up
the way
everything
for
here.
this movie.
So it's essential. So no, this movie doesn't like stand on its own. Like you have to know what happened. And in fact, there are quite a few flashbacks to
Yeah, I don't think you need to watch any of the older films because of the flashback kind of fills up a lot of the gaps.
Yeah, it tells you what you need to know.
I thought it was emotionally very well done, and I thought it had a lot of complexity. And maybe this is a good thing. The reason why I didn't give it higher than 8 is because there were some, oh, but what happened with this? That's it? You left it that way about some of the characters? But then you have to really think about it in a big Marvel universe that no movie is really a standalone film. It was very obvious that they left it that way because they wanted us to wait to watch it in
you wanted
the conclusion
more.
in Doomsday. Yeah, I wanted more, and I think that's a good thing, and I shouldn't.
I'm glad they didn't give us more because I thought this was all we needed for this story. In fact, they gave quite a bit, but it didn't feel like Avengers stuff breaking into the movie. You know, it felt like it was
you're right.
its own thing.
You're right,
because if you didn't know the name of the character, it could be any other character. I thought it would still work.
I thought it was like, I think one of the things, for example, Doomsday is coming this December, and I think one thing that I'm kind of like a little disappointed about without watching it, and I hope I'm wrong, Endgame was so conclusive to see some of the characters, some of the actors, even though they're playing different characters, or maybe they're playing the same characters, such as Steve Rogers being back. It feels like a little bit of a cheat button. So the way that this movie kind of didn't conclude some of the character, and I was like, well, where are they? What happened with this one? It's good. It keeps the anticipation going, and then I think it will make it more enjoyable to see the next installment that these characters are in.
I think, yeah, absolutely. But I also think that this movie taps into feelings about young adulthood that are really potent, and I think it's going to hit like crazy for a certain audience, especially age bracket, that relates to someone who can only see the friends that they love through screens. You know, often he's looking at his phone and, you know, looking at his friends grow up and live their lives without him. I mean, we'll get into this in spoilers, but, you know, there's a lot of this movie where he is trying to grapple with, how do I connect with people that I feel like I can't? And even they kind of use the memory loss almost as a metaphor for just growing up, which is a thing that everyone does, where you have these strong connections from your youth that you lose, and it feels almost like a memory gap, like something was stripped away that didn't have to be stripped away, so it felt like a universal feeling, even though it is a uniquely Peter Parker thing in this movie that everyone forgets who he is, but you can read into it, you know.
No, I think you're completely right. I think the isolation and the loneliness is so prevalent, and especially in today's world where there's less opportunity to meet people outside of screens. It felt very relatable in many ways. What would you rate it?
8 out of 10.
All right, we're the same. You? All right, spoilers?
Yeah, spoilers. Be warned. Well, I'm just giving you time. I know sometimes people get mad if we jump really too fast into spoilers. Here's time.
But
spoilers.
Before we get into spoilers, we do watch movies together.
Yes. Movie night. We got our show on Nebula. Go check it out. We watch movies together. 3, 2, 1.
Spoilers. Okay, so
you want to say it?
Zendaya dies. Oh no, no. So
there was a moment when she's falling exactly like how Emma Stone falls in that.
No, I thought that would
movie.
be so dumb though, because Andrew Garfield already saves like Zendaya, MJ in the. It
was just evoking that image. Home. But that scene when she kissing him as Jean Grey, that was fucked up. That was a great scene, but that was such like a vulnerable moment that they tapped into there.
They did, but I thought that's what made it great, because Jean Grey has always been complicated and because she's so powerful.
What did you even think about the inclusion of Jean Grey in this movie? Because ever since the Disney Fox merger thing, it's like we've been waiting. Okay, they have the X-Men now, they have Fantastic Four. What are they going to do with them? Finally, this is like a new step into new X-Men. We get Sadie Sink as Jean Grey. I think it's great casting.
It was amazing to get the reveal that she's Jean Grey.
She's great in the role. So you didn't know that. I went in knowing that she was Jean Grey.
No, I know you told me on Tuesday or Wednesday, you were like, okay, do you know who Sadie Sink is playing? Do you want me to tell you? I was like, no.
Who did you think it might be?
I did not know, but I definitely didn't guess that.
Did it surprise you?
Yeah, very much so. I thought it was great, that they gave her a sister who died, but they made her into a very good character here. It's really just like a tiny slip for her to tap into something that is going to be very monstrous inside.
Actually, a year ago, I started reading the Dark Phoenix arc in the original Dark Phoenix arc in the comic books that came out in like the 70s. Of course, devoid from any previous context, and having never read comics from that era, it was very boring to me. But, it's an iconic arc in the comics that was cool to look at and see what it was like originally. No, I feel like they tapped into her character well and gave her like an appropriate character arc. There are people saying that maybe she occupies too much of this movie, but I feel like if you took away the name Jean Grey and if she was just some random villain, it would just be like, yeah, that's the villain. Okay.
I thought it was great because Tom Holland is introduced not in his own film. He's introduced, I think, in Captain America Civil War.
Yeah.
And so Jean Grey is introduced in Spider-Man.
Yeah.
I thought it was great.
I
was worried because when I found out who she was, that her power would I was like, how is Spider-Man ever going to beat Jean Grey? Even Superman, I'm not sure, can take on Jean Grey. She is like one of the most powerful beings ever.
But it's shown that it's not yet. She's still evolving because right now it's like only 30 feet when she can like
but by the end she like really
by the end but I love that limit to her like magic system where it's like the 30 feet rule and you can
I don't think that doesn't apply anymore though, but
no, but I'm just saying I liked that. I'm saying that I like that quality.
Yes. You're right, but my point was that Spider-Man was fighting or trying to save her, but at the same time stop her from killing people. It was like, how is he going to stop her? Because now her powers are unlocked.
Well, because they healed each other's trauma through Aunt May.
But it felt a little strange because it also reminded me of like Thunderbolt.
That's what I mean. Going into the mind, it was very Thunderbolty, which I criticized for being like the trauma narrative. Which again,
I think that's also just like beautiful too.
That's what Spider-Man. I mean, he's someone who has trauma and he's dealing with it, and the movie addresses that and deals with it with like his physical changes. I feel like it was a great narrative device and good storytelling, where it's kind of like the Spider-Man 2 thing, but in a different way. Where it's like, okay, his body is changing. He's like surging. He's adding anger. He's like doesn't know how to control his powers anymore. He needs to accept that he's changing, and also that his isolation and his feelings are affecting him physically, which can happen when you're very depressed and you have anxiety and all this stuff. That I thought he tapped into that really well, and I liked how they used that, and using his arc with Sadie Sink, Jean Grey's arc worked really well. I mean, it's like when we were talking about Fantastic Four last year, and it's like, yeah, I like that movie, but I'm like, where are the character arcs? What changes? This movie does. It's a script. It's a movie. It's got character arcs. You know, we see his relationship to the Punisher change. You know, he cries at the end. The Punisher is like, they have a sweet. There's so many great little beats and moments with all of the characters. Even though this movie is packed with the Hulk and the Punisher and Jean Grey, it doesn't feel overstuffed in my opinion. It's the right balance. The Hulk is there, a very small amount, but when he is, it's cool. It's fun.
No, I think so too, and that's part of what I meant in the non-spoiler section, the non-conclusive, because Hulk is very happy, feels like it is a good place. You know, Jean Grey takes over his mind, he loses control, and it was so sad when he let go of the building. I think Hulk is just so misunderstood, especially after watching Ragnarok. He just wants to be liked for Hulk instead of Banner. Felt like when he saw himself in the mirror and he was trying to kind of just be a better person as a Hulk, but also Banner was trying to take over, it just broke my heart. I just wanted like someone to give Hulk a hug. It's okay, you can help out.
Yeah.
But he just fell from the building, and then Banner came back, and then Banner was like, did I hurt anyone? No one said anything, which implies that he did hurt people. Then we never hear about him again for the rest of the film, and that felt very inconclusive because it was like, what the heck happened? You know, they better be on like Doomsday.
I was fighting back tears at 2 points. And I'll tell you when. The first, and it just hit me so hard.
I was crying too.
Well, I know you are, but I cry at everything, guys. I don't know what's going on these days, but it's like
You never used to be this way.
No, I think it's
baby
probably. But so the moment was when they finally are all together, and you know he talking to MJ, and it's after he tells or she finds the note, right? So that she now knows he loves her, and he says, "I love you." That whole scene was great. When she's like, "I don't know who you are." They're married. They've got great chemistry. But after that, you know, he has to bring her back to the apartment, and then Ned meets Spider-Man, and he has kind of like a little obsession with Spider-Man. He has the Spider-Man Tracker app, which I thought was funny. They just hang out, and he's in his Spidey suit, but they're like playing with Legos in their room, and it's so sweet. But with that knowledge resting in that room of the previous thing of him confessing his love for her, and that's something that's been such a burden in his life, and that in that moment of just like this little thing where he's playing with Legos with his friends, Zendaya, MJ, she draws that little picture of them together,
and that's without his his mask on, even though he had his mask on.
I know, and that got to me. I was like, that is just the sweetest, like saddest thing, and it just made me love these characters even more. You couldn't have handled this any better. This, like, the lost memory and all this stuff, the wistful, sad feeling of these times I had with these people, like 4 years ago, like you see in the early montage, like he's been doing this for a while. They're almost done with college.
They're in the last semester.
Like, it's been 4 years. Like their whole lives have changed. One of the things I loved about when MJ learns about what he did when she reads the letter, and she kind of has had all night, I assume, to like process it, but she says, like, why did you make this decision? Why would you do this to me? Why would you just hold this back and wait?
Mm-hmm.
And that's a great thing where it's just like, part of this is his self-inflicted thing onto himself. He has decided for himself and made this choice for others that he needs to self-isolate. And I like how also with the Punisher, when he's talking to the Punisher, and the Punisher says, like, do you think this is a lifestyle choice? If the people I love, and I assume his family all died tragically or something, if the people I loved were living on this earth, nothing would stop me from being with them. Snap of perspective, I think, was just so crucial to him. Helps him, talk to her about his love for her. And the way that sequence of events happens, of course, it's playing with the plot and everything, but that is the heart of the movie. What I would come away with this movie are those dialogue scenes, that sequence, the way it builds up with the emotions and with the, what he's struggling with, and then the kind of like sweet little sadness to it. I like that there's no resolution with their friendship, it's just there's this implication that it's going to develop, how is MJ going to process this, knowing that there's this guy who loves her? And the other moment that made me cry was Jean Grey sits in his position when Aunt May is talking to her.
Yep.
Even though that on paper is something that would just bounce and not work for me, I thought the way they set up Jean Grey's character was really well done, especially in the simple, effective way of like her looking at a mom and a baby and being like, I didn't have that. I didn't have a mom. And so she gets to have that little like maternal moment with Aunt May. And, it just works so well because we as an audience have a connection to May. She died in the last movie. So it's like, I thought that was really effective. And then Peter gets shot by the Punisher.
I think that brings, because Punisher's trying to kill, obviously, Jean Grey, but Peter sacrificing himself for Jean Grey was a beautiful scene because it solidified the idea that, like, Peter wasn't just bullshitting her. He was actually for real when he said that he was going to be there for her.
Yeah.
And that she wasn't alone. So I think that solidified her choice of not to kill. The fact that Peter got hurt instead of Jean showed Punisher like, hey, maybe I'm acting a little irrationally. I thought it was, by the way, so funny when Jean gets into the Punisher's mind and be like, this guy
has issues.
Serious issues, the way they said it.
The only thing we talked about with this movie is when you came home after watching it was you said the Hulk reminded you of our toddler because that sequence when he's trying to put that chip on the back of his...
Just stand still. Just stand still.
And I was like...
During diaper
I felt the exact same way. Just like, be still for 1 second so I can get this diaper on you.
Him or shirt on him or anything on him.
Toddlers are Hulks, yeah. Do you have other thoughts about this?
No,
All I know is that as I was watching this, I had a sudden flashback to watching Captain America Brave New World. And I thought, how is this in the same universe? How could they have made Captain America Brave New World and this? Because this is so much better. This reinvigorated my excitement for these movies, This is exactly the way. Is it a masterpiece? No, but it's just like the fun comic book movie. Like and it takes itself seriously enough so that the emotions hit. I'm happy that there wasn't any... Oh, did you stay for the post-credit scene?
I did, yeah.
What was it?
It was, how Ned was tracking Spider-Man?
Yeah.
So it was just a screen without any, like, humans showing Spider-Man basically out of going to space.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so Spider-Man is in space.
Again?
Yeah. But I think it's because of Doomsday.
Well, yeah, of course.
So
noticeably, no Spider-Man
will return.
Okay, we'll see. Here's what I hope. I hope that Doomsday and Secret Wars or whatever doesn't derail whatever they're doing with his narrative arc in this trilogy. I just hope that, because what this movie's done is it made me go, okay, I want to see more of these movies, which is funny because after No Way Home, I was like, yeah, maybe we wrap up Tom Holland as Spider-Man. But now I'm like, let's get 2 more of these. Let's make this a trilogy. Destin Daniel Cretton is who they need to tap into for like their future projects, X-Men, whatever.
I feel like they're going to kill Tom Holland Spider-Man at the end.
They're not going to kill.
And
they're not going to kill.
They're going to pave the way for Miles
Morales.
They
can have both.
I know they can, but I think like I saw an interview that the way Tom Holland wanted to end Spider-Man was paving the way for someone else to be there, and I feel like when I heard that, I'm like, that has to end tragically, right?
This movie is gonna make so much money.
Yeah,
there's no way it's got. I mean, come on.
Well, there's 2
more.
People
love it. People want more of them.
They killed Tony Stark.
Yeah,
and those films made a lot of film.
Well, he's Doctor Doom now. We'll see.
Well, yeah, they could. Tom Holland could be back as someone else, but
no Spider-Man so far in the trailers for Doomsday. What does that mean?
Well, maybe they're going to get a new trailer out closer to the Doomsday. I mean, Doomsday is still like 5 months away.
I'm kind of excited. Like, I don't know. I feel like
this made me excited. For
the trailers look bad, but now just seeing Spider-Man just makes me go like, oh yeah, I remember why I like these movies.
You know what? Everyone has that rough patch, you know?
All right. Well, thanks for watching, everyone, and let us know what you thought of Spider-Man Brand New Day.
Yes, thank you. And here's the message from our past selves.
Even though we're always watching new releases on this channel, we're also trying to watch and revisit old favorites and classics we've never seen before.
For the millionth time, I've already seen The Princess Diaries.
We recently watched what has become one of my favorite movies ever, and we recorded the whole experience.
I'm not gonna do what you all think I'm gonna do, which is just flip out.
This was your first time watching Jerry Maguire.
It was a roller coaster of emotions.
As you probably know, we've wanted to produce something like this for a while, and Nebula helped us make it possible. Last month, we watched No Country for Old Men, and I hear Nadia's got a surprise in store for me that I've never seen before, right?
Soon, we're going to start asking you what you want us to watch and hold a poll right over here on YouTube.
Movie Night is among some of the exclusive content you can get from some of your favorite creators only on Nebula.
Nebula is the largest creator-owned streaming platform in the world. It's where all of your favorite creators like Lindsay Ellis, Hilly Future Me, Man Carrying Things.
That sounds eerily familiar.
Create exciting new content.
If you sign up using our link at go.nebula.tv/womancarryingman or use the link below, you can get Nebula for 50% off, which is $30 a year or $250 a month. You can also get a monthly plan for $6 a month or a lifetime plan for $300, which usually costs $500. And for those of you that want to share everything Nebula has to offer with your family and friends, Nebula is now offering monthly, annual, and lifetime gift cards. Use the link gift.nebula.tv/womancarryingman to give a month of Nebula to a friend for just $6 or a year for $30. You can also give lifetime memberships that cost $500 unless you use our link, in which case a lifetime membership costs $300.
Thanks for watching, and thanks as always for supporting the channel.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Hello, everyone. I'm the real life fake wizard. I'm joined with me today is go ahead and introduce yourself.
Jester Bell, aka Female Frodo Baggins, aka Teresa, but no one on YouTube calls me by my real name, so that's where you're at.
What's your background with X-Men?
I think I've been an X-Men fan as long as I've been a fan of like Marvel. Getting into like the MCU is what introduced me to the comics and finding them from there. And like, I watched like X-Men the animated series, X-Men Evolution, and then getting into the comics from there. And like reading stories that I'd never really dived into and realized, wow, these characters like have so much potential that we have never realized on screen before, and like the interpersonal relationships and I even like it from the comics. I like the interpersonal relationships between the characters and the development even better than anything that I've seen on screen with like the Avengers, for example. But unfortunately, like I really like delved back into X-Men, and it made me an even bigger fan than I ever was, but it was kind of the worst time for it because we're gearing up for MCU X-Men. I'm enjoying these characters like, oh, this is an aspect that hasn't been tainted or tarnished yet. Like I can just enjoy them and like just keep my fantasies of what these could possibly be. And then now I'm seeing, like, and not to get ahead of myself, what the MCU is doing, and it's so painful to have even more of an understanding of how good these characters can be, and then to just see what they're doing so far.
Yeah, it's gnarly what's happening. Like, after all of these years of being like, oh my gosh, I can't imagine, like, oh, it would be so cool to have, like, the X-Men crossover with the Avengers. Like, what if everything was in the same canon? Well, we're finding out now what that's going to look like, and it is, well, terrorism. It seems like the Sentinels have a point. Henry Gyrick might have a point because, oh my gosh, our introduction to Jean Grey with Spider-Man Brand New Day has been wild. But all right, so take us through, you see Spider-Man Brand New Day. Did you know of any spoilers going into it?
I knew that Jean Grey was going to be in the movie. I'd known that for many months. I think I was a bit in denial about what they were going to do with her because I heard that she was going to be responsible for blowing up the Hulk. And I, in my head, I thought, well, that's going to be pretty villainous. I can't, unless like it's an accident or something. And I guess I just kind of put it from my mind, like, no, they wouldn't turn her into a villain like that. So I understood that she was going to be in this movie. I understood that we were going to be getting a different version of the character than we had seen before. And that kind of adds up with Kevin Feige's whole approach to Marvel at this point, which we can talk about. I did not know that she was going to be an out and out, like, evil terrorist villain. I thought that maybe she would be misunderstood, like completely misunderstood in this movie and framed for something like that. I did not expect her to be straight up evil.
I think of it like, hey, that's Sadie Sink playing Max from Stranger Things. I don't see that as Jean Grey. Like, it's so not the original character, whether it be like what I read from the comics, when I read the comics, or X-Men Evolution, or the 90s show. It's like, we're not even close with how, I mean, the attitudes are off, but like, she's not the Phoenix in this movie, but she acts like the Phoenix. Like, there's kind of no excuse here.
Kevin Feige's entire approach to the MCU for characters that he doesn't like, for the characters that he seems to have ownership of, like, for example, Deadpool is more of a Ryan Reynolds thing. He has a lot of say in that character, and like Sony has a say in Spider-Man, and it seems like from what I'm reading, Tom Holland is now getting a lot of say on the character of Spider-Man. Whenever we go to like Kevin Feige's Marvel characters, it seems like he always has it in his head, I need to do different versions of these characters from the source material. Like for Blade, for example, that just got completely canceled after 7 years. It's so easy to just go like Blade killing vampires. He was like, no, we can't just have him killing vampires. And then you hear the things from behind the scenes. It's like it became like set in the 1930s, which classed with sinners, so they couldn't do it anymore. And then they had it like starring Blade's daughter, where Blade was regulated to like the fourth lead, and it's like a journey of self-discovery for his daughter. And that's what I feel is happening with the X-Men. And like, I am not a fan of the fired X-Men 97 showrunner Beau DeMayo. I watched him enough and what he posts online. I'm not a fan of him. I don't entirely trust him. I do think a broken clock is right twice a day. And just because like he's disgruntled doesn't mean he hasn't heard things behind the scenes at Marvel. He did say that like Kevin Feige's mindset for the X-Men is like audiences don't want like a comic accurate X-Men. They want us to do our new takes on the X-Men. And I think that rings true for this. And it's very confusing to me why he would think that, why he would be confident in that after, Blade fell apart. Fantastic Four, it's a one and done movie. They're not going to be able to justify a sequel. There wasn't enough interest in that direction. It's just all the failure of Marvel. It just like astounds me of the confidence that he would have to like, no, people want my own takes on these characters, especially since like, people are pointing out he's really hyping up Doomsday. We've got X-Men in comic accurate outfits, but like, why would he think that people really want the comic accurate outfits and then not the personalities?
When you look at the X-Men now, it's we're not going to do comic accurate. It's like, well, then we just stick with the Fox X-Men because that wasn't entirely comic accurate at all. At all. Let's go back to Black Leather again. You want to crack jokes about being comic accurate.
Yeah, that's the thing is like we've never actually gotten comic book accurate X-Men. So like I understand if you've done something comic accurate for so long, you're like, okay, now's the time to do a different take. I'm just very confused. So, like you're doing comic accurate at this point would be a fresh take. I don't know what you're thinking.
So we've had Spider-Man Brand New Day. We've had this introduction for Jean Grey where, spoilers, like she mind assaults thousands of people in New York, causes millions upon millions of dollars in destruction. There has got to be a number of deaths in there if we're being realistic, but they're going to try to downplay that as she didn't kill any people. Oh, well, now there's people that'll never walk again, okay, because she's crippled them by shooting them in she shot them in the knees. Okay, well, they're never walking again. Our introduction to the mutants through Jean Grey is they're terrorists. And what we're now hearing is that the new X-Men approach with Kevin Feige is that this is going to be morally gray and morally ambiguous, that all of the X-Men are going to live in this kind of morally gray space where they're not necessarily evil, but they're not necessarily good. And I'm curious for your take on that, because you know you're an X-Men fan like me.
My big thing with the movie is just I was astounded at how far they took Jean Grey in terms of what she does. But also, it's one thing to just say that, like, all of her, like, desperate destruction, like, incidentally people were killed, or she's out of control, or, like, there's an insanity about her. She revels in, like, the destruction that she's causing. She enjoys it. She does things that are unnecessary. She completely is in control of her actions and her abilities. Like, there was no even excuse. And so I'm like, even if you want to downplay it, which you can't, but you downplay it and play it and say, oh, well, these people were just injured, they weren't killed. She had definite intent to kill at multiple points in the movie. So even if you say, oh, somehow this person survived and they're just injured, or Spider-Man saved the day at the last second, she still had every intent to kill. And so what I say is, this is not moral ambiguity. This is just straight up evil. It just because she has a sad backstory, or her sister was taken from her, or whatever horrible thing was done to her. I said this in the video I just posted. There's a certain level of someone's actions where they lose their sympathy no matter what their story is. So, and I mean, we've seen this before in Marvel. Like I said, Ironheart, Wanda, like, the MCU doesn't understand what moral ambiguity is. That's just how they try to justify evil characters doing evil things, because they're like, well, this character has trauma. That's unfortunately, and like X-Men fans will point this out, that's unfortunately what started to creep up in the 2010s and the 2020s with the X-Men. Now, there's actually some writers, like Gail Simone, for example. I'm not enjoying her run from a writing perspective. She actually seems to disagree with the angle of we need to like turn the X-Men into these like monsters who are justified in all they do. But I think like there's kind of no way to separate it from like modern day mindsets and politics. And the X-Men like has had politics associated with them, and, you know, political storylines, that the kind of the perception of them started to become like the X-Men are hated and feared first, and that therefore justifies all that they do, something like that.
Right.
That's at least what's happened in the comics. And that's how we keep getting these stories where the X-Men are just like becoming more and more cruel. Like, we hear the rumor about Avengers Doomsday that they're going to be destroying Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man universe just to save their own universe. And it's like, why would you be doing that? Well, I think that it might potentially fit into this mindset that I don't understand why they have, and just kind of shows how warped it is to me, where they think, okay, hated and feared first, that means it justifies all of this. And like anything that they do can be written away as moral ambiguity. Well, you might say that this is a bad action in isolation, but you know, you got to think about like what's been done to these people first and what they're reacting to. I think that that's what they see as moral ambiguity. And I think that that is a huge mistake. I think that like X-Men is not just like an easy sell anymore. I don't know if people even realize that. Like, if you really pay attention to what normies are responding to, they love Spider-Man. Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, Chris Hemsworth still seems like a big sell. Like, my initial screening for Doomsday was almost completely sold out within an hour of the tickets going on sale. But like when I look around and like the evidence of X-Men, like X-Men 97, that was very, very well received, but barely anyone watched it. And especially season two, no one is watching that show, even though it got like all the great reviews when it came out. And I'll just speak for myself. Like, I love X-Men and I would love to do more X-Men videos. I have a hard time justifying it though, because whenever I do an X-Men video, it like really struggles. Sometimes I've gotten a hit, but it like really struggles. And you know, that's just, you know, my niche on YouTube, and sometimes the internet doesn't tell you everything. The overall sense that I get is that the X-Men are not as culturally relevant as they once were. And I think that that goes for years of them being misused, whether it's in the comics, you know, Marvel actually tried to throttle them for a while off of merchandise and stuff because they were jealous they didn't have the Fox rights. And, you know, the Fox movies never did them correctly. They ended off in a very weak note with X-Men Apocalypse and Dark Phoenix. So I think, and like the only movie that even got close to $1 billion for X-Men was Days of Future Past, which got $700 million. X-Men is just not as culturally relevant because they've gone through so many years where they've been misused. And so like, I don't know how much this Spider-Man film, it might help boost an X-Men film and get eyes on it, but I think that there's a chance that it might just wind up like the Fantastic Four movie. Like, if people don't respond to the marketing well, like Fantastic Four, it didn't have a lot of hate around it, but it's like people just didn't care. Yeah, they didn't care. And then it made its money. It actually did better than the other Marvel movies that year. But then the big thing was when it hit streaming, no one was watching it. And like the director of that movie has completely left Marvel. And it's a big indication, like, no sequel to that. There's no fan base around Fantastic Four, and I think that is the direction that the X-Men are potentially headed in.
What scares me here is, this Spider-Man Brand New Day it's breaking box office records. It's on the road to $2 billion. It possibly could hit $2 billion. It could go past that.
I think it will. I think it will.
I think it will too. That's concerning because Disney and Sony and all these corporations, they always learn the wrong lessons. And so my fear is, and I believe that this was kind of staggered this way. I think this was intentional because we got a series of leaks some time ago. I want to say over a year ago about what the Brand New Day movie was supposed to be, what it was going to be. And it was a Spider-Man villain. Jean Grey was in it, but she did not have such a villainous role in it. She was framed as being the body snatcher, as being a terrorist. Like, she was framed, and at the end, and it's revealed like who really is the bad guy, and it was supposed to be like the Jackal was originally supposed to be the villain for this movie, which is a Spider-Man villain. Clearly that's not the case, and my personal philosophy, if that's true, is that Kevin Feige came in and said, hey, Fantastic Four flopped, Thunderbolts flopped, all of our Marvel stuff is toast. We need to treat this, because we know it's going to be such a hit, we're going to treat this as a soft launch of the X-Men. We need to give Jean Grey way more involvement in this, and it's going to be our kickoff point for the X-Men. And the only reason I really believe that now is because the last couple of days has just been announcement after announcement of leaks and rumors of who's playing who in the upcoming X-Men movie. It's like, it's too well timed for all of this.
Yeah, all of this was intentional. The one thing that I question about the leaks is it makes sense that like a different villain was supposed to like be the villain in this movie, because that would explain why Jean Grey's actions are so extreme. But it still confuses me, like, even if that was a rewrite, like, but if you're using this to set up your MCU X-Men, like, you should have a good grasp on what you want your X-Men to be, what you want your Jean Grey to be. So why would you allow her to be so drastically changed from a framed character to a villain? So I have questions about that. So we just had The Odyssey, and I mentioned that it was kind of a Trojan horse movie because it wound up being everything I expected it to be in terms of like how it handled its male characters, female characters, its themes, and all of that kind of stuff. But I recognize like most people in like casual audiences aren't even going to recognize any of that, because you kind of have to be plugged into all of this stuff to know. So I call that a Trojan horse in that sense. But I also think that Spider-Man Brand New Day has been used as a Trojan horse because, and I don't want to be all doom and gloom. I do want to say this positively about Sony. Like, I think that they have been very good about responding to criticism with the character of Peter Parker specifically. Like, I'll give an example. First Amazing Spider-Man, people were heavily critical of that movie for like Peter Parker's too edgy. He says that the best kind of promises are the ones you don't keep. That is completely against Peter Parker. Okay, Amazing Spider-Man 2. Peter Parker has a brighter personality. He actually does really care and struggle with the promise he made to Captain Stacy. And like the rest of them, like, I'll give an example. First Amazing Spider-Man, people were heavily critical of that movie for like Peter Parker's too edgy. He says that the best kind of promises are the ones you don't keep. That is completely against Peter Parker. Okay, Amazing Spider-Man 2. Peter Parker has a brighter personality. He actually does really care and struggle with the promise he made to Captain Stacy. And like the rest of the movie, unfortunately, was awful. But I saw in terms of the change of portrayal there that they were trying to respond to criticism. And like, I see it in the Tom Holland movies. Like, people were saying Spider-Boy for so long. I felt like Tom Holland tried to make his performance a bit more mature. So that's kind of a contrast there, because I just feel like, again, I feel like Kevin Feige knows Spider-Man Brand New Day, guaranteed hit. I can use this to advertise all the stuff that I want to do. And that's why, like, the most blatant example of that is Yelena Belova. Is there any evidence that Yelena Belova is a draw as a character? Black Widow movie she's in, flopped. Thunderbolts starring her, flopped. There has been no evidence that she is actually a draw. She is in there solely so that he can put her in the movie. I've already seen like the AstroTurf tweets about how wonderful she is. It's just to put her in the movie and basically advertise her to people. And
you just want to hate on everything. That's what you are. You're a grifter.
Like the same thing with Jean Grey. It's there as an advertisement for the X-Men in the MCU. And like the same thing was done, you know, in like Avengers Age of Ultron, Iron Man 2. Like, he's done this all throughout the MCU, where there will be movies that are just basically softcore advertisements for things that they want to do in the future. And so, like, it's a Trojan horse. And Kevin Feige's done this a lot because every movie that has been, like, really successful, both critically and financially, initially, Guardians 3, Wolverine, Deadpool, and the Spider-Man movies, they've all had, like, a creative force that is, like, stronger than Kevin Feige. But each time he uses the movies as an example of the MCU's success. Like, Deadpool and Wolverine, he was on the stage right after that did well, like just kind of basking in the success of it and announcing Doomsday. And Deadpool and Wolverine, I would say, really informed a lot of what they're doing with Doomsday, taking the wrong lessons of like the cameos and all of that. But the thing is, I think Kevin Feige is 100% gonna use this movie to justify everything that he's doing in the future. Like, oh, this Spider-Man movie that evil Jean Grey, or as he would put it, morally ambiguous Jean Grey, oh, that made $2 billion or whatever. We should go forward. Oh, Yelena was in that movie. Yeah, Yelena starred in like $2 billion Spider-Man movie. People love Yelena. Really, people just love Spider-Man. And like Jean Grey and Yelena, most people like we're X-Men fans. I'm a huge X-Men fan. I recognize that like X-Men is already this more niche thing because of years of misuse. Like, people are not going to they're not going to care about whatever happens to Jean Grey, who already did not get great representation in the movies.
Many times over. Like, countless
many times over. Yeah, they're not going to really care about that. Or they might say, like, I am seeing criticism for it, but like Jean Grey is just not like the sacred cow or anything to people.
It's not like X-Men hasn't flopped before, because they have. You know, I mean, Apocalypse didn't do the numbers that it wanted to, and then Dark Phoenix was bad. That was a mega flop. You know, Logan did well and Wolverine did well, but like a lot of those movies after Last Stand, like they weren't explosive like they should have been. It was because Last Stand was divisive too. Last Stand was not a good movie. I hated it.
Yeah, it was really hated. But also I want to add though, like X-Men movies like X-Men Apocalypse were not doing well in the midst of like the superhero boom. Like, this was a rising tide lifts all ships. There were a lot of movies like Todd Phillips' Joker, Aquaman, movies that I don't think would have done well unless they benefited from the time of people just being interested in superhero movies and like not having any discernment about like what is DC, what is Marvel, what is all this. Captain Marvel is a movie that I think greatly benefited just from all of the excitement. And so like if X-Men movies weren't doing well like pre-2020s during like the height of superhero interest, then I can't imagine now where it seems like the floor and the ceiling for what a superhero movie can do is like so far apart from each other at this point. I 1,000% believe that if you did the X-Men right, they could be as popular as like Robert Downey Jr., Chris Evans, Captain America, Chris Hemsworth, Thor. I 1,000% believe that, but you have to have like a really big expectation if you are a producer, a director, or writer about what these characters can be, what they will be, and like just the drive to do that right. And that's not what I'm seeing at all with this movie. And that's what I really want to get at. Like Sadie Sink, they said how they cast her is like a co-producer just said, like they were talking about Jean Grey and Spider-Man, a co-producer just said, hey, Sadie Sink could play that role. And Kevin Feige was like, okay, yeah, sure. And then that's how they got her. They said that. Like, they didn't audition her. They didn't audition any other actresses. They just decide, okay, Max from Stranger Things is Jean Grey. And, you know, that's kind of how I felt like with Fantastic Four. I'm like, these guys, like, maybe you guys are struggling to find talent now because they're in such a bad place. But it's like, Fantastic Four was kind of DOA for me as soon as I saw that cast. It's like, none of these people excite me. They didn't bring anything special to their roles. And that's kind of what it's shaping up to me with like this X-Men movie. Samara Weaving, I think once again, she's a fine choice. I don't know. It might be like a Vanessa Kirby, Sue Storm, where I guess it's fine, but it doesn't really excite me or bring anything like raises a character to like really exciting for audiences. It doesn't even seem like there is even that much ambition with this X-Men movie. It's just like, oh yeah, this is our next IP we have to mine.
Well, I think we're going to have to wait and see what happens. But right now, it's not looking too good.
Nope.
But with that, Jester Bell, thank you for joining me for this. You know, we do this video here. Please let the people know where they could find you and what you got coming up.
You can find me on my first channel, which is Jester Bell at Real Jester Bell. And this month,
the chaos. Anyway, that's all you got from me. Take care.